Welcome in, everybody, to Fantasy Pros. This is night 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft. It's me, Joey P. Joe Pisapia with me again, kicking things off around 2 and 3, night 2 of the NFL Draft. D-Bro, Derek Brown, the King of Bros, and of course, Andrew Erickson, the Undertaker, and it's all of you hanging out here. Shout out to everybody last night. Huge numbers on the draft show. Hope you're here joining us again tonight. And if not, you can always watch back on demand on our YouTube channel at Fantasy Pros. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like the stream. And of course, don't forget to leave your comments. We love interacting with you and hanging out with you, talking ball. Tonight, the picks will go a little quicker. We were off to a great pace yesterday. It started off, I couldn't believe it. It was gangbusters, trades, things happening. And then somewhere in the 20s, we hit a glacier. I don't know what was going on, but man, oh man. D-Bro, Kelvin Banks goes to the New Orleans Saints, your New Orleans Saints. Do you think his young child vomiting at the time of that pick is an indication of how the child felt about going to New Orleans?
Probably pretty close. I felt the same way whenever the Saints didn't take a quarterback in round 1, didn't trade back up into round 1 to get a quarterback. So I share the same sentiments as that little tyke.
Yes, indeed. Andrew Erickson, we're officially on Shedeur Sanders watch. I wish we had like a stinger for that, like the ding ding of the Law and Order stuff. I feel like that's where we're at. You know, you were reading the tea leaves in the last couple days. It seemed like a lot of teams had soured on Shedeur Sanders, or at least not thought of him as a true franchise quarterback, maybe worth taking a shot on. So as we look ahead to night 2, are we going to be getting a Shedeur pick early or potentially later than we even could imagine?
I think that's going to happen tonight in round 2. I think there are too many teams that need a quarterback that can't pass on Shedeur Sanders in round 2. I know that when we get into the predictions, I actually have a prediction of where Shedeur Sanders will end up being selected, but it will not be by the Cleveland Browns. I will say that much. So for me, I think it's about certain teams having evaluated Sanders as the player, but then also what he's bringing into an organization. Like that matters. Like teams are I think teams are more afraid of drafting Shedeur Sanders because, well, what's Dillon going to say? All those things have to be considered when you're taking a player that doesn't just come with the statistics and what he did in college, because there's another layer. And I think that impacted his draft stock and was part of the reason why he wasn't selected in round 1.
Well, hopefully he still has a career that is legend. Wait for it. Legendary.
Oh, you missed a... Hope you're not lactose intolerant? Come on, Joey.
Well, no, I mean, but like that's his brand, this whole legendary thing. I love the guys that have brands who haven't played a day of professional sports. It's always my favorite thing.
Can't spell legendary without leg day. Just so you know.
Oh, Andrew Erickson makes a great point.
Guess what I hit today, boys? Hit those legs.
Well played.
Legendary Shedeur Sanders getting drafted. It's all coming to fruition.
Yeah, you also can't be legendary in the chat unless you do the super chat. So they are open for business tonight once again. So if you want your question answered or just want to go to the top of the queue to get on the show, well, super chat us and you will guarantee your response here on the program. Again, super chats are enabled during the entire evening tonight. And it's not just us tonight. We're going to have Russell Brown back on. We're going to have Seth Wocock on. Scott Bogman's going to join us. Pat Fitzmaurice. The Worm is going to be here too. Everybody's going to be here tonight. All the rowdy friends. So stay tuned. Hang out with us. Still a lot of fantasy assets on the board too, boys. A lot of running backs, a lot of wide receivers. I'm personally hoping for the Jayden Higgins to the New England Patriots. That's what I want. That's what I'm praying for. That's what I'm sitting there, my in the swaddling clothes, Jesus. I'm praying right now like Ricky Bobby. That's what I want. But D-Bro, we were talking about those Browns. The Browns already passed on Shedeur. I don't think the Browns are interested at all in Shedeur Sanders. So if the Browns aren't interested, who is?
That's a great question. I think the Browns are going to take Jalen Milroe. I'll put that out there.
I agree with that statement, by the way, for the record. Whatever that does for you.
I don't think it's the Saints. I don't know who the heck is going to play quarterback for this year, but they've done, to my knowledge, they've done no work on Shedeur Sanders.
Baby.
So
this is what you wanted.
This is not what I wanted. This is Mike Mayer. That's what Mike Mayer wanted, not me.
I thought you liked Spencer Rattler at the Senior Bowl. Did you not?
He did. You're right.
He did.
It's not his fault. He had to play with the JV team all last year. Like, come on, man.
Man, I don't know. So you could sell Spencer Rattler to somebody else. I'm not buying, dude.
All right. So
where's
that'll
Mike
be
Mayer?
interesting, though.
What about the Raiders?
I don't know.
We think the Raiders at the top of second round?
That wouldn't shock me. I mean, Gino's got, 1 year going here, right? Yeah,
too.
you can get rid of Geno after next year.
I think they all the money's in this year, and then after that, maybe I.
Yeah, I could see that. I could see the Raiders making that move. And certainly, in a couple of years, then his dad can be the head coach because Pete Carroll is not going to coach into his 80s very long. Derek Brown, did you get a bit of news here? Because you're making
No. I was just my brain is percolating. What if we got a shock team? What if the 49ers say we're not going to play Brock Purdy and we're gonna draft Shedeur Sanders?
Oh, from one system quarterback to another.
If there's a front office and a head coach that can withstand Dion and say, nah, bro, I'm not about that life, isn't it John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan?
Well, I mean, Dion's also a former 49er, so there's a little respect factor there.
He's also a former Falcon. Dude, another
former
Michael
Falcon.
Penix. Another Michael Penix.
No. Oh, yeah, because they need another quarterback. They need an answer to the quarterback for, after Penix plays 10 years.
You can never be too sure what the Falcons are going to do. Just saying.
I can't with you guys. I love you guys. Before we start to move on to what's ahead for night 2, let's look back at last night and some of the winners and losers. D-Bro, why don't you start us off with some of your winners from night 1 of the NFL draft? What do you got for us?
So the first guy and I know I was fighting tooth and nail with you and Mr. Fitzmaurice about this, but I think Tetairoa McMillan is a clear winner. And I think the Carolina Panthers are a winner. I could have put them up here, but I want to talk about Tet. And I've seen out on social media, people are like, oh, I don't know about Carolina. And a lot of same sentiments was shared on the show yesterday, but I'm all in for it, man. Like, who's stopping Tet from getting 130 to 140 targets? And we all talk about Bryce Young played better last year down the stretch, and the numbers bear that out. But the quiet thing, too, is when we saw Bryce Young take off last year in weeks 12 through 18, this was an offense that was 13th in neutral passing rate. So Dave Cannell was showing with lesser weapons that he's willing to ramp up the passing volume. Now you add Tet McMillan to this entire like chemistry here. I'm in for it, man. I think Tet is a massive winner, and getting that high-end first-round draft capital, Carolina is going to force feed him. They just said loudly, we believe in Tet McMillan.
Russell made, I think, the best point about this situation, which is the defense is going to be so bad again. That's why you like Tet McMillan. And they're off to that start right now. Erickson, you're the only person we didn't get a take on Tet McMillan last night because you were here at the top of the show before this pick happened. So did you have a feeling about this landing spot in Carolina for Tet?
Have you been checking out the YouTube shorts, Joe? I did one on Tetairoa McMillan.
I was sleeping this morning after being on for 4.5 hours, and then I had a baseball show and a football practice. So
the short answer is no, Erickson. No.
Okay, well, I'll fill you in. I'm in. I'm in on Tetairoa McMillan. Yes! Dave Canales got his Mike Evans. So we've seen Bryce Young through 2 years with the Carolina Panthers, through his ups and downs. He still had fantasy viable weapons. Adam Thielen was producing at a high level when Bryce Young was bad his rookie year. And then even the second half of the year, we saw Adam Thielen come back, and he was productive. We saw Deontay Johnson before things went off the roller coaster with him. Well, he was also producing with a very high target share. So, yes, I agree with D-Bro, where what's stopping McMillan from seeing 130 targets? He's an alpha. In this receiver class that was lacking alpha talent, the Carolina Panthers landed one. Big body receiver, Bryce Young. I think it's a really good fit.
All right.
The energy drink tastes a little bit better right now.
Well, this is the first of the day or the second? Where are we at? We're starting this.
Second of the day. Second of the day. So the new number is 3.5. Yeah. Well, wait. How much is left in that one? First of all, we're about halfway full, so I'll pop another one here in a second.
All right. So 4.5. That's the new.
Halfway full. I like that. I like that.
The line keeps moving. If
you're in the chat, give me the over under. Those of you listening to the number of energy drinks for Derek Brown today, over under 4.5. Go ahead, chat. Go crazy. So, Tet McMillan, a winner. D-Bro, give us another one of your winners.
Oh, dude, it's got to be my guy, Jackson Dart. And this comes down to people could poo-poo the landing spot about the Giants and Dayball and stuff like that. Come on, man. Like, he's going to be able to get to sit behind Russell Wilson. We're probably going to see him starting games sometime in this upcoming season. When that happens is up for debate. But outside of worries about the offensive line, skill players aren't bad. You got Malik Neighbors to throw to. I think the Giants probably still add to the backfield. So we're going to have enough weapons surrounded with Jackson Dart this year. The defense is looking like it's going to be pretty dang good, guys. So, and the first round draft capital. So from a fantasy and dynasty perspective, he does get the first round draft capital that I was talking about since freaking Mobile. And I mean, it insulates him, man. So now you go to a spot. if Brian Daboll can make Daniel Jones look like a semi-competent NFL quarterback, what can he do with a guy with actual talent in Jackson Dart?
Well, I like Dart, and I think you can redshirt him this whole year and not put any
Could.
pressure. Here's my only concern for the historical data going forward. So let's say the Giants stink this year. That's not out of the realm of possibility. Just saying, It's a tough division, right? Commanders are there. The reigning defending champions are there. Daboll and Shine get fired. Next thing you know, new regime comes in, and maybe they don't like Jackson Dart. And then we run into the scenario of the circular logic that's been the Chicago Bears for the last decade and a half, right? Where you just keep going, bad team, bad quarterback, new head coach comes in, new quarterback, they get fired. Then they draft a new quarterback, they stink, they get fired. And the circle continues over and over again. So hopefully that does not happen. Hopefully the Giants are at least competitive and they stick with this regime. Because if so, Dart has some dynasty appeal for sure. There's some downside there, but there's certainly some upside as well. Go ahead, Dave.
My only pushback, Joey, would be that this ownership, like if they get rid of the GM and the head coach, you would think investing, because the owner is still going to be the owner, and investing the first round capital, like he had to sign off on that. So the person who's coming in the door, kind of like with the David Cannella situation in Carolina, it's kind of like, okay, we're going to bring in somebody. It's kind of like, to be the head coach, you also got to buy into the quarterback that we have here. So maybe that factors into maybe future head coaches if we're assuming Daboll is gone after this year.
I'm going to make that assumption. I'm going to go out on that limb. I'm just going to ride out that limb. Erickson, Jackson Dart, the Giants traded back in. Do you think they needed to do that? Do you think Cleveland was sniffing around there and that's why they made this move?
I think that the Rams were sniffing around. That's the team that they jumped in front of. I don't think that was by accident that they just happened to move one spot ahead of Los Angeles, who has been kind of rumored to be in the quarterback market looking for the successor to Matthew Stafford. And I think the Giants' goal in this draft in round one was get Abdul Carter and then find a way to get Jackson Dart at the back end of the first round. I think that this was their ideal outcome, to get the best player available and get a quarterback of the future, because like you said, things could get rocky. I mean, I think that Russell Wilson's going to open the year as the starter, but the final trump card that they have, that Shane and Daboll have, is, well, Jackson Dart looked really good over the last month. Like, you can't fire us now. Like, we're going to interrupt his development, similar to what we saw with Michael Penix. So he only played a couple games at the end of the season, but we saw his dynasty value just skyrocket. So I think in Superflex rookie drafts, if you're like, I don't know who I'd want to pick, it's like, just go with Dart, because we just see these guys are currency. And even a player like a Kenny Pickett, right? He has dynasty value right now because he was a former first-round pick. Jackson Dart, no matter what happens in New York, he is forever a first-round drafted quarterback, and that means a lot. So I think that, again, like Debro said, that is really good for his value long-term.
So was Jamarcus Russell. He was the first round.
Oh,
that's right. So Messer back with us for night two says over 4.5 energy drinks.
We should have just done energy drinks versus quarterbacks.
But here's the best one here.
That's a good call.
Ben's comment wins, though. How many feet lost, though, the more of these energy drinks you drink? That was dark, Ben. It's dark, but it's funny. It's Friday. I'm here for it. Let's talk about the losers you've got here lined up, Debro. Run through them for us.
Oh, man, it's got to be Dak Prescott, Najee Harris. And I think if you're a Dallas Cowboys fan, are you just praying, hoping like that? Give him a running back. Give him a wide receiver. Some type of skill player outside of CeeDee Lamb in this offense. And people are like, but they got Tyler Booker. He's going to have better blocking up front. He still has nobody to throw the ball. And they have no running back that can actually break tackles on that entire roster. So Dallas, hooray. Booker's a dog. He's awesome. You drafted a guard, Booker. Top 12. I like the player too, but top 12? Over adding a skill player? I'm sorry, the offense doesn't work if you can't run the ball and you can't throw the ball to anybody outside of CeeDee Lamb. That math doesn't matter.
Plenty of running backs left on the board tonight. Caleb Johnson's out there. The Ohio State boys are out there.
And then if Dallas takes a corner in round 2, how you feeling?
Well, I feel less good for Dak Prescott. All right, give me the last loser here before we move on to Erickson's winners and losers.
It's Najee, man. I mean, it's Amarion Hampton. I've seen people out in the streets talking about, well, we really should kind of worry about Amarion because Najee's there. Dude, come on. Let's not get this twist. They just paid first-round equity to get a running back. Do you really think that Najee Harris is going to factor into this backfield a large amount, especially down the stretch? No.
I don't know. I think it's going to be potentially, at least, one of those situations we saw with Montgomery and Gibbs, where they both have fantasy value. Right? You're running two backs in the system. I'm not shocked to see that going on, but I think they can both be useful. I think it's going to hurt both of their draft stock, which for somebody
Man,
who's
I
an
don't
early
know.
wide receiver person like me, I love it. I'll take both of them at some point. I'll take Hampton, I'll take Najee, I'll take my shots on those guys later on. I want to get Erickson's take on this. So let's say you are a third pick overall in a dynasty draft here, right? Rookie draft, Erickson. All right.
Yeah.
I want you to put your dynasty hat on for a second. Genty goes 1. Let's say Cam Ward goes 2. Tet McMillan is there, and Marion Hampton is there. Who do you want to take?
Can I say it depends on my roster?
No,
that's
no,
but I think that
that's weak
matters.
sauce. Get that out of here.
That matters.
Get that weak sauce out of here.
Let's say you have wide
No,
receivers
I want
and
you to
running backs.
pick in
There's your
a
roster.
vacuum.
In a vacuum, I will pick Tetherod McMillan. That's
Same.
what I'll pick. Yep.
Same.
But I do think it's razor close. And if you did have a bigger need for running back, I do think that would be the approach. That's close.
All right. Before we get to Erickson's winners and losers, quick shout out to the cheat sheet creator. If you're looking to build your own custom draft board for your upcoming dynasty startup draft and make those decisions, like Andrew Erickson just had to, the cheat sheet creator at fantasypros.com/cheat sheet, /sheet, which is a hard thing to say. That is available for you right now. Add tiers, tags, and notes on your cheat sheet to help you draft like a pro. Only at fantasypros.com/sheet. Right now, the cheat sheet creator available for you on Fantasy Pros. I want you to say that, Erickson. Can you say /sheet? That's a hard thing to say. Go ahead.
/sheet.
D-Bro, can you say that? It's hard to say.
/sheet.
All right, so it's just
sheet.
me. You guys are jerks. All right, let's get on to Andrew Erickson's winners
Don't worry
and
about it.
losers from night 1 in the NFL. Andrew, kick us off with your first big winner.
I'm going with Travis Hunter, the second overall pick. The Jacksonville Jaguars traded up with the Cleveland Browns to acquire him. And I think that he's going to be a featured piece on this offense. I know that the concerns are, well, what's going to happen on defense? Yes, I think that he'll moonlight on defense, but I think that this new management for Jacksonville sees him as a wide receiver primarily. Like they talked about it in the post presser. We primarily see him as an offensive player. That's where he'll be featured the most. And obviously we'll sprinkle him in on defense. So I don't think we should overthink it. He went number 2 overall, a wide receiver, a really talented wide receiver that there wouldn't even be any debate about who the number 1 receiver would be as a rookie if we didn't have this defensive conversation. And I know there were other concerns about when I was going to an offense with Brian Thomas, but he's got Trevor Lawrence as his quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
We were under the impression that he was going to have Joe Flacco / Kenny Pickett / another rookie quarterback as his quarterback in Cleveland. That's not the case. So I really like this spot for him. And when you look at the Jacksonville Jaguars offense, yes, Brian Thomas is there as the alpha, but this team still has so many vacated targets from Evan Ingram gone, Christian Kirk gone. Are we really expecting guys like Brenton Strange and Parker Washington to take on this massive target share? No, it's going to be the Brian Thomas and Travis Hunter show in Jacksonville. I think both guys are going to eat. It's going to be a concentrated target share, just like we see in Los Angeles. Where does Liam Cohen come from? The Los Angeles Rams, Sean McVay system offense, where they would feature 2 guys at the top and then Tutu Atwell running routes. That's going to be Christian. That's going to be Parker Washington and Brenton Strange, just running routes out there doing cardio. So I'm really hyped up about this landing spot, and I think among the teams in the top 5, maybe the Patriots was only one I would have liked a little bit more just because he would see all the volume there and a lot of wide receiver reps. But Jacksonville, I think, is a really good spot and better than Cleveland.
All right,
Sal,
next guy on your...
Can we get this clip that Erickson gave Parker Washington shade? I just want that out there.
Sure. I'm sure the internet is dying for that clip. Let's get another winner here. Jerry Jeudy on your list, Erickson. Let's talk about the why on this one.
Yeah, Jerry Jeudy, I think that he was flying under the radar after a really impressive season last year because, well, Travis Hunter was going to be a Cleveland Brown. And Jerry Jeudy was no longer going to be the alpha in the Browns offense. That's no longer the case. And now I think Jerry Jeudy is way underrated across a lot of best ball and early 2025 rankings because look at his stats from last year. The guy was a monster last year. And Joe Flacco, yes, not the best quarterback, but what does he do? He hones in on one guy and he throws it to him 20 times. So Jerry Jeudy, who else is he competing with targets? Cedric Tillman, yes, he flashed at times last year, but I think Jerry Jeudy is going to end up being a steal in a lot of fantasy drafts just because he's all they have left, really. I know Njoku's there as well, but Jerry Jeudy really broke out last year. I don't think he's getting enough credit for what he was able to produce.
Yeah, well, Flacco did like Njoku, too. That was the only time Njoku's ever been productive his entire career. was with Njoku. Okay, so there's winners and there's losers. Give us some of the losers after night one, Andrew.
Yeah, so two of the rookie wide receivers that also drafted in the first round, Matthew Golden and Emeka Egbuka. Matthew Golden, I think it's just and I talked about this in the pre-show yesterday, I just think he's a better real-life fit for Green Bay. Green Bay is not a smash landing spot for fantasy production. We're pulling our hair out every single week trying to figure out which one of these guys we want to draft and which one we want to start in fantasy because every single week it's a different guy who pops off. So Matthew Golden coming into this offense from Texas where he never really consistently produced, why would we expect anything different from him now in this Green Bay offense that vomits at the idea of a number one wide receiver? So I don't like the spot for fantasy football. And then with Emeka Egbuka, it's pretty self-explanatory. It's a very crowded offense. He was viewed as a high floor prospect, not a high ceiling prospect. And I know I compared to Amon-Ra St. Brown. What happened with Amon-Ra St. Brown, though, is he landed in a spot where there was nobody. So he had the opportunity to see and vacuum up targets, whereas Egbuka, it's just, again, this guy can't catch a break. He spends his entire college career at Ohio State fending off all the next great wide receivers. And then, hey, welcome to the NFL. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Jalen McMillan. Like, good luck, son.
So let me play devil's advocate for a moment. Perhaps the reason you draft Matthew Golden is because you want to stop that cycle of, God, really don't love any of these guys as a true number one, and they put a lot of capital into him, right? This was a first-round draft pick, and they haven't gone first round in a wide receiver in quite some time. Perhaps they recognize that this carousel of wide receivers every single week is not working for Jordan Love and company. Buying that at all?
Not particularly. No, because I don't think Golden profiles like that. Does he profile a guy like, hey, we got to get this guy 12 targets every single week? Not necessarily.
I don't know, man. I'm a fan, so it's a tough one for me.
Again, good real life fit. Like he's going to help Jordan Love be a better quarterback, and he's going to have spike weeks. But are you going to go chasing the 2-target 80-yard game for Matthew Golden? You can take him, Joe.
Yeah. All right. Well, I just might. And as Mike Mayer is reminding everybody, like the stream, subscribe to the channel while you're hanging out with us here. We love, you guys being with us for 2 nights of the NFL draft here. Also, we want to remind everybody as well to join us in our Discord. It's another great way to hang out with us. So join Fantasy Pros Discord community today. You can chat with other fans just like you are right now. Get access to exclusive AMAs that wind up on the podcast feed. So coming up soon, Tuesday, April 29th, you've got Boggs and Fitz, 5 p.m. Eastern, doing a show there on our Discord. Worm and Fitz, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 Tuesdays after that, May 13th. So you get your questions answered before your rookie drafts, your dynasty startups. Come be on the shows. We'll make you famous. FantasyPros.com/chat. It's a great place to find leagues, too, if you're going to play some more fantasy football, and I know that you are. Let's run through some more wagers, too, because we are very close here. As we look at the big board of some of the guys remaining here, Will Johnson, Shedeur Sanders, Ezraku's on here, TreVeyon Henderson, Mike Green. A lot of us were surprised he's still out there. Of this big board, Derek Brown, who is the biggest surprise to you that is still available?
Outside of Shedeur Sanders, I will say Nick Emenwari. I didn't see him getting out of the first round, man. With so many teams at the end of the first round that needed safety help. I'm not surprised Mike Green fell out. I think that he's off a lot of teams' boards just with all the off-field stuff. So the most surprising and least surprising guys for me.
Erickson, for you, is there a surprising guy in this top 5 or even top 10 as we move on here? Burden's still out there. Judkins still out there. Jayden Higgins. Who is the most surprising still available here as we turn into night 2 of the draft?
Well, Will Johnson is obviously it's medical related, so it's hard for us as media to get an understanding of where that is, but it has to be really bad for him to totally fall out of the entire first round where nobody was willing to even take a swing at him. I'm interested to see where he goes because it's like, well, who's going to take the bait, right? Everyone knows, the upside that's there, because the Raiders, I thought, were interested in him with inside the top 10. So they have a top 10 pick tier on day 2. So I think maybe he's an option for them if they decide to go the cornerback route, because they definitely need a corner. And then the other guy is TreVeyon Henderson. Again, I really thought someone was going to fall in love with Sean Payton with the explosive skill set of Henderson and be like, man, I want this guy. So we'll see. We have the Browns up. They could use a running back like a TreVeyon Henderson, Houston Texans, or does Denver say, hey, no, we still want this guy, but we're going to get him in round 2 instead of round 1. So wouldn't be surprised if Sean Payton still gets his joker.
All right, we've got 5 minutes theoretically before picks start getting made again. Again, I say theoretically. Now, night 2 does move quicker, and there's going to be lots of trades. We always know that happens night 2. So, D-Bro, let's get to your bold predictions here for night 2 of the NFL draft. What do you have on tap for us?
First one, I think Kaleb Johnson is the first running back drafted over TreVeyon Henderson and Quinshon Judkins. And this comes down to scheme fit, the ability to give him volume. There's so many teams at the top of the top of the second round that I could see him going to. And I think we don't have any questions about the talent of TreVeyon Henderson. It's just with the injury history, is a team going to feel good about loading him up with volume, not only this year, but in the future years to come? And so I could see if Cleveland goes to the running back, heck, if Houston, Joe Mixon's probably out there after this year, your Patriots, Joey, and Erickson, as well as the Bears. I mean, all of these teams, heck, dude, even the Jets, maybe they trade Breece Hall. I could see Kaleb going to any one of these teams before we hear the name TreVeyon Henderson and Quinshon Judkins called.
All right, so bold predictions there from Derek Brown. Let's see if Andrew Erickson can go even bolder. What do you have, Andrew?
The Browns are not going to draft a quarterback in round 2. So I know they have 2 picks at the top of round 2, and I think they're going to punt. They have extra draft capital, extra ammunition for next year after the trade back with Jacksonville in round 1. So I think they're going to roll with Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, and invest in quarterback in 2026 in potentially a better quarterback draft class. So that's my prediction for the Cleveland Browns. I think they're actually going to take one of these Ohio State running backs. Quinshon Judkins, pick 33. It's coming up. Stay tuned.
I love a good Judkins. I'm a fan of the Judkins.
A good Judkins.
You know, and it's funny because during the combine, to me, Judkins was the one that really was shining in the combine. It's not a knock on TreVeyon Henderson. I think he's a good back, but if I was looking for an NFL-style running back, I think Judkins fits more what I'd be looking for. Every system's different. We'll see where the guys land tonight, and I know pretty soon Russell Brown's going to be joining us as we're going to officially kick things off here. Right. Oh, sorry. Just double checking. We didn't start already. We did not. We're still good. I mean, it's only 6:58. We're getting very excited here for the beginning of the draft. Andrew Erickson, before we let you go for the evening too, I just want to get some of your takes here going forward. Do you see any other teams making any moves here to move up early on here in night 2? Is there something there where somebody might potentially be looking for maybe a Shedeur, maybe a Milrow, maybe there is a wide receiver that they value more? If there was one team, in your opinion, that might have the impetus to make a move and move some more capital to get higher in the second round, what do you think that might be?
Well, you didn't let me get to my second bold prediction. You skipped right over it.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
It was Shedeur Sanders. So Shedeur Sanders is going to be.
Or maybe I did let you get to it, and I'm just an amazing host, and I just led you there just now. Maybe that's
your
what I did.
segues are chef's kiss.
So good.
So yeah, I think it's going to be the Raiders that end up getting Shedeur Sanders really early on before they acquired Geno. Before any of that happened, it made a lot of sense. And you guys talked about it earlier. You actually kind of gave it away. I was like, man, like they're giving away my bold prediction.
Sorry, I didn't see it.
Okay, a lot of people joined us. Nobody joined us, exceptionally right at the top. We got a lot more people watching now, so it's like it never happened, Andrew. Yeah. It's fine.
So I think it just makes all the sense in the world that he ends up being a Las Vegas Raiders. It's one of the remaining teams that Dion basically had like given the green light to. Hey, like, yeah, I would like my son to be drafted by the Las Vegas Raiders. That was one of the teams that he had listed off. Tom Brady. Obviously, there. He has a connection with Deion Sanders. You have an older head coach where, Pete Carroll can be the head coach for a couple of years, and then who can slide right in to become the newest head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders? It'd be Deion Sanders. And the fact that the Geno Smith contract is set up where they don't have to start Sanders right away. And I know that Daniel Jeremiah, his comp for Shedeur Sanders was Geno Smith. So similar stylistically, I think it makes a lot of sense. And I know that there are some that are concerned with Shedeur Sanders and the arm strength. Well, we won't be playing in Colorado. Well, how do you take advantage of that? You play indoors. You play in a dome. So, and he gets to play at Denver. So,
and you play in the West too.
Yes.
For the most part, where you're playing LA, you're playing, the Denver, like you said, in mile high altitude. But, the Geno without quite the arm strength, that seems to be the general consensus on Shedeur right now.
Yeah. So I think it's a really good fit. And if anything, it's better for him that he didn't end up going to one of these other more desperate teams. I mean, do we really want him to end up in Cleveland? Like him in December weather with the Browns, like especially they don't have Travis Hunter anymore. So I think that the Raiders are a good fit for him to have a successful NFL career. So that's what I'm hoping for. And right now, actually, if you look at the betting odds, he's the favorite right now to be drafted by the Las Vegas Raiders. They're there's not a lot of believers anymore that he's going to go to Cleveland.
No, I think the Cleveland thing is toast. I think that's craziness. Debro, does Jalen Milroe go before Shedeur Sanders tonight?
I think he does, because that's who I think Cleveland takes with one of these picks at the top of the round. I think they've been sniffing around Milroe. I think their new offensive coordinator has a history with him too.
Tommy Reese, coached him at Alabama when he was.
There you go. There's Charlie Day showing up there.
I was
waiting for him.
Connecting the dots.
There's all the lines. There it is. Debro, what about Quinn Ewers? What about Shough? What about some of these other quarterbacks? Will we see them go off the board tonight?
I think Shough goes sometime in round 2. I don't see any other quarterback that's going to go in round 2. There's just, you can talk about the class. There's just nobody else. And I know Scott Bogman's not here, but Quinn Ewers is not good. He's not a second round pick in the NFL draft.
Question for you guys, both of you, as we are just 7 o'clock now, turning the page. Hopefully we'll be starting very quickly here. We have the Cleveland Browns on the clock to start tonight. Then we have Houston, Tennessee, Cleveland, Las Vegas. So we'll be watching intently. Perhaps we do get the Vegas Shedeur pick. But, Debro, the more time I had to marinate on the Colston Loveland selection of the Bears, the less I like it. The more I feel like they screwed up there. That there were other things that they could have drafted that made them... They had Kmet. They were in a good spot. It was sort of a weird selection. And then the fact that they took him over Warren anyway, which, again, that's up for debate. I know why some people prefer Loveland, why some people prefer Warren. I get it. And, who knows how people interview in the room. However, the Bears have a couple more picks tonight. The Bears, I feel like, kind of have to hit home runs now with those 2 picks. You feel me, Andrew? Are you thinking the same thing I am? Like, okay, well, you got you kind of create a redundancy on something that you already had and you already paid and you're kind of in a good spot. Now you really have to crush these next 2 picks here. What do you think?
I think that makes a lot of sense. I think that they went for the kind of the flavor, going for a luxury pick. You would say going for a skill position player. I know they were rumored to get Genty, one of these other Ohio State running backs. So, yes, I think you got back to the simples here. Trenches, defensive line, offensive line. I think probably edge. I mean, there's still a couple of edge guys still available. Do they take a shot at Mike Green where it's like, hey, we're okay with the character concerns in round 2, although we know that Mike Green is a round 1 talent, but we put him next to Montez Sweat, and we feel good about him in this system. So I think, they get back to basics here, go with the trenches. I don't think we see a running back play here. I think they should be smarter about it because they went luxury early on, but we shall see.
I think one of those picks is the running back. Maybe I'm wrong.
Debro, real quick, Chicago, 2 picks here coming up in the early going here tonight. I think there's some pressure on them after last night. I don't think this was great. I don't think this is where Ben Johnson should have started. I think the offseason was good, but I think this was yet another head scratcher by a front office that if I was a Bears fan, it would make me crazy sometimes the moves that they make.
Yeah, I can see that. I think this says loudly to me that pick was all Ben Johnson putting his stamp on this roster and putting his stamp on his first draft as head coach. Now, whether we agree or not, but this is definitely, they are out on Cole Kmet. To your point, Joey, I won't be surprised if we see him traded during the NFL draft. So
I like it more if that happens tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that won't shock me at all. Or if we see a trade, I mean, the other thing is you could still see trades like injuries in training camp, things like that. So I think this has been Johnson putting his stamp. I think that if I was going to earmark somewhere on the D line, I'm with Andrew on that. And the other pick, I do think is going to be a running back because again, Ben Johnson knows what they have and what they don't have in DeAndre Swift from his time in Detroit. And I don't think he's going to be the lead back.
In Rowan's words, let's go. Day 2. We're going to hit a quick break. When we return, Russell Brown joins us for the beginning of the draft. Andrew Erickson, go get them grades out. Get ready. Get that red pen ready to go. More Fantasy Pros Night 2, Round 2 coming at you after this very quick break. Stick with us. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we're all passionate about fantasy football, obviously. But sometimes there is a little bit missing. What's missing? A team. But not your fantasy team. No, a team of like-minded, passionate fantasy football fans. And if that is not part of your everyday, Fantasy Pros Discord might be your answer. Chat with other fans, debate strategies, and find leagues to join. Every week, get your questions answered live in our AMA live Discord sessions. Want to know if you should start that sleeper or avoid a risky trade? Our experts, they're here to help. And if you got a question, you might even end up on a podcast. It's not just about advice, though. It's about community, with channels for every aspect of fantasy football, draft advice, waivers, props to dynasty, best ball, and a ton more. You're going to find like-minded fans just like you. So join the best fantasy team, Join Fantasy Pros on Discord at fantasypros.com/chat today. Get your questions answered and connect with fans. Don't just play fantasy football, live it with Fantasy Pros on Discord.
All right, we're back, and look who it is. It's Russell Brown. I've got all of my favorite Brown brothers here, the Brown family reunion. Derek and Russell here yet again. Russell, night 1 is in the books. Night 2 is here. The Browns are officially on the clock here. They've got 6 minutes before we are making a pick in theory. Let's hope that we get off to a good foot here. So the Cleveland Browns, an odd start last night. What do they have to do, Russell, in night 2 to turn things around? Because the fan base wasn't really pleased last night with how things went.
I can't blame them. I mean, for the rest of Mason Graham's career, it'll be compared to Travis Hunter the entire time. They'll go hand in hand for the rest of their careers. Who does better? Who does worse? I think here at 33, they've got to get their quarterback. They can't afford to let somebody jump them at 36, let a team go to 34 or 35 and get a quarterback. Who that quarterback's going to be? Is it Shedeur? Is it Jalen Milroe? I kind of lean with Debro here. I think maybe Milroe could go before Sanders. A lot of that is just simply because of the connection with Tommy Rees, the former Alabama offensive coordinator. He's now at Cleveland as the OC. I think he would have that connection with Milroe, unless, of course, they didn't get, along. I don't know exactly how the relationship was, but it sounds like Jalen Milroe has had glowing reviews the entire draft process.
The one thing I would say, though, you expect that out of the second of the Cleveland Browns picks, right? Because you've got Tennessee, who just took Cam Ward, Houston ahead of them as well in that other pick. So there's no reason to take Milroe here at the top. So, Russell, if you had a prediction here, what would it be for the Cleveland Browns here to kick things off?
Well, I would probably take Milroe at 33, and then
I agree.
And then hope that if you're taking TreVeyon, let's say you're going running back, right? I would assume maybe they would be intrigued with the running back at 36. I would maybe go Judkins or Henderson, take the difference between the two. Or if you have somebody else on the board, maybe it's Kaleb Johnson, maybe it's DJ Giddens, maybe it's RJ Harvey. I mean, you can go in a variety of ways at the running back position, but quarterback, that's the one that you got to get right. So I don't know if you'd want anybody to jump yet at 36. So I would lean towards the quarterback at 33 at this spot.
Debro, do you agree with that assessment that you don't want to let anybody jump in front of you here? I mean, you only got to get – Houston did just move back. I don't think Houston will move again. I could see Tennessee maybe moving, right? Because they're a team that needs a lot, and they're not turning things around anytime soon. That might be where you get a little itchy on the trigger, perhaps. Yeah. So, Debro, give us your prediction here for the Cleveland Browns as we look ahead to what their needs are, and there's still a ton of them. I mean, Cleveland still has a ton of needs on this board. They took the defensive tackle. That's great. They still have a need a quarterback because the quarterback room is Joe Flacco, and it is Kenny Pickett, and the corpse of Deshaun Watson. I mean, that's what we're looking at right here. Wide receiver, offensive line. We have the D tackle, so we can cross that one off the list. The pick is in here. So, Debro, before we know what it is, you want to take a shot at prediction time?
It's Milroe. I don't think I'm with Russ. Again, if you believe in the quarterback, you don't screw around. Get your quarterback, because I think that you could see either one of these teams trade down. So to me, you draft Milroe, and then if you want to trade down, then you shop 36. If you've got a bunch of running backs, and if it is running back that they go, and I think that's probably where they do go, if they are going to go running back, you got a bunch of guys similar grades on your board, then move back, pick up more equity, and then just take whoever's left, man. So, but don't screw around the quarterback. You don't want to walk into a year where Joe Flacco is definitively starting every single game. That's not a world you want to live in.
All right, Russell, real quick, while we're waiting here, do you want to give us your biggest winner yesterday as we have the pick coming out in about 10 seconds? Who was the biggest winner from night 1 for you?
Baltimore. You let Malachi Starks fall right into your lap. Malachi Starks, Kyle Hamilton, that defense is going to get better, and they're probably going to add to it tonight.
Okay, there you go. Look, Baltimore's what they do, right? They just sit back there every year and take the best guy that drops to them, and it doesn't matter. It's a linebacker, Carson Schwessinger. That is the pick here.
Here's that.
So, Russell Brown with the big wow. Is that a good wow or a wow, Cleveland Browns, you did it again?
I mean, it's fine, right? I mean, it looks like they want to revamp this defense a little bit and give Jim Schwartz, some obvious weapons to the defense and those types of things. And Schwessinger's story is awesome, right? He was a former walk-on, and he was able to earn his way to team captain at UCLA. And then he's a guy that has great range. He's got sideline to sideline ability, but I just wonder what the long-term answer is at quarterback here. Because yes, Schlesinger can play, he can tackle, he's going to be a fine fit, but you still need a quarterback, and now a team can potentially jump you on the next pick.
D-Bro, what are your thoughts on this pick, Carson Schlesinger? Certainly, a linebacker is going to help. They could use more help on the defensive side, but maybe not, again, where you wanted to kick things off tonight.
I feel like Andrew Berry and Terry Fontenot are having a mid-off, like which GM could be the dumbest in this draft right now. And honestly, I think Berry, dude, you're winning. You're winning. You traded away. You gave him Travis Hunter. You drafted a D tackle. Now we go with linebacker, and this is nothing against Schlesinger. Great story. Great player. I honestly kind of wonder why the heck he wasn't playing before last year if he's this freaking good. But if that's the case, why two premium picks and you go with linebacker and D tackle? I'm sorry, but you can miss me with both of these. And I'm not saying they're bad players. I'm not.
Well,
but considering the needs, considering the needs of this team, this is ridiculous.
Well, look, 136 tackles last year, 90 solo tackles last year. So that's
a good player.
Not
a player.
Just for credentials, once again, first team AP All-American, first team All Big Ten Conference, finalist for the Butkus Award. So a team captain. So there's leadership aspects, which is important. We know the Browns desperately need some more locker room guys, I think, to sort of turn this thing around here. And I like that they're committed to Stefanski, and I hope Stefanski, before he gets fired, gets to pick one quarterback just once. I would like to see him do that. Russell, do you agree? Like, before he gets the axe, give him a shot just once.
Yeah, let him get one of his guys. I know you brought in Deshaun and all of that, but you gave him so much money, and obviously the plan backfired, but you've yet to draft one for a guy, and it's very – I feel like that's rare for any coach to not get the opportunity to draft a quarterback at least once during their tenure. I get it. Sometimes you take over a team and you've got a veteran, or you trade for a veteran and it works out. Look at Dan Campbell with Jared Goff. It's working out. But eventually down the road here, he's going to have to draft one. I mean, they did draft one, technically, Hendon Hooker. So, I mean, you got to go get your guy at some point.
I think Uncle Monk kind of sums it up here. Browns have no quarterback, no running back, and one good wide receiver. WTF.
WTF. It's going to be on the field a whole lot.
Indeed. This one irritates me, though, because the Texans are up next. They need offensive line help. They need wide receiver help. They need tons of help here. But they took the guy that I wanted for the Patriots, the wide receiver. Jayden Higgins goes off the board. So D-Bro is giddy with this selection here. Owen Daniels making the selection, too. Look at Owen Daniels. I was always, just before the show, I was saying, what's Owen Daniels up to these days? I was just wondering. Jayden Higgins, one of my favorite wide receivers. I love this landing spot. Derek Brown, you don't know about what else there is after Nico Collins right now. And I think this is a very savvy move. I think he's a good compliment to Nico Collins. This is exciting to me from a fantasy perspective. Your thoughts, D-Bro?
This is a wonderful, wonderful pick. Putting him and Nico on the outside. Now you let Christian Kirk play full-time slot. I mean, dude, I love this pick so much because Kirk, we don't know if he can stay healthy for a full season even at this point. And Jayden Higgins, I've said it before, man, like, again, setting him up in this spot with the draft capital, being a top 50 wide receiver and the team saying it very loudly, we believe in him. One of the things I was hoping for Jayden Higgins with a landing spot, and after Christian Kirk departs, after this year probably is what we're thinking here, Jayden Higgins could be a power slot next year. Like, we're talking about, you can move him inside, move him outside. You have Nico to stretch the field. Higgins to be gobbling up targets underneath. It's a fantastic fit for the two of these guys. And big ups for CJ Stroud. We needed weapons. If this O-line pans out and can actually block, bounce back season for Stroud incoming.
Trade here right now. The Seahawks are now on the clock at 35. We'll get you the details of that deal in just a moment. So they did just bring in Darnold. Could they be looking for a quarterback? I don't know. Maybe there's something they like. We'll find out in a second. They need wide receiver help. Maybe the Higgins
wide receiver
move. Maybe they're starting to panic about this, especially with the Patriots up next. I hate the way this is going for the Patriots. My favorite one's gone. And if Seattle jumps in and takes another wide receiver, I'm going to be very upset here. Russell, let's get your take on Jayden Higgins before we get the Seahawks pick. Third team AP All-American, second team All Big 12, ranked 10th in the FBS with 87 receptions. He had 1,183 yards, 13.6 per, and of course, 9 receiving touchdowns last year. So Jayden Higgins, what kind of fit is he for the Houston Texans?
I agree with Debro. I mean, this allows you versatility inside, outside. He's going to pair well with Nico Collins. You brought in Christian Kirk. I really like this pairing. And it's a weapon for CJ Stroud, right? Like, you don't know what Tank Dell's going to be coming back from an injury, if he even comes back from the injury. But watching Higgins on tape, you see a guy that's effective with his hands. He can beat press. He's got enough speed. The 50-50 balls are there, and he tracks the ball really well on the outside. So I'm a big fan of this pick. There was some buzz that maybe he could go in the first round. The Lions were potentially a team that were linked to him a little bit through the process. So I think this is a fine fit right here with the 34th pick. And obviously we'll see what Seattle does. That would be really something if they take like a Jalen Milroe right before Cleveland at 36.
Oh God, if they do, the Cleveland Browns fans, even though Jalen Milroe is not a slam dunk, he's not even close.
Get your medicine, you deserve it, Cleveland.
But that would be the worst. And you know what? Being the Loki of fantasy that I am, I'm here for it. I kind of want to see it now. I mean, now that you said it,
I just want to see the pain.
Debro, I feel like the Jayden Higgins selection where he went is confirmation of process for yourself and me specifically, because all through draft season we did a ton of mocks. We watched a ton of film. You watched more than almost anybody. And I think it's one of those things where you look at it and go, we really love this kid, and we're right on the evaluation that he went this soon here and went over some other guys that arguably on other people's boards are, higher up, right? Noel, you have Burden. So really interesting situation here. So we'll see. Pat Fitzmaurice wondering maybe Luther Burden here. That would not shock me, Fitzy. I got to be honest with you. I mean, if you're the Seahawks, why not? So here you go. Second round pick swap with the Titans. Remember I said the Titans?
Because you have enough slot wide receivers?
15 minutes ago, what did I say? If there's a team that's going to trade out of this spot, it's who? It's the Titans. Why? Because they need more things. So they picked up some extra pieces there. So it's a 35 in exchange for the 52 and the 82. So that's moved up here. So predictions here for this selection. Seattle needs interior offensive line still. They need edge help still, safety, D-tackle. But wide receiver is staring us in the face, and we just saw one go off the board, Russ.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder, is there Will Johnson potentially the player that they're going to consider from Michigan? Mike McDonald, former Michigan defensive coordinator. There's obviously a connection there. I know we're thinking offense, and I completely agree. Offense is the way to go, and I know they've got a plethora of corners, with Devin Witherspoon and Tariq Woolen and stuff like that. But Will Johnson might be a fine fit at this spot.
All right, we shall see what pick that is. And a reminder, everybody, as you're watching us, Super Chats are available. So if you've got something to say and you want it said on the show, Super Chat us, get yours in right now, and we'll guarantee you move to the top of the queue as we await this pick here. Whenever there's a trade, everything kind of slows down for a moment here. We've got a few seconds left on the clock here for the Seattle Seahawks to make this move. And, of course, you just saw Seth Wolcock also saying Will Johnson there along. So great minds think alike here. And Seth will be joining the broadcast. I'll be stepping away in just a few picks here as well. So it'll be the Derek Brown, the Russell Brown, maybe Seth Brown. Maybe we just call him Seth Brown for the rest of the night and just stay consistent. I think that's going to be easier for everyone on here. So when can we get this pick in, for the love of goodness gracious? The pick is in here. It is safety Nick Emenwari. So Debro went safety here. I can breathe a little bit because I still wanted Higgins. That's still the guy I wanted. We'll see what the Patriots do. But your take on the safety selection here by the Seahawks.
McDonald is going to love this kid so freaking much. Let him play downhill. Let the athleticism. He's so aggressive, man. This is a Mike McDonald pick through and through and through. I mean, they can play him all over the field. He is going to be a guy that just comes down and sets the tone. I love this pick. And this is, again, I said it at the top, Joey. Emenwari falling out of the first round. Seattle said, oh, man, the NFL done made a big mistake here. And they came and got their guy.
Shout out to our boy Fatherman, too. It's his birthday today. I see.
Happy birthday.
Fatherman, one of the best that there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be here. And Dredd also. Dreadis, nothing to say, just love and support all you guys. Thanks, Dredd. Awesome. We love you too.
Thank you, Dredd.
One of our favorite Discord folks here. She never misses shows. She's out here. This is what we do, man. We hang out with our friends and we watch ball. So, Russ, give me your take on this selection here. South Carolina safety Emenwari.
such a Seattle Seahawk pick. 6'3", 220,
Yeah.
runs like the wind blows, right? Can jump out the gym, 43-inch vertical, great length, athleticism. He's going to provide a bunch of versatility. He's going to play single high, split safety. He can cover the slot, cover tight ends. He triggers downhill so quickly, like Debro said. There are missed tackles at times. The body control gets a little out of line. The tackling technique is a little bit messed up from time to time, but overall that's fixable. And with this defense, this is just kind of a weapon to utilize for Seattle. So this is a great landing spot for a team that needed some safety help.
Yeah. So Reek Woolen, Witherspoon, Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy. It's looking to be a pretty good defense here, Debro.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they can pick up a corner in this draft too, kind of cement things. And I agree.
49ers better get their act together, D. Well, I'm just saying these teams.
They're not winning the West this year. It's not
they're
happening.
not. I mean, I didn't think they were going to last year, and everyone thought I was crazy. How could you think that? Well, because every team that loses the Super Bowl the next year takes a big fat dump.
You better hope Welsh isn't watching this right now.
You can watch it all. He knows it's true too.
You're getting a salty text very soon.
I don't care. He knows it's true. We have the next pick in too, but Dredis says, we look adorable in our matching FP shirts. Mayor cracking the whip with the dress code. No, this was my idea.
No, this is a Joey.
This is all me. I
Yeah.
always get dressed up. I wear my suit and tie. It's draft night, and I'm tired of being the only one dressed up. So I said, can we at least all look the same?
You got the nasty text, didn't you, Russ? About that you didn't have one. You weren't showing up with it.
Well,
like, you know.
No, mine must have got lost in the mail or something. I don't know.
Yeah, you got to earn this, Russell. That's what you got to do. You're doing a good job.
Earn it.
You're on your way, Russ. You're on your way.
Oh,
the
my
pick is in for the Cleveland Browns, boys. It's a running back. It's Quinshon Judkins, which I love saying that. So they needed a running back, Russ. They got a running back, 194 attempts, 1,000 yards on the ground, 161 receiving yards, 16 touchdowns for Judkins. So the Nick Chubb era is done in Cleveland. Now we've moved on. We've got our running back. So, all right. So let's talk about it, Russ.
Well, I mean, they get in front of Las Vegas. I mean, they've had this pick, and they take it in front of Chip Kelly and his offense in Las Vegas, who's obviously very familiar with Henderson and Judkins during his time last season with Ohio State. There's been a lot of speculation of them having a running back. I know they took Ashton Genty, so that doesn't really matter. But with Judkins, this is a guy that reminds me so much of Isaiah Pacheco with how he runs. I mean, he's not as vicious with running on lava like Pacheco does, but he's patient. He's got good vision. He can press and has the burst to get through the hole and through the second level consistently. Runs hard with that choppy feet, like I said. So the sub 4.5 speed is there. He can catch passes. He can pick up some blocks. The technique's got to get a little better, but this is a great fit for a guy that I think can be a true number one for them.
And Debro, they're going to have to run the football here. I mean,
yeah.
Look, I know Joe Flacco's.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Look, I'm just saying, I know he loves to throw the football. He's 40 years old, though. You got to learn to run the football again. So let's talk about the redraft value of Judkins, because I think it's going to be more immediate. Third team, big all-10 conference. He led the team, by the way, with 1,060 rushing yards. That was the leading of that team as well. So what do you think of the Judkins fit here in Cleveland from a fantasy perspective, especially in redraft? Like, where would you put him? Hot take in your mind right now. Is he a top 15 guy, top 20 guy?
He's somewhere in RB2 land. He's probably going to go in third or fourth round to redraft. And I talked about this. Like, this is one of the reasons why I didn't think Cleveland was going to go with TreVeyon Henderson, because they want a guy they can give volume to. And considering with both of these picks, they sidestep quarterback. So it's Joe Flacco season, and you're going to need to give some volume. You don't want to ramp it up with Joe Flacco throwing it 45, 50 times a game. And that's what you're going to be able to do with Judkins. I am not the biggest Judkins fan. I've made that clear throughout the entire draft process. But the one thing that you know about Judkins is you can load him up with volume. He can handle and be a workhorse. I think it's just going to be really dirty, nasty 18 to 20-something carries. And behind that offensive line, I mean, they're loading up the defense. It's going to be a lot of 17 to 14 type of wins, hopefully, if you're a Browns fan.
So stay tuned. It looks like the Dolphins are trading up with the Raiders at 37. So as always, we're ahead of the game here. This is why you're watching us at Fantasy Pros, because we're ahead of the curve. It's funny because the graphic on NFL Network would suggest that Kenny Pickett is the starter.
I was just about to say that.
Russell, you think that's a hot take there, or you think they're on to something?
I hope not.
That's a horrible take if that's what I mean, you cannot do that by any means. I can't believe they just flashed that. Like that was going to move the needle for the fan base or something. I mean, I get some of the pieces to the puzzle, right? Jerry Jeudy, Judkins, and David Njoku, and Cedric Tillman, but you got to get the quarterback, and they just don't have it. Maybe they're just hoping that some of these guys fall into the third round.
Well, Shedeur's not going to the Raiders with this pick, folks.
No.
You don't think Shedeur would go to the Dolphins? We never talked about that one. I mean, I don't know how long Tua is for the league. D-Bro, they are, but I think you are possibly not giving the dysfunction enough credit for the Dolphins.
They have a lot of dysfunction. I think this is Will Johnson. I could be wrong with that. I don't see it being a quarterback. Again, this team has so many needs.
Yes,
I mean,
let's take a
offensive
look
line,
at them.
cornerback, like everything. I mean, we could have just made this graphic and under it says Dolphins, everything, anything, no drama. That's what they need, and they got all of it. So,
Russ, what do you think the Dolphins like here that they might move up for with pick number 37?
Yeah, I mean, reading the comments, Dolphins moving up for Shedeur, Tua time is over. I mean, I don't know if people are ahead. That would be nuts if they really took Shedeur here. I would have to guess offensive line, though. They didn't take one in the first round. You got to
go Ursary, Russ?
That's who I would go with.
No,
That's
it's
my
tackle guard, Savion.
That's a good pick. That's actually a good pick.
That's actually a good pick. The Dolphins did something right.
That's a good pick.
I don't know what to say. I'm speechless for the first time in my whole life. The Dolphins did something right. Let's break this prospect down here. D-Bro, what are your thoughts on this selection? Is he going to play tackle?
I think, really, this is one of those, you draft a guy, you get him in camp, and you figure out where you want to play him, because he could play at a lot of different positions. And, personally, I think you start him at tackle and let him prove that he can't do it before you move him to another position. But, Russ, do you feel different?
I'm with you. I think you try to prove yourself at tackle. I mean, we're talking about a player that's only 21. He's going to play his entire rookie season at the age of 21 years of age.
He's a dog, dude.
Yeah, he is. He's kind of that road grader type, bit of a waist bender, but he's got plenty of arm length. He's got the size. I don't want to say he's Jordan Morgan because I feel like I'm scouting the helmet, but it's kind of similar usage, right? That's what Arizona did. So it's hard to look past that, but there's a lot to be desired here. And it's like, all right, we can try him at tackle. Worst case scenario, we got a pretty good guard.
Yeah. Well, it says guard on here on the official NFL Network feed that I'm watching. So I don't know if that is, sometimes you could see that in there if they're drafting him as a guard. Maybe that's where they think he's going to go. But there is flexibility there. We'll give it some time and see what's going on. So it looks like guard is going to be a position for Savion here from Arizona. And I don't think that's a bad comp. Just because a guy, is coming from the same team and the same makeup. You see this all the time. Certain organizations like a certain type of player who does certain things in certain systems. Yeah. So, and if you can find those guys to do that and rinse and repeat, you're going to find success as long as your team is winning. My Patriots are on the clock with 3 minutes and 30 seconds. They need a wide receiver. They need a playmaker. They need something here. Dude. Russ, what do you want to give my Patriots? What's the best playmaker on the board? Please, for the love of God, can we do something exciting for once in my life?
You got to go wide receiver Jaylen Noel out of Iowa State or Luther Burden out of Missouri. Those are the two options.
Who's the better fit? Who's the better fit for Drake May?
Man, I'm still very high on Luther Burden. I'm rooting for the kid really hard. But I understand why people are a little concerned. So I'm going to say Jaylen Noel just because of it's a solid day 2 pick. You don't have to worry about route running or is he going to be invested. Jaylen Noel is going to come in and give you everything he's got from day 1.
Look, Patriots got their offensive tackle. That was the high part of this list here. Wide receivers number 2. Edge and linebacker, look, you still need it. You need more pass rush, but they did a good job in the offseason bringing a lot of veteran talent, D-Bro. So I don't think this pick is defense. I really don't.
No.
And I don't care that they signed Stephon Diggs to a 3-year, $69 million contract. I don't care because I have no idea what Stephon Diggs is going to be at this point of his career, especially coming off that injury. So, D-Bro, who fits this scheme here, potentially with Mike Vrabel and, Josh McDaniels now returning, best as a wide receiver? Because I think that has to be the selection here. I wish it was Higgins. It's not Higgins. So what's my consolation prize?
Dude, if they don't take Jaylen Noel with this, I'm going to be ticked off for you. And if they take Jaylen Noel, I'm telling you right now, I'm buying a Patriots jersey immediately. Because it would be a fantastic.
I think we've hit number 3 energy drinks, Russell. I think we've hit number 3 on the energy drinks officially.
This would be the entire makeup of them screwing up the Ladd McConkey pick, or trading away and not getting Ladd McConkey. This is the makeup. This is the makeup if they get Jaylen Noel. I'm telling you, he would come in and compete with Stephon Diggs from day one to be their number one wide receiver and give them verticality and allow Diggs to play. They could rotate both those guys through the slot and have Jaylen Noel be the lid lifter and eat them up underneath, because I don't think people will give enough credit to Noel and his ability to stretch the field. This dude was second in deep receiving yards in the FBS, second last year.
Mm-hmm.
I never heard the word verticality. That's a great word. I thought you made it up for a second. I'm going to be honest.
Now I got to go Google it to make sure it's actually a word here, Joey.
I did already.
Okay. So you already double. Because you were going to roast me if it wasn't a word. That's what it was.
Well, no, I was going to give you credit, but I want to say that toilet paper is really working out for you, because that's really solid. Daryl's concerned for me. Joey P going to miss SmackDown? No, that's okay. I'm only here tonight till pick 45, so we're DVRing the SmackDown. Don't worry. They got a lot of explaining to do still. Raw was good. Need a little bit more explanation on the SmackDown.
That finish to Mania sucked.
The finish to Mania did suck, Russ. It sucked hard. And I was at Mania 40, nights 1 and nights 2 last year, live in person in Philadelphia, and it was amazing. And I knew everything was going to be a letdown after that, still, pretty much a letdown. Back to football, 28 seconds here. Boy, it's really making me sweat it here. And Mike Mayer always getting us these picks early here because, Mike Mayer, he knows a guy. Yet here, can't get it from my Patriots ahead of time. He's got to make me sweat it out, you jerk. What are you doing? Give me the pick.
He can only do with the information he's given. They haven't given it to him yet.
Stop it.
I will say,
tape up for Mayer. I hate this.
If they draft Jaylen Noel, I'm going to be a little disappointed that I traded away Drake May this morning for CJ Stroud in Dynasty.
Okay. All right.
It was offered to me. I had to take it.
JT, verticality, the state of being vertical. Thank you, JT. I appreciate that. Messer Grimm also chiming in here. Joey P, love the wrestling podcast. Yes, that's right. In This Ring wrestling podcast. Just me, solo Joey P, just talking wrestling every single week. Go check it out. Shameless promotion. I can only go with what my birds tell me. Thanks, Varys. Way to go, Mike Mayer.
Hey, good pull. Good pull.
That is a good pull.
That's a good pull. Game of Thrones is still awesome.
So here we go. We are waiting this selection here. The pick is in. All right. Erickson hopefully is manifesting a playmaker wide receiver. It's been a while, D-Bro, since they've had anybody that you got to go. Gronk was a weapon, no doubt about that. But you got to go back to the Randy Moss days before you had one at wide receiver that you felt was just going to take over a game. I love Julian Edelman, but he wasn't that kind of player, as great of a player as he was. But D-Bro, it's been a long time since I had somebody. Oh my God, they're taking a running back. Why? TreVeyon Henderson. No.
Okay.
Why do we continue to spend more capital at the running back position?
I'm sorry, Joey. Mike Vrabel says, no, we're not passing. We're just going to run it 50 times every week. So I will not be, I rescind that. I will not be buying a Patriots jersey. I'm sorry. And Russ, you traded Drake May away. You should feel better about that now because he's still only throwing to Stephon Diggs and Hunter Henry. Joe, I'm sorry. That's all I could say is I'm sorry.
Every year, night 2, this happens.
It just hurts you.
Every year they do something stupid when they have
it
like right there on the board.
Just dissolve your fandom. Dissolve your fandom and find another team. Because
why? Because the Patriots are going to be. Look, I'm a Mets fan. The Patriots have been my only joy since I was 8 years old. For God's sakes. Okay, so I'm not giving up on the Patriots.
Oh, so you like being a suffering fan? Got it.
No, but it's weird. Why can't I have both my teams be good at the same time? Like the Mets are good again now, and the Patriots have been absolutely abysmal the last couple of years. I'm just frustrated because they continuously do the same thing where they look at this board and they make weird decisions. Now, look, Ramondre, I think that's telling you he's toast, right? I think that's the biggest takeaway for this pick, right? Russell Brown, which I'm okay with. I'm fine with. So what does TreVeyon Henderson look like for the New England Patriots?
Well, I think this is a very good pass catcher right away, right? He can make defenders miss after securing the pass. He drops his pad level through contact. There's enough speed, ran the 40 time in 4.43 seconds. He's only 202 pounds, though. So is there any concern for the full 3-down level of being able to withstand contact at a consistent basis in the NFL? Obviously, we'll see. He's got some injury history. He had broken foot, rib injury in 2022 and 2023. But there's a lot of lateral quickness and enough burst and speed to turn the corner and get upfield. So I like this simply because, as to your point, I think that means kind of the end of Stevenson. But again, you need a pass catcher somewhere. But maybe this is their idea out of the back.
Well, look, the pass catching running back format in the Patriots offense historically is a good one to have, right? So I like TreVeyon Henderson. I think he's a good player. It's just not what I wanted specifically, but I also feel like they're telling us that their expectations are that Stephon Diggs is going to be their one. Their expectations are Stephon Diggs is going to be healthy and close to the start of the season, D-Bro. I don't know if I'm buying that. Look, Hunter Henry, Will Campbell, TreVeyon Henderson, Drake May, like this is kind of what you're looking at right now. It's putting a lot of pressure on Diggs to be healthy and good, D-Bro. That's my only problem. That's my biggest problem with this pick. It's not that they took Henderson, because I do think it's time to look ahead. I like Kaleb a little bit more personally. I just like that kind of style running back. I like the big boys who are going to run some people over. But in terms of the Diggs information, I think that's the big takeaway here is the expectation is he is our number one wide receiver sooner than later. And is that something we can buy into?
We can buy into it only because I do think that Stephon Diggs, considering where he's at in his career, I think he's not just like a 90% perimeter guy. I think the Houston model worked last year, and I think New England's going to use that with Josh McDaniels. I think you're going to see Stephon Diggs play primarily slot wide receiver this year. But my big worry is that, like, okay, we got the tackle, maybe a guard, but we got the tackle, and you drafted a running back right now. Like, I love TreVeyon Henderson. Like, let's not get this twisted. He's the RB3 for me in this class. I love TreVeyon Henderson.
Well, that makes me feel even better that he's your RB3.
Yeah, but is that where they needed to go to surround their young quarterback? Like,
well, okay, it doesn't. It supports him, and it does give him an outlet. And Josh McDaniels' offense, I feel like now I'm disappointed in myself because now I'm like trying to talk myself into.
I feel
it,
like you're coping now,
and I don't want to do that. I'm not going to do that.
You're coping.
I still think it's the wrong path. I don't hate the player. Let's put some pressure on the Bears for a change. And by the way, Andrew Erickson clearly is where I am. Javon Baker season, yeah, he doesn't like it either. So,
Matt Collins season.
Oh God, Matt Collins.
Run the ball 70 times a game.
Put some shoes on. You know what? I mean, that's fine. You want to run the ball 70 times a game and let Drake May make plays when he has to and play defense. That sounds pretty good to me. I'm okay with that. I made a statement at the beginning of tonight that you always have that moment, Russ, where you sleep on things and you wake up the next day and you feel differently. The one thing that I really, in retrospect, I kind of started to hate the more I thought about it was the Colston Loveland pick for the Bears, where they took him. I just thought it was, there were so many other things they could have done, and they were on such an upswing. And this organization continues to make bad judgment calls in the front office time and time again. It wasn't a need. It wasn't something immediate. Kmet is perfectly capable still. Now, if you trade Kmet, maybe I feel differently. That hasn't happened yet. But I think the Bears have to hit a home run with these next two picks, and they have two of the next three. So, Russ, what do you want to do for the Bears here? What kind of player should they be looking at with these two picks that they have coming up?
Well, for them, it kind of sucks that two running backs that I would assume they would target are off the board. There was a lot of speculation that maybe they wanted Genty, maybe they wanted Hampton. So now maybe they turn their attention to Caleb Johnson. They met with him during this process, and knowing Ben Johnson and studying his offense here in Detroit, he does a lot of zone. He does a lot of duo, whether it's outside zone and inside zone. There might not be a better zone scheme fit running back than Caleb Johnson. He's got that bend and break mentality. That burst through the hole on those zone blocks is amazing. So I think he would complement DeAndre Swift really well if they went this route with this pick.
RCT got it, though. It's Luther Burden. That's the selection here. So Odunze, DJ Moore. I mean,
dude,
but what this is telling me is that Ben Johnson does not like what he sees. He came in and said, I like the quarterback and I hate everything else, so I'm going to redo it all. So somebody better come knocking. Hey, Patriots, go knock on the Bears' door right now. Go get DJ Moore. Go get him. That would make Joey P very happy. That's how you save my evening tonight. I'm counting on you, Patriots. Go get DJ Moore. So Luther Burden is the selection here. Russ, I'm giving you a minute to take this in, drink it in here. Another one where now he is your third wide receiver, like a talented kid, some questionable makeup issues there. Yeah. Terrific athlete. It's funny because the comp they're throwing up on him is DJ Moore. Well, you already got DJ Moore, So maybe he grows
Horrible
into
comp.
the one you have already.
That's a horrible
God,
comp.
if I'm a Bears fan, I want to bang my head against the wall right now.
You should. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a Bears fan, obviously, but I look at it. I'm rooting for Luther Burden at the next
Look at
level.
Isaac. Look at Isaac. I love Isaac. Isaac, friend of mine, friend of the show. I'm going to go scream into the void.
Sorry,
I don't
Isaac.
want to interrupt you, but that's just
Sorry.
magic.
You're okay.
Get with Ryan Poles these days.
Yeah, I mean, I'm rooting for Luther Burden, and now he's on the Bears, so I have to root against him, and I don't want to see him succeed at all, type thing. But for Kaleb Williams' sake, I mean, you're going to get a guy that can run after the catch. You can do so much with that burst. He can track the football relatively well out of the slot. But to your point, you already have DJ Moore, but maybe they're going to think of moving DJ Moore. So I don't necessarily know what it's going to be, but they needed to bring in some pass catchers with Rome Odunze and DJ Moore. They got Colston Loveland now, and now Luther Burden. It's kind of head scratching, but at the same time, it's weapons. So,
Derek, I think DJ Moore felt like a round peg in a square hole with the Bears last year. And I think you could see him getting moved on here sooner than later. I don't know if DJ Moore sticks around this spot. I could even see a world where they move DJ Moore and just bring back Keenan Allen on a 1-year deal anyway, just because that rapport seemed very good. That would not shock me in the slightest. So let's talk about this. Let's break it down from a fantasy perspective. Now, clearly from a dynasty perspective, you like the long term here, but Odunze's already there as well. So Burden, Odunze, Kaleb Williams, break that all down for me from a dynasty perspective. And does Burden have any appeal for you the way it's structured right now in redraft?
The way it's structured right now, no.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm telling you right now, people are going to do their mental hurdles and backflips. You are going to see it out on X. Luther Burden is going to be Ben Johnson's new Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I'm going to tell you that is the worst possible thing you could tweet right now. He is not Amon-Ra St. Brown, not even close to it. The only similarity they have is that both of them play out of the slot. Beginning, end, done.
All right.
The only way this makes any sense is if they're moving DJ Moore right now and they want to construct. Dude, honestly, I'm going to throw this back to you two guys. Who gets traded first, DJ Moore or Cole Kmet? Can we take odds on that one?
ooh,
I mean, apparently Ben Johnson came in and he said, "We burned it all down, baby."
It's like one of those shows on HGTV where they go, the bones are good, but I just want to knock out this wall and just make one big open
Flooring's
space.
terrible.
where I
There's
have
termites.
12
horrible.
wide receivers and tight ends to throw to, and not enough offensive linemen and all of that. Whenever these drafts do begin, make sure you're using the draft assistant. So if you've got a dynasty draft coming up and you're trying to find the best fits here and be better than the Bears, maybe the Bears could have used draft assistant tonight. FantasyPros.com/assistant. Sync your leagues for free. Get real-time picks and advice based on your expert rankings that are available on Fantasy Pros and your league settings. Much, much more available for you as well on the draft assistant. So use it at FantasyPros.com/assistant. Ryan Poles, get on it. It's for you too. Jeez. All right, so the next pick is in, and it's a quarterback, boys and girls. It's the Saints, and it's Tyler Shough. That's the pick, boys and girls. D-Bro. All right, so we had a baby vomit last night on the Saints pick. Are you any dry heaving? You feeling okay about this one? Nothing disappoints like night 2 of the NFL draft, I got to say. It's really something.
I give up my fandom. I'm not a Saints fan anymore. I give up. I'm selling all the merch. I'm done. I'm done. I'll be back in on it.
what size Lions jersey you want?
Lions. I mean, I need a new fan base because I'm done with the Saints. I'm done with Mickey Loomis. I'm done with all this. Like,
D-Bro, I gave you the Titanic kazoo just for you.
I appreciate that, man. Just go ahead and just give me the funeral music. Because I'm done with it. Like, I like Tyler Shough as a prospect. I did not like him as starting quarterback, 2nd round pick. I was never all that steam picked up, and some people were like, "Oh, he's the QB1" on some boards, and I'm like, well, apparently your eval department is pretty bad if that's the case. But I like the kid, and I think he can play. But to take him over, dude, I'm not a Milroe fan, and I would even take him over. I would take Milroe over him just for the developmental upside. Like Tyler Shough is probably going to be their starting quarterback this year. And I'm just,
Oh no, there's no
Dude.
way he starts week 1. No way.
wait,
That's insane.
Derek Carr, we don't even know if he's going to play right now with the
Oh, it's
shoulder
not going to be Derek Carr. It's going to be Rattler, probably. That's what you're going to get. early
Again,
on.
I don't care because I give up my fandom. I'm done.
Well, come be a Patriots fan
I'll
with me,
come
because at
back
least you
whenever
can
they're
pretend
done with all
like you
this and
enjoyed the
Mickey Loomis
dynasty.
is gone. I'll come back. But until then, I'm done.
All right, what would you have done here if you were the New Orleans? Say edge, corner, offensive line. Where would you have gone? Wide receiver is a huge question mark for them coming into the season, but I understand if they're.
I would have taken Donovan Ezeraku. I would have taken an edge. Give
I
yourself
would
an
have taken
heir
Ezeraku,
apparent
too.
to Cam Jordan. Carl Granderson is solid, but not a game changer. I mean, if we're just going to throw caution to the wind and we're going to build up the team and go get a quarterback next year, which, again, everybody that was hoping, because that's what I kept hearing, the Saints are going to go for Arch Manning next year, blah, blah, blah. Okay, do you think that's going to happen now? They just spent a second-round pick on a quarterback. Okay.
Russ, what do you think is sadder? You like the sad Home Alone song or on the kazoo, or you like the sad Titanic song? Whenever Debro's sad, I play sad music on the kazoo for him on the live stream.
If I'm sad or if I'm more mad.
I liked when you ripped out the Undertaker theme song there. I thought that was pretty solid. Isn't that what you just played?
No, it was the Titanic song. It was.
Oh, I thought you were doing the Undertaker.
Either way.
As the boat is
And
sinking.
that sounds more Star Warsy, and if anything, honestly.
No, as the boat is sinking on Derek Brown's fandom. That's what that is.
I feel for him. I feel
goodness. So what should the Saints have done here, in your opinion, Russ? Too. Ooh,
I mean,
another trade
I
just came
would have
across,
gone with
too.
Jalen Milroe if it was me.
Okay.
I would have even probably considered Shedeur just simply because of.
Yeah, Sorry, I forgot Shedeur is still on the board. The fact that they took Tyler Shough
Oh,
over
that's
him.
right.
is-
Tyler Shough went ahead this
I forgot. Sorry, I blacked out
Milroe.
there for a second.
He went ahead of Milroe.
I blacked out
and
for a second.
Shedeur.
Yeah, the fact that
Wow.
Shedeur is still on the board and Shedeur is not a New Orleans Saint and it's Tyler Shough. Again, Mickey Loomis, I'm done with you.
Yeah.
Bye.
That's amazing to think of Shedeur's falling this far. Like, this is quite an indictment. Like, I think his dynasty value is going to be really destroyed here. Because when this many NFL teams tell you that, night 1 tells you nobody loves him. Night 2, you don't go early. It tells you nobody likes you either. That's a problem.
Yeah.
That is a huge problem. So the Bills have made a trade. They leapfrog here at 41. They are now officially on the clock. The Bills traded with the Bears. So not only, you know what? It's probably for the best, Bears, because you don't know what to do with your picks anyway. You might as well trade. I don't know what the details are yet of this deal. We'll get them to you as soon as we know. Second round pick. So the Bills move to second. They give up. They get a third round pick for number 72 overall. They get a fourth round pick. The Bears receive second round pick number 56 and second round pick number 67. So they got 2 more chances now in this round to screw up those picks, and a fourth round pick 109 altogether. So yowza, probably for the best, Bears fans. Friends don't let friends let Brian Poles make picks for you anymore. And it's not even like it's in a city like New Orleans or Nashville. You could say, look, everyone's hungover from yesterday, where everybody's been drinking all day. It's Green Bay. There's not much to do there. Or maybe that is the point, Russ. Maybe there's nothing else to do, and everyone's just hammered drunk making these picks.
It could be. I mean, I don't necessarily know, but I'm looking at the Bills moving up. I'm just super intrigued at what they're going to do, because they took Maxwell Harrison yesterday, but Will Johnson's on the board. Trey Amos is on the board. I thought Trey Amos was going to be their pick yesterday. And I'm looking, Donovan Ezeraku, Darius Alexander. Is Mike Green possibly the guy here? I'm really curious what the Bills are going to do.
Me too. Let's recap some of the picks so far. Carson Schwarzenegger to the Cleveland Browns. Thumbs up or thumbs down, boys? What do you want to give this? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Thumbs down from Debro, thumbs down. It's a thumbs down for the first pick of the night. Let's see how we do with the second one. Jayden Higgins, Iowa State to the Houston Texans. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
3 thumbs up here. Big thumbs up. Enthusiastic. Everybody loves that. Big Jayden Higgins. Imanwari from South Carolina to the Seattle Seahawks. I go thumbs up, boys. What do you think? Thumbs up from Debro. Thumbs up from Russell Brown. Still got the
Great
thumbs up
pick.
there. Quinshon Judkins, Ohio State running back to the Browns. Thumbs up or thumbs down, boys? We've got down from Debro.
I'll give it a thumbs up just because they needed a back.
I'll give him a thumbs up too, just because they need it back too. Savion to the Dolphins. A surprising thumbs up. So everybody thumbs up there. The thumbs up is getting a lot of love here right now. We can't get rid of it. TreVeyon Henderson, Ohio State to the Patriots. I don't know. Thumbs down from Debro.
I'm going to give it a thumbs down because the pass catcher went right after it.
Yeah. I'm gonna abstain because I'm just confused. Luther Burden.
I feel your pain right now, Joey. We're riding in the same sinking
We
ship.
are. Well, mine's better than yours. At least my player is useful.
Fair. At least you got a quarterback.
I've got a franchise quarterback and a left tackle for the next 10 years. I'm fine. And I got a head coach who knows what he's doing in an organization that actually gives a crap. So I'm believe me, don't cry for me. I'll be fine. Luther Burden to the Bears. Up or down, boys? Where do you want to go? Down from Debro?
I'll give him a thumbs up.
Oh, I got to break the tie. I'm going to go down. I'm going to go down yet again because this is my problem with the Bears. You can contend in this division right now. Minnesota is in a situation where they are looking at a young quarterback starting, coming off of an injury. The Packers just fell apart at the end of the year. The Lions lost both their coordinators. If you're the Bears, you actually have a shot here, and you're just screwing the pooch. I hate it. It's terrible. Tyler Shough, Debro, thumbs up or thumbs down, dare I ask? He doesn't even have a thumb. He's got a finger.
I'm close to walking off. No.
I was gonna say maybe next year, D, we need another finger besides the thumbs up and thumbs down for some of these picks. Maybe we black it out.
Yeah, I got one finger and it ain't a thumb.
All right, so the pick is in here for the Bills, taking defensive tackle TJ Sanders. TJ Sanders, the selection here. So, Russ, walk us through your evaluation of this pick for the Buffalo Bills.
I think this is a little rich in my personal opinion. I probably would have gone with Darius Alexander. I wouldn't have traded up to 41 to make this selection, but you're looking at a 6'4", 297-pound, 3 technique, more than likely, maybe a little 4-eye in his game as well. Strong, holds his ground at the point of attack. He can slip through blocks and under them. He wraps up in the backfield. But there's going to be times where I don't know if he's always going to be on the field on passing downs. He doesn't necessarily always work his hands consistently enough. He plays with a little bit of a narrow base too frequently, and he's just got to get a little bit stronger with his lower half. He'll get knocked off balance, but it's fine. You needed a 3-tech. I just think this is a little rich.
The chat's killing it, including Sal, our producer. Tyler Shough, Taysom Hill, the dynamic duo quarterback. Maybe Taysom Hill if you're starting quarterback. Maybe some old-timey football stuff. Free Spencer Rattler from Mike Mayer here. Give us your evaluation. So we've got TJ Sanders, Joey Bosa, Benford, Hairston in that first round, 30th overall went, Oliver. Look, the Bills needed more help on defense, so I think this is a decent pick. You can quibble about the actual selection of the player, but the side of the football I think makes some sense, Steve.
No, I'm totally with him taking a D tackle. I'm with Russ on this one. I think Darius Alexander would have been my pick, but again, they know how they want to, fit their scheme and stuff like that. And if TJ Sanders is it, we agree wholeheartedly as far as with the position they should have gone with. So definitely thumbs up for me with D tackle here. That was the big need for them. It was D tackle and corner, and they filled both their needs. Again, some organizations, unfortunately not the Saints, maybe not the Falcons or the Browns, some organizations do things that are smart. It's nice to see.
They do. The TreVeyon Henderson one, I'm going to be literally thinking about this all weekend. I'm just saying, I can see.
I won't spend another second thinking about the Saints. Done.
Come be a Patriots fan with me and Andrew. At least we could all enjoy that together. Andrew and I are already longtime Patriot fans. Come on. I was a Patriot fan going back before the Bledsoe days. I go back to the Curtis Martin, Chris Slade days of the Patriots in the early mid-90s. So join us. It'll be a good time. So the Jets are up next. The pick is in. They some of the needs here: wide receiver, tight end, offensive line, defensive tackle, safety, corner. Russ, where do you think the Jets should go with this next selection?
I kind of wonder, do they go with Will Johnson with this selection? I mean, they could utilize him in their defense. They signed Brandon Stevens, but Aaron Glenn is a defensive back guy at heart, and this allows him an opportunity just to sit behind Stevens for most of the year to get healthy if needed, and you get a guy maybe for long-term to pair with Sauce Gardner. That wouldn't be the worst-case scenario, and if not that, maybe they go on the offensive side, get a tight end. They need one really bad.
Who would that tight end be? Because I know who it is.
I know who it is, or at least I know who I want.
Oh no! Wait! I want to see what Russell. I want to see if Russell nails it. He's so smart.
No, I don't know who the pick is, but I know who I would want.
Okay,
Man.
Who do you want at tight end? Go, boys.
Mine would be Elijah Arroyo, but we'll see.
Okay. Russ?
looking at my rankings, the next one up for me would have been Harold Fannin, but I could see them going Mason Taylor or Harold.
You're
Harold
both
Fannin
wrong. It's Mason Taylor.
Okay.
You're both wrong. Mason Taylor is the pick for the Jets. 55 catches, 546 receiving yards.
Okay.
Mason Taylor. I don't
Solid
think
pick.
Yes, but I think the Jet fan base. I'm where Russell was. You have a defensive-minded head coach. I think, again, this is I want to say a swing and a miss, but definitely it's like a weak ground ball to short that maybe gets through the infield.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. There's some talent left on this board on the defensive market, and the Jets, I think, could have used some help. D-Bro, break this pick down for me here. I know the 2 tight ends went in the first round. We don't get that every year, but man, oh man, is this really the best fit here for the Jets?
I mean, I think it's a really good fit, to be honest, man. I mean, and my problem with Mason Taylor this entire process is I think the conversation around him has been like, oh, there's a lot of upside, and I don't think there's a lot of upside with Mason Taylor, but what I think you're getting out of Mason Taylor is a 3-down tight end. He can play every single down. He can block. He can stretch the seam. I just don't see the ceiling, the ultimate ceiling with Mason Taylor, and that's kind of why I leaned. I thought they were going to go tight end. I leaned Elijah Arroyo because I think the athletic ceiling and what you can do with him in the offense is better. But I think with Mason Taylor for this pick, I mean, I think it's a really solid pick, man. They needed a guy that could play all 3 downs, and they needed to get another pass catcher. Like, if you want to give Justin Fields any kind of shot, this is a really good start. You add to the offensive line, you get him a pass catcher, and a guy that I think that, considering his skill set, can step in and be your starter from day one. It's just a question of upside for me, but I like the pick.
The comp here from Lance Zierlein is Dallas Goedert. Now, that's funny because
that's high praise.
I was going to say that's kind of high, but
high praise.
To the point that you made, I think of Dallas Goedert as a tight end that was solid, not spectacular. I never look at Dallas Goedert and say, man, what a spectacular playmaker. Russ, where do you fall in this comp there? Dallas Goedert, is that too lofty?
Yeah, I think so.
Too.
I think Dallas is probably a little bit more productive. I would have maybe gone with more so like a Pat Fryermuth, right? Like where you're maybe getting 2-3 catches a week here and there, and then there's that big splash, but then the next week he's only going to get you 1 or 2 catches type of thing. But I like the pick simply because it was a need. So you're drafting for need. You're building pieces around Justin Fields a little bit. That's important. But at the same time, I don't necessarily know if his upside is as high as a player like maybe a Harold Fannin or, to Debro's point, Elijah Arroyo.
Russ, I'll give you my comp and see what you think, man. My comp for him was Jermaine Gresham.
Oh, okay.
Well, I'm going a little bit in the Wayback Machine, but that's kind of how I see his career arc, man. Like, and I see his skill set. Like,
yeah, see, the comp they just throw out here too is Zach Ertz, and I don't, no.
Ertz is better than him.
I think Ertz is better. I think Goddard is closer. I think people don't
Goddard's a better player.
How good Zach Ertz was at his peak.
Yeah.
Zach Ertz was pretty damn good at his peak.
I think that's dismissive to Dallas Goedert, to be honest, too.
I mean, maybe Dallas Goedert back end of his career. Maybe that's like the Gresham one actually is not bad. Let's move forward here. Boy, 2 to 3 catches. Get excited, Jet fans. Get excited. Well, let's look ahead because after the Jets, we have the San Francisco 49ers coming up next. So let's take a look at their team needs. Defensive tackle, edge, offensive line, cornerback. They better do something here. They better make a splash because I feel like everybody else in this division is getting much better very quickly and catching up. And I feel like the 49ers are hanging on by a thread a little bit here. So, Russell, walk us through your opinion of what you think they might be looking at with pick number 43.
I would have to guess Ariante Ursary here would be the player I would consider. I mean, they were linked to Kelvin Banks through the pre-draft process at 11. They obviously did not go with that in that selection. They went with Michael Williams. So I think you got the edge rusher you needed. I think you go get an offensive tackle, and it's a fine fit because he can sit behind Trent Williams for a year and develop if needed.
All right. The pick is in here for the 49ers. Go ahead, Derek, because I don't have the name quite yet.
I fully agree. That was going to be the name that I threw out there for them. If they don't go, this would be another good spot for Will Johnson. Like if you want to, like this, Will Johnson would be a very on-brand solid pick.
Yes.
It's neither.
Defensive tackle from Texas, Alfred Collins.
Okay.
Selection here.
Okay. I mean, dude, they needed help in the trenches. They had to address the line.
I'm good with this.
Yes, I'm good with this.
Bring in a winning player too from a winning culture. I think that's helpful
this is a solid pick.
Yes, solid. I would give this a B plus A minus kind of selection here, Russell. Is that fair, or is that being too generous?
No, I think that's fair. I mean, we're looking at a 6'6", 330 plus pound defensive tackle with almost 35-inch arms. And he shows that he can utilize that arm length, creating separation and working his hands. Had he been, I think, at times a little bit more stout against the run and was able to put together his hand usage a little bit more frequently with a little bit more refinement, I think he would have been probably selected a little bit higher than this, to be completely honest with you, because there's a lot of buzz surrounding his upside as a pass rusher.
What do you think of the comp of Javon Kinlaw to him?
I could see it. I think he'd be better than Javon Kinlaw was in San Francisco. That's for sure.
Same. Kinlaw was not trying to shade the guy, but Kinlaw was a bust pick. I think he's gonna be better than him. Hopefully.
Yeah, but in terms of skill set,
skill set, I don't disagree.
Yeah, maybe they get it right this time.
Maybe the what they hope to get out of Kinlaw.
The second team AP All-American, started all 16 games, 55 tackles, 5.5 for a loss, 1 sack. For him last year, and the breakdown for Alfred Collins, big part of that Texas team. Hook 'em horns. Scott Bogman, very proud. Now, look, we've got 2 picks left before we switch around here. Next one goes to the Dallas Cowboys. So Cowboy fans holding their breath here. Debro, I'm going to let you go first here. Cowboys desperately need a running back here. Kaleb, I think, would be a good fit here.
Mm-hmm.
You want to give him Kaleb?
Yep. I think it's Kaleb or Jaylin Noel. Jaylin will be another fantastic pick. But I think they should go Caleb Johnson here. But hey, what do I know?
The board.
Jerry's probably going to take a corner or something. We'll see.
Well, think about the board though. Judkins gone, Henderson gone, right?
Watch him take Will Johnson. Watch.
All right, Russ, do you think that they can afford to go running back here? I know they need another wide receiver, but there's still some on the board here as we look a little further. I feel like the running back pool, I feel like we're at that cliff of that tier. And I think Kaleb has been mistreated in this draft process because his 40 time wasn't as fast as other people's. You put on the tape, you watch him run. Caleb Johnson's great. He's knocking guys over. I mean, Derrick Henry's 40 time was about the same in the 40. So I don't know why we're all freaking out. Derrick Henry not good at football. Right. It's just crazy to me.
Yeah, I think Caleb Johnson makes a lot of sense. Another back that makes a lot of sense, in my opinion, is Devin Neal out of Kansas. I'm a big fan of Devin Neal, 5'11", 213. Just it seemed like he was consistent, good contact balance, good vision. And if they don't go that route, we talk pass catcher, obviously Jaylin Noel makes sense. But how about Kyle Williams out of Washington State? You just get a speedster, a deep threat, a guy that can go vertically. Wouldn't be bad.
Pick is in. Cowboys select Donovan Ezeraku. That is the selection here.
That's not a bad pick, but again, Dak Prescott, I mean, they're just cementing my stake as him being a loser. So
think of this. Maybe Jerry gets on the phone here, calls up the Bears and says,
giving Jerry too much credit already.
You gonna use that DJ Moore fella? Maybe you trade me. I got picks in the 4th round. You want that 4th round pick? And maybe you get DJ Moore. I mean,
they don't even have a 4th round pick, right? Didn't they trade that for Jonathan Mingo for a bench player? Let me see.
Oh no, did they?
Let me look it up.
I think they did actually.
I'm pretty sure that unless they have an extra one, they don't have their 4th round pick.
You get my 4th round pick next year. Hot damn.
I will give it to you for your backup wide receiver.
My guy, come on. How about them Cowboys? All right. So look, Russ, I think this is a good selection here. Maybe Dak Prescott continues to be a loser here. Debro selected him as so far night one of the bigger losers.
Yeah, they don't have their 4th rounder, by the way.
Do you want? So oopsie, sorry everybody. I didn't want to get your hopes up.
How about you like 2 fifths? What about 2 sixths? 3 sevens? That's what I got for you.
Can I rub them together, make a 4th? Let me see what I can do for you. I'm gonna take 2 of these 6th round picks. I'm gonna rub them together. Boom, we got a 4th round pick.
Somebody's gotta tell Jerry that math
get
doesn't
that DJ
math.
Moore going. Let's get that DJ Moore coming down there. Come on now.
Whoa, that would be actually a really good trade.
Russ, what do they have to do here offensively though in what they have left here, 3rd round and on, or are we looking at moving capital for next year to help Dak Prescott? Because he's in a tough spot right now. I mean, he's got no running back. He's got 1 wide receiver.
Yeah.
Protection's questionable. What's happening here?
Yeah, I mean, I think taking a running back maybe in the 3rd round isn't the worst case scenario. But I'm with you. You got to move some future capital to try to get up and get a pass catcher before the run starts on them. And you still need help in the secondary. Well, Johnson was here. He was my highest ranked available player. I'm fine with Donovan Ezeraku, though. He replaces DeMarcus Lawrence. You needed a pass rush. There's a lot of potential, a lot of praise for Ezeraku's character. But yes, they've got to get a skilled player tonight. Like somewhere they've got to make it happen. And maybe it is putting 2 6-round picks together and getting a fourth somewhere, but they've got to get something tonight on the offensive side of the football.
Look, I got nothing up my sleeves, right? I got all these draft picks.
I just
Boom,
don't.
bang.
For the Cowboys, how are you moving the ball this year? You don't have a running back that can break tackles, and you have nothing there outside of CeeDee Lamb. I'm sorry, Jake Ferguson is not a needle mover. No, but like whatever. Like
Yeah,
I don't
understand
the
the Cowboys number right now going into
taking the under on their win total
7.5. I'm going to set it 7.5. You want to go over under?
The under, smashing the under.
Russ, 7.5.
Yeah, I would smash the under too. I could see them winning 7 games, 6 games.
Right? Feels like it. Feels like
5,
especially
6
that
games.
division. I don't think they're beating the Commanders or the Eagles once. Maybe you split with the Giants.
Maybe, yeah.
So you're already, that's 5 losses right there, folks. 5 losses right out of the gate. All right. As we continue to look ahead to the NFL draft, we've got more help for you as all of your rookie drafts are starting pretty soon. I know mine's on Monday. I'm excited for it. Dynasty Rookie Draft Simulator is available right now and lets you complete a mock in just minutes with no waiting in between picks. I hate waiting. Hate waiting for picks. This is what I've done for 2 nights is wait for picks. It's the worst. Customize your league settings to match your league's exact format. Premium subscribers can test trade scenarios by mocking with their traded draft picks. Prepare for rookie drafts and dynasty startup drafts in one place. Use the Dynasty Rookie Draft Simulator today to dominate your rookie drafts only at fantasypros.com/simulator. All right, so the pick is in for the Colts. D-Bro, Colts need tight end. Well, no, not anymore. They've already crossed that off. Offensive line, edge, defensive tackle, safety. So where do we want to go here for the Colts?
I mean, to be honest, I would say it's corner for me. I don't think you have a really good starting corner opposite Charvarius Ward. If I was Chris Ballard and I'm stroking my lovely, beautiful hair, I would say corner, but I'm not Chris Ballard.
No, you're not, because that's not what Chris Ballard did. He instead took a defensive end, and forgive me, I'm going to do my best here, JT Tuimaloa. I hope I said that correctly.
JTT,
Russ, how bad did I do?
If you're nasty.
How did I do, Russ?
You did well. That's how,
Right.
I mean, I can't pronounce it, but you did it right. I call him JTT. Apparently he doesn't like to go by JTT for what it's worth. I don't,
we
I don't
won't
know
tell
why,
you said that then.
Yeah, but
We'll
this
keep
is
it
such a
between us.
Colts pick. This is what they do on day 2 and day 3s of the draft. They find these 6'4", 6'5", 260 plus pound defensive ends that can set the edge. That's what JTT does. He had 21.5 tackles for loss and 12.5 sacks this past season. So really starting to blossom into his own. I think this is a fine fit. You're going to play him as a 5. You can stand him up. You can do a variety of things. And if he can continue to refine his skill set as a 21-year-old rookie, you're going to get a fine football player.
All right, so your thoughts on JTT? Shh, don't tell him I said it.
I mean, I think it's a fine pick. I don't think it's a definite area of need for them, especially when you took Leatu last year. Like, I don't understand that, but I mean, I guess you can never have too much pass rush.
Well, what it does is it gives you, what you're trying to do is make sure that Leatu is in a spot where you can't just continue to double team him and do all that stuff. You've got to worry about the guy on the other side. It does help. Like, I get that.
I mean, the Lions found out last year. Sorry, Russ. I know this is a sensitive subject, but the Lions found out last year that you can't ever have too much pass rush and too much depth there. So I get it, but still, I think
It's okay.
guys to cover
it's
too.
meh. It's fine. It's good.
It's fine.
Here's a question from Neems. Would you guys trade CMC for the 106 in a rookie dynasty draft? I would not. Dino, would you?
I would. Yep, I would.
106? You think
Probably,
that's enough?
Yeah. I think it.
Russ?
Yeah,
I would.
You're not getting more than that.
Well,
Yeah, I
you're
would
not getting
trade for that.
Hampton, you're not getting Tet, you're not getting Genta, you're not getting Cam Ward. So what are you getting with the 106, Steve?
The ability
Jayden Higgins.
to
You're getting
try
Jayden
to trade
Higgins.
up.
Tyler
You're
Shough.
getting
Ow! Russ.
Boom!
Dude, come on, too early.
Boom!
You brought up the Lions thing. I had to do it.
That's fair. That's fair. You went for the knees. Very Dan Campbell of you.
That was good.
I appreciate that. That was savage.
Okay, so also have the 104. I don't know if that makes a difference in this, but I mean, look, I want to get out from McCaffrey in the worst way.
Take it. Take 106. Yep.
Russell, what do you think? You want to take that one?
Yeah, I would. I think you can
You're
find
not going to
something
get more than that. I mean, straight up, you won't.
Yeah.
Then I think you're better off
Take the
waiting.
run.
And see, I think what you might want to consider then is instead letting the McCaffrey hype wagon build itself back up in the preseason. Oh, he looks great. He's best shape of his life. Everything's going to be awesome now. Everything's going to be fine. And then ship him for picks next year in a draft that I think is going to be far more interesting, especially for quarterbacks. That's what
Then
I
if
would
he
do.
gets hurt or there's any kind
No,
of
in the
iffy-
preseason. I'm talking August
No, but
12th. You make
But I'm
this
saying
trade.
if there's any iffy news come out, you're not getting a first. You won't even get a second for him, like
Correct.
even a future. So I think you take the deal and you run.
Where's
Yeah, I
Shedeur
would.
Sanders right now?
Oh,
What's going on here?
jeez.
Where are we at here? The pick is in for the Rams.
Rams?
Now, here's interesting stuff here.
That would be
The
interesting.
Rams did not go quarterback, so they're not looking for the future. They went tight end, boys. You want to guess which one?
Oh, is it Elijah Arroyo?
It's not.
It's not.
You're out.
Fannin?
They go
You're
Fannin?
also out. It's Terrance Ferguson.
Really?
Terrance Ferguson is the
Interesting.
answer here.
Okay.
So why do you think that's the case here, Derek Brown?
Hyper athletic guy. He can get down the seam. I mean, I think the testing tells you all you need to know. And I mean, like, I thought he was really athletic. I didn't know he was that athletic. So, I mean, to be honest, Joey, I thought the Rams were live. I mean, we got some news yesterday that they were trying to trade up. They've been doing this the last few years. They tried to trade up for Brock Bowers. They weren't able to do it. They tried to trade up in the previous year. They've been trying to do this for the last few years. So I think the reason they traded back in the first round is they got really like resounding info that they weren't going to be able to get up either one of those tight ends. So this selection makes a ton of sense. Now, I'm surprised by the name of Terrance Ferguson, considering Elijah Arroyo is on the board, but it's the same thing. It's athletic tight end that can get down the field and can offer you something that Tyler Higbee can't. And he's a free agent after this year, so they can move on from him. So again, the Rams are crushing it right now.
Just trying to drink this all in here. So Terrance Ferguson's the pick here. Higbee, I think we all know at this stage what Higbee is and what he isn't.
Yeah.
So the question is, from a fantasy perspective, Russ, is there anything to like here with this? Because we kind of know how things go here in this offense. It's a very, very clear funnel, and Puka is the very front of it. So is there anything here left over by the time we get to Ferguson?
I think a little bit, because Stafford has always had a liking for tight ends. I mean, he had Eric Ebron early in his career. Take it for what it's worth. I know that's very hit or miss. He had Brandon Pettigrew to start his career. He had TJ Hawkinson, and Tyler Higbee was good up until the knee injury. So I think this is a fine fit. To Debro's point, Ferguson is way more athletic than I thought he was, or he thought he was as well. But, the 4.63 time is fine. He's plenty strong in the run game, but you don't need him to do any of that when we're talking fantasy. He's going to get out in the slot in space and run vertical. So I'm fine with this fit all day long. And the pro comp that I seen most frequently with him was Jake Ferguson. So I kind of like that. And I think, there's limitations, but at the same time, you're getting a quality tight end when needed.
I had Jared Wiley is where I went with my comp.
Okay.
I've got a look ahead for you guys next year. Sean McVay is sitting there with 2 first-round picks now, right? Correct? Yeah.
Arch Manning.
Get the quarterback.
Well,
You can
I'm
trade
just
up, get the
saying.
quarterback.
So the teams at the top, right? They're still
The
probably
dynasty
gonna be bad
begins.
again.
Maybe I
Think
should be a
about
Rams
this.
fan.
Maybe it's time to buy in there. You and Laquan can hang out and talk Ram stuff. So, but think about that, because now you've got 2 first-round picks.
Puka?
You're gonna have some teams at the top, including the Titans again, probably, right? We expect them to be near the top. Now, New Orleans, that's going to be tricky. They're going to be near the top too. So you've got to leapfrog them somehow. If they end up with the number 1 overall pick, I mean, poor Arch Manning, he's going to live out his granddad's misery as a Saints quarterback, running for his life for his entire career.
No,
But-
they got Tower Shough. Joey,
That's right.
don't
It's
worry
true.
about
The
that.
future's
They got
now.
Tower
What am I
Shough.
saying? I'm totally crazy. But I can't wait to see what the Rams do next year. That's going to be fascinating to see. If the league allows that to happen, boy, oh boy, the Rams are going to really turn into something special. And there's nothing more that NFL would love if the Rams became this dynasty team in this new hub of theirs in that stadium in SoFi,
Yeah.
right? Where they've put their hub. I mean, this was This is the dream for the NFL. All right, let's move forward to the next selection here as we go through. The Cardinals are up next. I have the pick. You want to take a guess of what it is, boys? It's not offensive line, I'll tell you that.
Corner, if they're smart.
Corner, it is.
This could be a Will Johnson spot.
It is Will Johnson. Finally, somebody got it right.
Okay.
Tell him what Derek Brown won, everybody. You have my undying respect. That's what you have, Derek Brown. That's
I'm inside the mind of Jonathan Gannon. I don't know if I want to be
two
here
picks.
right now.
2 more picks. That's how long it lasts for, and then my respect goes away. So Will Johnson finally off the board.
Glad to have it.
Feels like the Cardinals did something right here for a change.
Yeah, this is a smart pick. This is the point where, okay, we know the medicals are not great. I mean, the NFL has told us, the conglomerate has told us, considering how far he's fallen on the board. But this is the spot where you take the swing, because if he can get healthy, if he can be the guy we saw at Michigan at multiple different spots, this is one of those types of picks that, like, this could be a home run if it works out.
Russell, what do you think? You think this is home run potential here for this pick for the Cardinals?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you're looking at a player with great size and length for the position, 6'2", 194. We know the long speed questions, but with that Cardinals defense, he can play plenty of zone, plenty of off man where he can read and react to the football. He reads and reacts really quickly in and out of his breaks. He plays the football really well. We saw that with the ball skills. He'll punch through the catch point. So obviously the injury history is concerning, but at the end of the day, this is a second-round pick that could develop into a true number 1 corner for them.
All right, we have one more pick before I sayonara, and it's Vegas, and I hope it's Shedeur. I want to leave on a high note. I want to Costanza this bad boy with Shedeur to the Las Vegas.
Proclamation can come to fruition here.
That's what I want. Let's go through. Let's go thumbs up, thumbs down on some of the picks that we haven't done yet here. I think we left off on Tyler Shough. I don't want to bring it up again. TJ Sanders, thumbs up, thumbs down, boys. What do you have? Thumbs down, thumbs down. Oh, thumbs down. No verticality for that thumb whatsoever. We've got next, we have Mason Taylor from LSU going to the Jets. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Thumbs up from Debro. Thumbs up from Russell Brown. Yay! Look at that. Thumbs up, everybody. Alfred Collins next here from Texas to the 49ers. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Thumbs up all across the board, all 3 of us. Then we have Ezaraku to the Dallas Cowboys. Thumbs up. Thumbs up. It's good. It's good. It's not what they need, but it's good, which is a change of pace. Tui Maloa to the Colts. Thumbs up from Russell. Thumbs up from Debo. Thumbs up from me. Terrance Ferguson. I don't know about this one. I'm going down on this one. I think they could have done better.
I'm with it.
I'll give it an up.
All right. So, turn it around, because Debro's got a minority.
Turn around. There we go.
Turn that thumb upside down. There you go. Watch where you stick that thing. All right, last here, Will Johnson is next here from Michigan. Thumbs up, I believe. Yes, thumbs up all across the board here. And the Raiders, ladies and gentlemen, are not picking here. They're trading back again. The Raiders are like, nope, we're going to push this bad boy.
The Raiders are like, we can get Sanders even later.
Houston Texans are up next. Man. They are going to be making this selection here. The pick is in for the Texans. They see something they like. So I don't get to leave. There's the big board. Cam Scattaboo. Let's go. Let's do it. That'd be fun. I mean, I love Cam. I do love Cam. I don't know if he's an NFL guy, but so we took our wide receiver, right? So check. Offensive line here. That's a huge need. You got to go here. Who's the best offensive lineman left here, Russell?
It's Ursary from Minnesota for me. I don't know how you don't go this route. You get a developmental guy, and it's a fine fit.
I bet you they go D-tackle. I bet you they go there. I bet you they... Dude, Sheldon Ranklin's and Settle are old and kind of This feels like a D'Amico pick. Like, I bet you it's D-tackle. I'm probably wrong, but I bet you it's D-tackle.
Hey, Checkmate just brought up a great point. Hey, 4 more picks and Kaleb Johnson goes to the Denver Broncos. I'm here for that.
Oh, dude, that would be...
I'm here
that
for
would
that.
Be
awesome.
Let me tell you something.
I would be running naked through the streets, man. That would be an awesome
I might
pick.
even put him over Hampton at the Chargers, because he ain't going to be sharing nothing. He ain't going to be sharing nothing. Najee's still going to eat into that workload. Najee's going to annoyingly eat into that workload for another year, maybe more. I like where your head's at that. And Sal might be winning the chat right now. Sanders really about to be playing in the XFL next year.
Oh, my God.
It's craziness. Absolutely crazy. So I don't know what's happening here for the Houston Texans. This is the last pick before we say goodbye to Joey P for the night. But don't worry, because we're going to continue on here. Seth Wilcock has been waiting. He signed in so early to wait in the green room because he's so professional. We want to make sure he's ready, and these picks are not going as quickly as we always planned. But we've got one more pick to go here for the Houston Texans. We're going to see what it is, and hopefully it's an offensive lineman. It has to be. I have to imagine here.
Dude, you guys got me excited thinking about Kaleb Johnson at 51 to the Broncos. Like, what fit would that be?
I went from 6 to midnight with that suggestion. I think we're here for it.
Thumb was down and went right back up, dude.
Mike Mayer with a rare but the humorous quip here. Let me tell you how much I don't want Shedeur Sanders. Quote, the Raiders. It's pretty good. It's pretty good, Mayor. Boy, oh boy. What did Shedeur do in these rooms? Derek Brown? I picture the interview being something like him and his dad, but they dress up in tuxedos like the movie Step Brothers, and they're interviewing together in tuxedos, and one of them lets out a really weird onion fart. I can only imagine that's how these meetings went, bro. It was complete and utter, like we're talking to Pete Carroll, and he's like, Carroll? Carroll? I can't say your name. Shut your mouth, Pete Carroll. Carroll, shut your mouth. I feel like that's how it must have went.
I mean, I haven't seen any kind of memes or videos or anybody talking about Pete flexing with the shirt off. So, that's kind of the Pete moniker. When he's really feeling it, the shirt's coming off and he's so that didn't happen in front of the Sanders family. They're probably not going to take Shedeur.
It's
It's an interesting fall, man.
It's crazy, dude. I didn't see him coming out of the first round or even getting to this point. And I was wrong.
If his last name was Walker and not Sanders, he wasn't Deion's kid, do you think he would have fallen this far?
No, he would have been taken. I'll say it. He would have been taken by now.
Yeah, I think he would have been gone by now.
Yep.
I mean, there's just been a lot of odd things, right? Like they retired the jersey, the number. Like, what are we
crazy, dude? That was crazy.
Yeah.
I'm totally down with that. Like, okay, fine. You want to retire Travis Hunter's number? Still a little bit nutso. He hasn't played a snap in the NFL, but okay. Right. We can go with legendary, but Shedeur? Dude, come on, man. Like, that's we're getting too crazy.
Sal is telling me I'm giving Mike Mayer credit for a quote. Now,
don't do that.
I think it was actually Tyler's quote, and Mike Mayer stole it from Tyler. So I knew it was true that he was actually funny for a second. That tracks totally. So good job, Sal. Don't let Mike Mayer get any credit if we can avoid it. Been a great stream so far. I want to shout out everybody who's joining us. If you've been here since the beginning and you were here last night, drop in the chat. If you're a two-nighter here with us at Fantasy Pros, I want to see you. Raise your hands right now in the chat. I absolutely love all of you. I see all of the names here too. You guys are commenting. I see so many of you back again. I see the numbers so high again. Like the stream while you're here. Subscribe to the channel. Drop your comments below too. We love hearing from you. And ring the bell till it goes ding, because we're going to have some phenomenal content coming at you the next couple days here. All the recaps of all the draft picks, everything going on. I love all the hands. Look at all the hands here. I know, Sal, you've been here, so that doesn't count. You're getting paid to be here. This is your job. So you don't count there on this one. But love this. Can't get enough of it. All right, the pick is in. The last pick for me live here. We've got more to do. I'm still waiting on the name of this pick. We don't have it yet. So prediction time. Derek Brown, give me the name before we go.
I think they should go D tackle, but I bet you it's O-line. Ursery just stands out as the best tackle left on the board, man. Like, he's sticking out like a sore thumb right now.
Also, what do you think?
No, I agree. He's my best tackle on the board, and if it's not him, is it Marcus Embo from Purdue? Maybe.
Oh, good call.
How is he still on? How did I totally forgot? It's Ursery
because he's a guard,
gentlemen.
See, there you go.
There.
Boom.
So there you go. Okay. All
CJ Stroud bounce back coming, baby. It's coming.
So glad I traded for him this morning. Let's go.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm looking.
Drake May with all those checkdowns to TreVeyon Henderson.
Check down Charlie. I'm looking ahead. I'm trying to think. Cincinnati, no. I'm sure Shedeur spots. Cincinnati, no. Oh. Seattle, probably not. Denver. Oh, I love Kaleb there. Let's root for that. Tennessee's a no. Tampa's a no. Green Bay's a no.
I mean, dude.
Chargers a no. Bears is a hard no. Carolina.
Raiders a 58.
Carolina? Did they maybe not believe?
No, they're not going to do that. They're
it's
not
a different coach.
No, right? No, you're not going to do that to Bryce Young. They won't do it.
That would be wild. That would be wild.
It's the Raiders at 58. I think that's they're just.
Well, I was gonna say I told the Raiders trade out again, which is.
But
very,
seriously,
very
like if you're the Raiders and you do like Shedeur, like if let's just play this out, and you know the rest of the NFL is saying loudly no, why would you not just trade back? Like, that's one of the parts where it's like, I didn't agree with Cleveland trading back and getting hopped and stuff like that. But like, that would make a lot of sense because you're like, I know all the rest of these teams aren't drafting him.
Right.
And Milroe is still on the board. So
Erickson says Cardinals put some pressure on Kyler Murray. I'm here for that.
oh,
Yeah.
that would be good too. Yeah.
Terrible
'cause
organization,
Tyler's
though.
not
That's-
playing good, man.
That's the
I'm with
worst
that.
place to be. So they would probably take Dion in a second to be the coach in 2 years anyway.
Could the
All
Colts
right,
trade
I
up
am,
for him?
I am going to head out here, pass the baton to Seth Wilcock. The Brown boys are going to stay, though, so don't go anywhere. It's going to be the Derek Brown band here for the next few picks taking you through. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. The pick is in for the Bengals. Who is it? We'll break it down for you right after this quick break. Continue to enjoy our coverage here of night 2 of the NFL Draft.
Phrasing. Let's get real here for a minute. You know, some mock drafts, while fun, will not actually help you win your league. You wait and you wait for the draft to start, and someone drafts a defense or a kicker in round 7, and you think to yourself, well, there's 15 minutes of my life I'm never going to get back. No one has time for that. So I'm going to show you how I prepare for my drafts. Meet the Draft Simulator. The Draft Simulator was built by our talented team at Fantasy Pros to solve everything that's wrong with mock drafts. And it's totally free. It's the only tool that goes through your league history and matches how your league drafts so your mock drafts actually feel like the real thing. It's gonna help you get better at drafting. The Draft Simulator goes over rankings from hundreds of experts, including yours truly, and it tells you who's the best pick. It's also gonna tell you which positions are drying up, what other teams need, and what they're likely to do next. At the end of every mock, you get your draft grade and the most detailed breakdown in fantasy. Don't waste your time with bad mock drafts. My favorite feature? Pick analysis. You can test out different strategies and see what works best. Work less and win more with Fantasy Pros Draft Simulator for free. Test it out today at fantasypros.com/mock.
All right, and welcome back to the Fantasy Pros NFL Draft live stream, day 2 edition. I'm your host, Seth Wilcock. I'll be your captain for roughly the next 15 picks through the rest of round 2, and I'm joined by my co-host of the Fantasy Pros NFL Draft Show, Derek Brown, and his long-lost cousin, Russell Brown. D-Bro, how are vibes as we sit here? Yeah. How are we doing as the Bengals are on the clock and pick is in here? Were you thinking the Bengals are going? How's the bladder holding up here through the first 50 picks?
I'm doing okay, man, but I think you and I are riding in the same boat. We both have teams that don't have a quarterback right now, so yes. I'm sure you're feeling the same pain that I am. At least maybe you've got some slight hope with Aaron Rodgers. I have Tyler Shough starting in 2025.
You're the Tyler Shough guy, dude. You're the Tyler Shough guy.
Tyler Shough guy in the second round. That's my. Okay, I'm going to quietly seethe.
Well, that's all right. Russell, where are you thinking the Bengals go here with this pick? Obviously, they have to continue probably addressing that defense after making moves this free agency to retain T. Higgins and continue to build on that offensive side of the ball.
Completely agree. I mean, maybe they look at a linebacker, maybe a corner here. Tre Amos is available. I think Tre Amos would be a great fit in that defense, but also Al Golden coming over from Notre Dame. He's the defensive coordinator. Xavier Watts is on the board. He's very familiar. There was a lot of praise for Xavier Watts with Al Golden. Maybe that's the direction they end up going.
Okay. Well, the pick is in. It is Demetrius Knight Jr., linebacker out of South Carolina. Russ, this was a South Carolina team that down the stretch made a lot of noise with Lenore Sellers and company, almost got into that college football playoffs just on the outside looking in. What does Knight bring to the Bengals that desperately need some help there at the linebacker position?
He's a veteran college player. He'll be 25, so he's a little bit older, but this guy goes gap to gap. He's got great range. I think he's a bit of a thumper at the next level. He's a great run fit guy, and he's going to make a bunch of tackles in the run game. There's a lot to like with his ability. You got Logan Wilson, Jermaine Pratt. Now you bring in Demetrius Knight. It's a really good fit for Al Golden.
D-Bro, are you happy with this pick as well if you're a Bengals fan?
I mean, it's not against the player, but dude, how do you look at the state of their offensive line and you don't go with Marcus Bowe or you don't go with another guard? I mean, Tate Ratledge is still out there. Marcus Bowe, like, I'm sorry, but a linebacker isn't changing their win total. Keeping Joe Burrow upright this year will. Yeah. So this is the Bengals doing Bengals things. But like, again, I'm not shading the player, but like linebacker, that's the position you really needed to address right now, Cincinnati? I don't think so.
All right. Well, Seahawks are back up on the clock. They took Gray Zabel yesterday at 18 overall. Did not come through for me. I was actually fading Gray Zabel in a head-to-head matchup bet yesterday, so that did not work out so well for me. But either way, Russ, what are you thinking the Seahawks do now that they've dressed offensive line in the first round? Do they go back to the trenches here in round 2, or maybe look elsewhere?
I think they could look elsewhere, right? I think wide receiver would be a really interesting position for them. Jaylen Noel is available. I think he'd pair really well with Jackson Smith and Jigba. If they didn't go that route, maybe it's Tre Harris that they go with. I would love that fit as well. A little bit of a bigger body receiver at 6'2", 205. But either way, I think getting another pass catcher for Sam Darnold would make a lot of sense.
Okay. And we got Andrew Erickson in the chat saying he was on the other side of that head-to-head. He was on Zabel. So good for you cashing that ticket there, Andrew. And I just want to shout out everyone who's been tuning in live all weekend with us as well. I've been seeing so many different faces, so many names from different places as well. I think I just saw someone tuning in all the way down from Ecuador. I've seen some people over in the UK and Germany. So thank you guys so much for supporting us here on the Fantasy Pros YouTube channel. If you guys enjoy this type of content, real quick, please just do us a quick favor. Give us a thumbs up if you enjoy this type of content. Also, subscribe if you're new. And Debro, what are you thinking here for the Seattle Seahawks? Pick is coming in, but do you have any final guesses for what Mike McDonald and company do?
I think it's pass catcher, Tre Harris. I'll go off the board. I mean, dude, I still think that I'm surprised right now, considering where we're in the draft, that Elijah Arroyo is still like out there. Like I thought walking out of Mobile, he was a top 40, top 50-ish kind of player. We're kind of sitting at that line. So they got Noah Fant, but Elijah Arroyo is built different. So I won't be surprised if they go pass catcher here.
All right. Well, that is the pick, Debro. It is Elijah Arroyo, tight end out of Miami. A guy that, when I was getting texts and messages from you during that Senior Bowl week, you could not stop talking about this guy. You're tweeting all about him. You've been on Arroyo really as your tight end 3, I feel like, throughout the process here. So do you like the pick for the Seahawks? Do you like the fit? And where do you think Arroyo will shake out in your dynasty rookie rankings for the tight end position?
I mean, he's going to stay tight end 3. Yeah, I love this fit because Noah Fant hasn't really done anything, man. Like he hasn't panned out. I know Seattle traded for him, hoping that he'd have new life in this with this team. But Mike McDonald's like where he's come from in Baltimore, seen like what you can do in the offensive side with an athletic tight end and Arroyo. I mean, he's going to offer so much versatility. And I know like we joke about it, like look at Seattle's pass catchers, and it's like slot underneath, slot underneath. Arroyo's the guy that I'm not saying he's a lid lifter, but he can stretch the seam, dude. And he changes the math about how you're going to have to defend this team. I really, really like this selection.
Russ, how do you like Arroyo slotting in here? Do you think he'll be a 3-down tight end right away? And would you take him over Mason Taylor, who just went earlier here in round 2?
I don't think I would take him over Mason Taylor just yet because there isn't really any competition for Mason Taylor quite yet. But when you look at Elijah Arroyo, as Debro said, Noah Fant is there. And maybe there's some concerns with the longevity with Arroyo because of the knee injuries that he had suffered in 2022 and 2023. Does that flare up at all? He's got a clean bill of health right now, so we're fine. I think eventually he can definitely become that tight end, that starting caliber tight end for Sam Darnold and the Seahawks offense. There's so much to like with the way he catches the football away from his frame. He can extend. He can run after the catch, especially. Yeah. So there's a lot to like with his skill set. This is a fine fit with this selection.
And just for everybody out there, I want to give a small little thing of context. I think he could have tested, but I think he chose not to. Now combine, there were talks about, okay, he was still dealing with an injury. Yeah. Did his podium session, he basically said if it was game day, he could have played. I think that was a personal decision about him not testing. And I get it. Because after what he did in Mobile, he didn't need to.
When we've seen Sam Darnold work with athletic tight ends, it worked last year down the stretch with TJ Hawkinson in Minnesota getting healthy. So hopefully we see continued success with Arroyo. And, I think it will be really fun because it felt like he was kind of under the radar for a lot of the season. And then I remember, I think it was that Georgia Tech game where they were chasing points. They were down early. They needed a spark, and they went to Arroyo. They found success with him. So hopefully Sam Darnold and the Seahawks can continue to as well. Let's move on, though, gentlemen. Pick number 51 is in as well, and it's Texas A&M Aggie, Nick Scourton. This is a guy coming off the edge who actually had some of the best production for the Aggies this year. Russ, he's like the guy, you take Stewart, you take some of these other guys that have really got a lot of steam, maybe even went higher than him in the draft, but Scourton was the guy who had the most production. So what do you like the fit here in Carolina?
I love it because they needed to go get a defensive end. There was some speculation that maybe they would take Shamar Stewart or Michael Williams, and of course, Jalen Walker with the 8th overall pick. We know they took Tet McMillan, but with Scourton, he's a powerful setting edge defender. He's going to set the run, set the edge against the run. He's got a high motor, quick hands. He hits hard. He takes on blocks with intention, and that's huge. At 6'3", 257 pounds, he kind of reminds me of Josh Pascal a little bit with the Lions. So I think there's a versatility element to him with a 5-tech, 4-eye. He's going to move around a little bit, but I really like this pairing for him in Carolina.
Okay. I feel like as soon as I jump on here too, the picks are moving in at a rapid pace. So let's go to pick number 52. The Titans back on the clock, and they're going edge as well. They're going Oladeo out of UCLA here. Derek, any thoughts on this pick? It feels like the Titans could really use someone to bulk that defensive line alongside Jeffrey Simmons.
I can't really say his name, so I'm just going to go Oladejo or Femi. Yep. And this is a wonderful pick, dude. He was getting a lot of talk, like maybe sneaking into the first round. So him still being on the board, dude, I mean, honestly, like the Titans are crushing this draft right now. Like I might not have had like a lot of like love for the Titans in previous years. They're having a very, very good draft. Like they needed to get a rusher. And getting Oladejo here is a wonderful pick, man. Really, really love this. This is A+.
Titans first round pick Cam Ward. You guys gave him a 89.3% score in our pick tracker with the grades. Russ, do you really like what the Titans have been doing so far this draft, going Ward and then going with Olu here in the second round?
Yeah, absolutely. Femi Oladejo is a player that, to Debro's point, got a lot of first-round buzz. I think Mel Kiper had him at one point going 28th overall to my Detroit Lions. Obviously, he falls a little bit, but I think a lot of that falling was simply because of the inexperience off the edge. He played off-the-ball linebacker for most of his career, and then just basically during the middle of the season, they were like, hey, we're going to move you from inside linebacker to off the edge. And it didn't really change anything because he was still producing at a relatively high level. You can see that he's trying to put it all together with his hands. There's a lot of power to his game. I really like him. I thought maybe at 60, he would have been a fit for the Lions if they wanted to double down on the D-line, but this is a great landing spot for him at Tennessee. I like what they're doing.
Russ, if he would have had another year in college and were able to like proof of concept, like another year, he wouldn't have been here. He wouldn't have been here.
Yeah, 100%. He would have been gone. There's a lot of praise for his character. If you look at like some of the Senior Bowl stuff of him online on like YouTube, just for an example, he got along with everybody he came across, and they love his energy and his passion. And I think the Titans got it with two character guys with Cam Ward and Oladejo here.
Yeah, this is a home run pick, dude.
Yeah.
Let's go to pick number 53, 21st pick in the second round. It's the Tampa Bay Buccaneers back on the clock. And this was a team that I felt like shocked everyone, going with Emeka Egbuka yesterday in that first round. Russ, it's got to be I thought it was cornerback. I thought they were going to potentially go with a Barron or maybe even a Will Johnson that first round. And it felt like that was such a leaky part of that defense last year.
Yeah.
Fantasy managers knew it. Opposing offenses knew it as well. So do you think it's a cornerback here? Or do you think maybe they go a different direction? Levante David, obviously no spring chicken on that team as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. They've got to go defensive side of the football. And if they go Trey Amos, the corner out of Ole Miss, I'm going to keep saying his name until he gets drafted.
Why is he still on the board?
I don't know.
Why?
He's my 20th ranked player. He didn't get a first round grade from me or anything, but at the end of the day, like this was a guy I thought could be plug and play as an outside perimeter corner for a defense, very fluid, can mirror receivers, plays under control, spatial awareness in zone. There's so much to like with Trey Amos.
Yeah.
If they get him, they got two of my favorite players in the draft with Egbuka and Trey Amos, if that's the direction they go.
Shout out ULL.
I would even look at Siobhan Rebel Jr. coming out of East Carolina and Ben Morrison, two guys who were playing at All-American levels before they tore their ACL. So
Mike Green make a lot of sense here too. Darius Alexander. I mean, there's the board is flush, man. They got a lot of ways to go here.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of looking back at the Ibuka pick yesterday, D-Bro, I know it's probably early, but we do have another receiver that went off the board in the second round with Jayden Higgins. Would you take Higgins over Ibuka right now in a dynasty rookie draft, or how do you kind of slot this out early in the process right now?
Yep, I would definitely be doing that.
Wow.
Dude, I mean, look, everybody's going to play the JSN card of what happened in first year and then didn't happen. Like, dude, but this is just, I just don't understand what the Buccaneers are doing. And I understand everybody says Mike Evans is maybe gone next year. What if not? What if they re-up Mike Evans? Like, do you really see Tampa Bay? If Mike Evans says, I want to keep playing football and he plays at a high level again this year, do you really see Tampa saying, no, we're going to show you the door for a guy that's been there his entire career, and they re-sign Chris Godwin? Like, that selection, you're paying Chris Godwin the money. Why?
Right.
Did you bring in a Mecca? Like, you're not going 4 wide. We're playing 2 slots at the same time. Jalen McMillan, I can also make you a really good case that he's better as a slot than as a perimeter.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what Tampa Bay was doing. Like, that selection was just asinine to me. So yes, Jayden Higgins in rookie drafts over him because clear path to starting. We don't have to play that entire thing. I know Christian Kirk is there, but we can't even count on him to play a full 17 games, and he's gone after this year. Gone.
All right. Well, the pick is in here. It is Benjamin Morrison, as I alluded to.
That makes sense.
2023 all-consensus All-American player. He was fantastic. He got injured, I think, about 6 games in for Notre Dame this season. Their secondary, led by Watts, still was able to pull it together. But Ben Morrison, I think great value here for Tampa Bay. Do you like this one, Russ?
I do. I mean, again, I would have gone Trey Amos, but this is a fine fit. You got a concerning 18-month period right now because he's coming off of a shoulder surgery that he suffered in the spring of 2024. He had the hip surgery, as you alluded to, the injury. But this guy comes from NFL bloodlines, right? His father, Darryl, played football at Arizona, was drafted in the 1993 NFL draft by the Washington, at the time, Redskins, but now Commanders. I like this fit, though, with Morrison. He reads and reacts really well, has great ball skills, 9 interceptions and 18 pass deflections in his career, inside, outside versatility. This is a fine fit.
Very much a Bowles cornerback. Like, he fits like what Bowles loves. So this isn't surprising at all, dude.
Real quick, before we continue, I did want to remind everyone that next week, D-Bro and I will be back with the NFL Draft Show on Fantasy Pros. We'll also be live on Thursday or on Monday at 3 p.m. Eastern time as well, taking your questions. D-Bro, I think we're going to do some draft grades. We're going to do AFC and NFC. So looking forward to that. That's been an awesome program to be a part of this year. We've had so many great guests, and can't wait to continue it here after the draft on Monday.
Dude, you've crushed it. You've crushed it hosting that show. So shout out to you, man. I mean, it has been a fantastic fit. I think we've had a lot of really good info, a lot of good guests. It's been, and that's going to conclude like our last 2 shows of this draft cycle. So
yeah,
looking forward to it, man. Really, really, really.
I don't want it to end. I would almost like love if I know we have a lot of other responsibilities on both of our plates, but I'd love if we could just like start diving right into 2026, baby. I'm ready.
You think I have way more time than I do during the NFL season, sir? I don't.
Yeah, I would.
Beckons.
Yeah, you also have kids. I don't have kids yet, D-Bro. So I'm a little bit bit more bandwidth over here.
And kids, kids too. Yeah.
All right, let's get back to the picks here. The Green Bay Packers back on the clock. Russ, where are you thinking that the Packers are going to go here? Obviously, a ton of needs. They've drafted a lot of cornerbacks over the years. Hasn't really worked out with Eric Stokes and company. We did have Jordan Love, who came out and defending Jair Alexander recently. Do you think they maybe shift back the defensive side of the ball, or is it maybe another surprising pick for Green Bay, Matt LaFleur here?
Well, they could certainly look at an offensive tackle, right? I mean, do they really want to pay Rasheed Walker north of $20 million next year when he's got to be re-upped?
Yeah.
Probably not. They do have Jordan Morgan, but I've mentioned Trey Amos probably 50 times up to this point. I'm going to mention it again. He was a first-round option at 23. They went with Matthew Golden. He's still available at 54. I don't know how they don't take him.
Yeah, same. I think Trey Amos is the one that you're running up the card for with this pick. And fine, if they wanted to go Revel, I wouldn't hate it. But like
Mhm.
the idea is, you know what? We're saying this. Did you know the guy that makes the most sense for them because he ran fast is Darian Porter? He's still on the board.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
but you can't tackle. I hope they do take him.
No. But what I'm saying is that is a Brian Gutekunst pick. Oh, fast guy,
Yeah.
Andy Corner, and we have a need. All right, let's go.
Well, the pick is in. It is offensive tackle out of North Carolina State, Anthony Belton.
Wow.
NC State,
wow, that's early.
kind of a disappointing last season for them, Russ. What do you like?
Wow.
What do you like for Belton? Is this a little bit of a reach for the Packers, or do you think this fits the mold of what they're trying to build out there in Green Bay?
I think it kind of fits what they're looking for, right? He's a plenty powerful offensive tackle with plenty of length at 6'6", 336. Foot speed's going to get tested against those faster pass rushers from time to time, but he's strong enough to anchor. And he's going to be a player that maybe doesn't have to play right away, right? Maybe you're sorting things out with Walker and Morgan, whatever the case may be. But long-term, this could be a good fit for an offense that needs to keep Jordan Love upright.
I'm sorry,
Debo,
Fitzy.
what's your grade on it, brother?
I just put it into our live grading sheet. I gave him a 78. This feels like a reach to me. Like, you can't tell me that like you wouldn't have been able to trade back and get Belton like maybe top of the third. Like, this just feels like a reach, and especially with their needs at corner, man. Like, I don't see how you don't go corner here. You don't have an outstanding need right now as we sit.
Yeah.
Right now as we're sitting here, they have a need at corner that is going to affect their ability to win games in the year 2025. Tackle is not that at this point, and you just reached on a player. All I can say is I'm sorry, Fitzy. I'm sorry. And Fitzy's even he gave him a 70. He's slamming this harder as he should.
Yeah, saying just awful in our office chat.
Horrible.
Sorry about it, Fitzy. That's a tough look to you. I do want to shout out our guy Wesley King for the $2 super chat, saying new to football, heard that round 3 kickers are fire. I've said this before, Russ. I don't know if you have any little ones yet, but I'm just training my kid to be a punter or a kicker. We're going in the backyard. I'm building a goalpost, and we're just going to start taking reps every single day. I don't care.
Yeah. I don't have a little one. I have a big one. He's 6'2", 216
You have
pounds.
a future prospect.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
A prospect in the making. Russ is starting a football factory, man.
Yeah. Get him to long snap. I will say that.
Okay.
Next month we're going to Toledo University for a long snap camp. So that'll be pretty cool. But
Love it.
yeah, I agree. Special teams all day long.
Yeah.
Special teams, special plays, special players.
Well, the pick is in here at pick number 55 for the Los Angeles Chargers. You can see Derek Brown's just absolute excitement here. This is his wide receiver 2 in this class. The Chargers add another spectacular threat on the outside or the inside, however they want to play him. Tre Harris out of Ole Miss, another product of the Lane Kiffin system. D-Bro, take your lap here, man. You thought he would get into day 2 firmly. He's in round 2. What are your thoughts on the fit with our guy Tre Harris linking up with Justin Herbert and company out there in the beautiful city of Los Angeles?
I love this, baby. This is an awesome pick. You match Tre Harris with Jim Harbaugh and company and this offense tied to Justin Herbert. People were not putting enough respect on Tre Harris's name in the process. They're going to do it. You're going to see the capitulation in the dynasty circles now. They're going to say, I wasn't that high on Tre Harris, but I mean, all the yards per route run and the metrics, and now he's tied to Justin Herbert. We're wheels up, baby. Dude, I'm here for it. I'm so freaking here for it. This is a wonderful pick for the Los Angeles Chargers, both with fit, style, and this guy is a dog. Like, if anybody goes, just search the receipts in Tre Harris's quote at the combine. This guy wants to line up opposite corners and snatch their souls. Tell me that doesn't line up perfectly with Jim Harbaugh. He is going to love him. All of the videos you saw previously about when Ladd McConkey was selected and Justin Herbert and him are going to be thick as thieves. Bro, Justin Herbert and Tre Harris are going to be getting lunch, brunch, breakfast, dinner, snacks, dessert, everything.
Russ, how do you feel about this pick, man? Obviously, coming over from Conference USA, transferring to Ole Miss and the SEC in 2023, had a great career at both programs, was really on pace to set the SEC on fire, had over 1,000 yards this past season for the Rebs in just 8 games played and not healthy in all 8 of those games. So do you like Tre Harris as much as my counterpart Debro? And how do you like the fit with Jim Harbaugh and company?
I don't like him as much as Debro does, but I still love this fit because I thought fit was the most important thing for Tre Harris and his landing spot at the next level, as it is for any player, but specifically him to maximize his skill set. He had to go with a competent quarterback, a good quarterback, somebody that can get him the football, but he also needed somebody else playing alongside him that can create separation and take away some defenders so he can win one-on-one matchups over the middle of the field vertically. And I think Harris is going to do that. I compared him to Juju Smith-Schuster, a more explosive version of Juju. Okay. 6'2", 205. Juju was 6'1", 215, but they both ran the 4.5, 440. So I'm fine with this 100%. You're getting him at 55. It's a great landing spot. He pairs so well with Ladd McConkey.
Would you prefer him over the other wide receivers that have gone here in day 2, do you think, Russ, in dynasty rookie drafts?
Yeah, I think I would, outside of maybe Jayden Higgins.
Okay.
Simply because I think Higgins might be, getting 60, 70 catches in year 1, possibly.
Okay. All right. Well, at 56, the Bears have the pick in. However, we do have some movement at pick number 57. It looks like the Broncos have traded pick number 57 and 230 to the Lions in exchange for pick number 60 and 130. So coming up here with one of the later picks to move back just a few slots. Who do you guys think the Lions are eyeing up that they're moving up here in the second round, trying to be aggressive? Any thoughts, Derek?
Darius Alexander. Well, you know what? No. This could be a wide receiver pick, dude. Is this a Jaylin Noel pick?
Ooh. Oh my God! Please.
Seriously, I know they just picked up JMO's 5th-year option, but still, that's only one more year of JMO. You tell me, Russ, you're the Lions guy.
Yeah, it could be Mike Green, possibly the pass rush opposite of Hutch.
With the off-field stuff, do you think he's still on their board?
Yeah, I don't think so. Through the process, okay. I heard he wasn't. I also heard James Pierce wasn't on their board. So yeah, I think Jaylin Noel would make a lot of sense at 57. You wanted to get younger at pass catcher. You got some uncertainty for the long term of JMO. I would love it. I would love it.
Do you imagine the workout videos with Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jaylin Noel?
I'd catch 300 balls a day just to do it.
Dude, they're gonna have a squat off. There's gonna be a video out there. They'll be like, you got 500? All right, yeah. I got 505. You got 517? You got 520.
Well, at number 56 here, it is Ozzie Tripolo coming off the board. This is an offensive tackle out of Boston College. Big guy. This is a big guy, 6'8", 316. What do you like here, Russ? Do you think this was a good move for the Chicago Bears to finally continue to build through the trenches?
Yeah, I do. There was a lot of questioning of are they going to have a left tackle of the future? Not necessarily sure if Ozzie's going to be that guy. He might be better suited to play the right side of the football at right tackle, but there's plenty to like with his length and the way that he can lock out the opposition. He's got plenty good foot speed. He's not going to get overly tested against speed, and he's strong. He's going to anchor well for the most part. So I think he's effective in a zone scheme. He can cut backside blocks. So I think there's a lot to like with him. I think he fits schematically with what Ben Johnson wants to do with running the football.
Yeah, I was about to say, you don't take this job if you're Ben Johnson if you don't have some power. And he's flexing his power in this organization with these picks, going Colston Loveland in round 1, going Luther Burden, another guy he can move around the offense, get the ball in his hands in space, and then getting someone that he trusts on the offensive line. So really, I like this is probably my favorite picks the Bears have made all drafts. So we'll see what they continue to do out there in the Windy City. Before we continue, though, I did want to remind everyone that if you want to evaluate trades with confidence, you should be using the FantasyPros Trade Analyzer. Instantly see how trades impact your team and get expert recommendations. Whether you're trading up in a rookie draft to get your guy or swapping a couple draft picks for the stud who will help you win now, the Trade Analyzer will help you optimize your roster and make smarter decisions. Try the Trade Analyzer today at fantasypros.com/myplaybook and dominate your league today. All right, we're back here. The Lions are on the clock, and a lot of different needs being thrown around there. Cornerback potentially. We know this is another team that likes to continue to build through the offensive and defensive line as well. Kind of aging over there on the defensive line. Maybe need some more help after adding some talent there on day one. Derek, we don't know the pick as of yet. All right. Oh, I take this back. We do know the pick. It's offensive guard Tate Ratledge. How are you feeling about another guard coming in to the Lions?
I mean, that they definitely have a need. Losing Zeitler, this is kind of more of, I really thought they were going to give Mahogany run, man. And Rush, you could push back on that. Like, I thought Mahogany played well enough to give him some run or leeway. They still could just say, like, this is the type of pick at this point in the draft, because they didn't take a guard first round, that I feel like you draft the guy and then they go into camp and say, all right, y'all battle it out. Whoever wins, wins. This is a good pick, though. This fits a big need on that line.
Okay, well, it's the Raiders on the clock at pick number 58, and the pick's already in. We're moving back at a rapid pace. It is Jack Bech out of TCU, wide receiver. Derek, I know this is someone for you early in the process you fell in love with. Yeah, round 2 for your guy, Senior Bowl MVP, a guy I have a ton of respect for. He went out there in Mobile just less than a month after losing his brother in the tragic New Year's Day attack and put on a show down there for the Senior Bowl for all the scouts. Derek, is that why you think he is the pick here? Is it that plus the tape is what's earning Bech round 2 draft capital?
Dude, I think this is a lot of different things rolled up into one. This is the Raiders coming in and saying, we have to reestablish a winning culture. And you bring Jack Bech in, he is a tone setter, a locker room guy, just a culture fit. This is one of the guys that you can bring in. And I know we're talking about a rookie here, and I'm giving a lot of praise about culture and walking in. He is a culture setting type of pick. So this isn't just, we need a wide receiver. I think in multiple levels, Jack Bech is a home run pick here because it's locker room, it's culture, and I don't think we've seen the best football to be played out of Jack Bech yet. As a player that moved from tight end, goes and plays slot wide receiver, final year at TCU, moves to the perimeter, he showed even more in Mobile than when I thought he had to his game, even on the film. So there are a lot of stylistic comparisons you can make to his game. I think he's a better, like more physical version of Jakobi Meyers, but a guy that could separate. You can get some inside-outside versatility with him, and he is going to block his ass off in the run game.
How do you feel about this one, Russ? I mean, everyone coming into this season, I've said it before, but you could watch TCU games and play a drinking game with how much the commentators mentioned Savion Williams, but really Jack Bech is the one who transferred from LSU a few years ago, comes out, 62 receptions, over 1,000 yards, 9 scores for him. Do you like the fit in Las Vegas that outside of Jakobi Meyers didn't have much at the wide receiver position unless you're a Trey Tucker guy?
Yeah, I love the fit because he complements Jakobi Meyers and Brock Bowers really well. Those guys can move laterally and vertically. This guy's just going to find space against zone, and he's going to get open. He works back to the quarterback. That's what Geno Smith's going to need from time to time, but he makes catches when he's contested, and he doesn't drop the football. I mean, he breaks tackles. There's so much to like. I think his better football is in front of him. So I love this fit. And then just real quick on the Lions pick, Tate Ratledge, all day long. Sign me up for it. That's the future over Graham Glasgow.
Okay.
Yeah, good call.
Gebro, not to put you on the spot, but would you rather have Jack Bech or Luther Burden for the Bears Dynasty rookie draft super flex? Who are you taking on the clock?
Bech 10 times.
Russ?
Bech.
Yeah, I think Bech as well, because there's just more opportunities for him to see the football and see the field.
Myers is gone after this year too. He could be the wide receiver one on this team, or at least competing with Brock Bowers for the team leading targets next year.
Do you have a comp for Jack Bech, Russ? I've heard a bunch of different ones. Sometimes there's some lazy comps out there for this guy.
He's a hard player to comp, man.
Yeah. Do you have one that you've put out there?
I don't. I mean, I think the one that I saw early in the draft process that I kind of like was Jordy Nelson.
Okay.
But that's really rich because it's just one, he's a little bit longer, and I mean, Jordy Nelson was really good. So like that's setting a really high bar for him. But I don't really do a lot of pro comps consistently. Okay. It's got to be more about feel for me.
Mine isn't perfect, but I think underrated tenacity, can beat zone, can beat press, like not the most like physically wowing player.
Yeah.
The closest I got, dude, I'm owning this, it's not perfect, was Juwan Jennings.
Okay.
Okay.
I could see that.
It's not perfect, dude. He is one of the few players like him, Jalen Royals, a few other guys that were almost impossible to comp. I'm like, nobody really fits, man.
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead. Let's move forward. Congratulations to Jack Bech. We appreciate him and his services that he did down there in TCU, and moving now out to the AFC West with the Las Vegas Raiders. But we're on to pick 59 with the Baltimore Ravens, and it looks like the pick is already in. And man, this is a Ravens pick if I ever saw one. It is the man who's fallen very, very far in this draft. It's Mike Green coming off the board, and what a run for Mike Green
Ravens
coming
pick
out of Marshall. Edge had a ton of production this past season, Russ, and showed out at the Senior Bowl as well. I mean, people could not stop talking about this guy, but it felt like character concerns is really what pushed him down the board. Is that kind of what you're hearing as well? And how do you like the fit here in Baltimore?
I love the fit in Baltimore. I mean, the circus act off the field isn't going to fly there. So if he's going to be a fool, he's going to catch the unemployment line pretty fast there. And if he's getting cut from Baltimore, it'll probably catch on with other teams across the league. So this is a great landing spot to keep him in line. I think when you look at him, he's an explosive pass rusher. He's got a great first step. He can turn speed to power. He wins with fluidity and active hands. So this is such a Ravens draft. Malachi Starks, Mike Green, revamping the defense. It's going to be them terrorizing some teams in the AFC North, it feels like, from time to time.
Man, yeah, and I felt like, Debro, this was probably a pick they needed. Like, while Kyle Van Noy was an absolute beast for him last year, I mean, he's no spring chicken, right? I mean, he was out of football for a little bit and comes off the couch and has a great 2024 season. So do you like this pick with Mike Green as well? Do you think they can kind of clean up those character concerns out there in an organization like Baltimore that's as buttoned up as they are?
I mean, dude, I don't know about the character stuff. Like a lot of the stuff with Mike Green, I'm not going to get too much into it, but there's a lot of things you can clean up with, I think he was off a lot of boards for good reason, because some things you can help with about laziness and things with players and other things you can't. I think this is more about like he fell so far down the board. I think if you look at just their team, they've got a lot of different guys, I think, that are coming up on contracts, and Vinoy getting older, that Baltimore doesn't usually pay their edge guys. They let them walk in free agency. So this is just saying, okay, we're going to take an edge guy, and if he works out, cool. We don't have to pay other guys that maybe are on the way out the building.
We got Andrew Erickson in the chat saying, from the Betting Pros Discord, Shiloh about to get drafted before Shedeur this way.
Oh man, that's so painful, dude. I feel bad for Shedeur, to be honest, man.
Yeah. I can't believe it. Dude. I can't.
Because the entire world, social media, like everybody is just hating on him. And like, I'm sorry. People could say what they want to say. Like, I feel bad for the kid. Like, this sucks, dude.
I mean, I do as well. And you know me, Debro, we were talking on our show earlier this week that I was on the under 8.5. Like, I thought I was still stuck. I thought he was going.
I at this point, you kind of wonder how much of this is really tied to Shedeur and how much of this is, I don't want to say the NFL making Dion pay for it, but like, this just feels like we're really pushing it here, because I don't think this has anything to do with him, like, truly as a prospect at this point.
Yeah, it feels a bit personal. Feels a bit personal for sure.
Right. And I mean, the fall's too far, dude. Come on.
Before we keep going to pick 60, I did want to remind everyone that we do try to get to as many questions as we can throughout this program, but super chats are a guaranteed way to get our answers. So if you want to skip the line, now's the time. Send a super chat. Debro, Russ, myself, and our great hosts and co-hosts that are coming on later in the show, we'll make sure we get to those. We really appreciate that. It's an easy way to help us out, and as we continue to bring you guys great content throughout the NFL offseason, and then, of course, into the NFL regular season as well. So we're back here on the clock. Denver Broncos up. Everyone's been waiting. Russ. We know the one position that they scouted harder than almost any other position that maybe anyone in this entire draft was running back is now the time. Kaleb Johnson's on the board. Cam Scatterbo is on the board. There are so many great running backs in this deep RB class. Is now the time that the Denver Broncos strike and get their running back of the future?
It should be. I mean, I think if they go Caleb Johnson here, it's a no-brainer. We were talking about it before you came on of just how great of a fit he would be. He's my RB2, and I love it just for what he can do in a zone scheme, the burst. I've talked about it, what he can do in the open field. He's got the speed to go the distance. I know he ran the 40 in 4.57 seconds. I'm not worried about that. Just let me get this guy out in space a little bit, let him read and react and see the openings and find those openings. They moved down a couple times here, and they're still going to be able to possibly land him. I think it's a no-brainer for them.
Debro, do you think it truly is a running back here? Could it be a wide receiver? Because, that wide receiver room outside of Cortland Sutton, it's not great. They got Marvin Mims. They have a bunch of guys, Troy Franklin. They've kind of been rotating in and out there, but haven't really been able to find steady production.
If Tre Harris was still on the board, I would agree with you. I would think it'd be wide receiver, but knowing how Sean Payton, looking at all the different archetypes of guys that are still on the board, the only one that fits as close would be Ellick, but I think this is early for him, despite our thoughts about him as a prospect. So I think this is run up the card for Caleb. Looking at it, just go with running back, because what other needs do they have, man? And he fits them stylistically. If this isn't Caleb Johnson, I'll be very surprised.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm hoping Elliott goes off the board soon, man. I have a ton of exposure to him in a lot of my pre-draft NFL best balls that I've been doing over on Underdog and Fast Draft right now. So hopefully he goes soon. Overall, how do you like the Denver Broncos draft so far, Russ? Is it something you're comfortable with, what they did in round one, going with Barron? I mean, they have to have one of the best secondaries in the league right now, right?
Yeah, I think he was a no-brainer for them. My assumption was he was probably near the top of their board, and probably didn't think he was going to make it to 20, and he obviously ends up making it to 20. So you kind of sprint to the podium. High character guy. He was a player that Sean Payton said after they got done talking to him in the war room, he asked to be on speakerphone, and he thanked everybody that was in the scouting department. And Sean Payton was like, through all my years of doing this, I've never had a player do that. So he's a very humble kid. Awesome. He's a very respectful kid. I think he's a great fit. They can move him all over the place. So I like what they've done, and I would love to see what they do here with this pick.
Well, the pick is in, boys.
Them taking Jahdae Barron, I'm just going to add this real quick, is the equivalent of Cooper DeJean and Quinshon falling. The NFL is going to wish they didn't let that happen.
Yeah, certainly. At pick number 60, it is a running back. It is not Caleb Johnson. It is not Cam Scattaboo. It is RJ Harvey out of UCF. Derek.
Baby! Let's go!
This was another guy you had inside your top 6 running backs coming out of a program like this in UCF where, it wasn't that long ago that they were kind of an afterthought in the G5, right? They come into a new conference and have proven themselves quite a bit here. And a big part of that was RJ Harvey. They put up a fight a couple years ago against Bama, got Jalen Milroe benched. And RJ Harvey, though, just continued to be that guy, that workhorse running back for UCF in those nights. How do you like the fit here in Denver? Derek, you got to be just joyful.
I'm so freaking lit right now. Tre Harris going to the Chargers. My dudes are finding homes, baby. I love it. RJ Harvey. I'm going to ask you this before I go on a rant here, Seth. Are you going to hear a lot of people talking about him being age 24 now that he's with the Denver Broncos and Dynasty Rookie?
That was my thing. That was my issue.
Are people going to say, oh, we don't care now that he's 24, baby, because it's second round draft capital tied to one of the most explosive running backs in this entire freaking class, dude. He can catch passes out of the backfield. He is going to break off big plays. I am so freaking lit for this, dude. RJ Harvey is a fantastic fit for Denver. He is going to smash.
Russ, how do you feel about this profile for Harvey? Because obviously he had to be high up on Denver's board to jump some of these other running backs that we've been talking about, and for them to be comfortable not going Omari and Hampton in the first and just kind of, hey, we're going to wait it out here. We're going to grab RJ Harvey, not in the 3rd round, not in the 4th round, but in the 2nd round. Pick number 60 overall for Harvey.
Well, we know Sean Payton's got a sweet spot for pass-catching running backs, and RJ Harvey averaged over 13 yards per reception in 2024. He's dangerous in space. He's got that 4.4 speed, a little bit undersized at 5'8", 205, but he doesn't run like it. So he's going to complement Audric Estime very well in that offense. I think he could obviously be the lead back. I like the patience that he plays with, and that the cutting ability, I think, is what separates him compared to any running back they have in that room. So this is a great fit. It seems like it might be a little rich to some, but at the end of the day, when it's producing and he's doing what he needs to be doing, I love it.
My RB5 of this class, this is a perfect fit, man. Like, I didn't think he was going to get second round draft capital. That's why I'm cutting backflips right now, man. This is awesome.
If you had to put a number on the over-under touches per game, Derek, what do you think that RJ Harvey is walking in with in his rookie season?
15 to 18. Some of that,
Wow.
like about three or four of those. Hold up. 4 of those, like 3 or 4 of those are going to be probably receptions out of the backfield. So you're looking at 12 to 14 carries. So they're going to limit, like, Estime is going to be part of this. He's going to take some of like that other, the grinder back kind of stuff. And I wouldn't even rule out Denver taking a back like way later to kind of pair with that, like an Ollie Gordon or somebody like that maybe if Estime is not up to it to take over like some of the other volume concerns here. But let's not sit here and get it twisted. RJ Harvey's going to get the money touches, dude.
I will say this is what everybody thought Kamani Vidal was going to be for the Chargers last year. Harvey is going to be that type of production. I know Vidal went in the 6th round, but this guy's going to, I think, just take over the backfield.
Dude, he's going to crush.
That's how I feel.
Crush. Like in this offense.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm so excited.
Well, obviously, he can handle volume. I mean, he's been top 3 in the Big 12 in back-to-back years in rushing attempts, and also has a little bit of juice and wiggle too. Number 1 in the conference this past year in yards per attempt at 6.8 yards per carry. So RJ Harvey, he's going to be someone we're going to be looking at probably in both redraft and dynasty leagues at this point. Derek, like, would you be probably shooting, like, I know this is probably off the cusp, but are you thinking like top 8 rounds redraft draft capital for RJ Harvey right now?
Dude, he's going to go in the 3rd or 4th round. How is he not going in the... No, be honest with me. How is he not going to go in the 3rd or 4th round? There is no competition for him in Denver. He is a central part of the offense. 2nd round draft capital. Like, this is not me being hyperbolic. This is everything lines up. So people are going to have to twist themselves in pretzels to delete old bad takes about his age and about him being too small and all that kind of crap. And they're going to come correct this time. And tell me how he's not, like, I'll throw this back to y'all. Tell me how he's not a 3rd or 4th round pick in redraft this year.
I mean, usually we usually do see these rookie running backs get steamed up to like at least a top 48, top 56 pick. So you're saying probably in that top 36 range. That might be a little rich for me, but I mean, in the situation, I mean, everyone remembers Rolls Royce and everyone naming their team that a few years ago when Royce Freeman was kind of in this very, very same position on a worse Denver Broncos team, I would say.
I got a really good one for you, boys. You're on the clock right now. Who are you taking? You taking RJ Harvey or you taking Amarion Hampton?
Oh,
and I know there's a difference in draft capital, but I mean, seriously, who are you taking? Man. And the pause here and the silence around this means that is a real dilemma and that is a real decision.
It's tough because Hampton has that competition of Najee Harris sitting there, right, Russ?
Yeah, that's what's holding me up back is like there's a lot of mouths to feed, I feel like, in LA. And I just don't know if I trust Jim Harbaugh to give the football to Hampton 20 plus times a game where Harvey, like Debro said, might see it 15 to 20 times a game. So
yeah.
Pass game usage too?
Exactly.
I mean, Greg 100%. Roman's not high on using the running backs in the passing game.
Right.
Sean Payton. What is oh, that's right. He does like to give targets to running backs. Oh, interesting.
I think you're a Broncos fan now.
That's the jersey, dude. That's the jersey for you, brother.
I might be because I'm sure as hell not a Saints fan anymore. Sean Payton, let's ride.
Let's ride, baby. All right, we have to move forward though. Pick number 61 for the Washington Commanders. In so a lot of people in the chat saying is now the time that Kaleb Johnson goes off the board to the commies, and no, it does not look like that. It is Trey Amos going off the board, the talented cornerback here. We've been shouting this guy's name for quite some time on this particular program here, Russ, do you like Trey Amos, who kind of fell down the board a little bit? I know a lot of people thought that coming out of Ole Miss, he could potentially sneak into the back half of day one. He did not, but do you like the pick here for the Washington Commanders nonetheless?
I do. I mean, he was my 20th ranked player. He had a second round grade. I've talked about him plenty, but just to kind of reiterate to people, very fluid defender, can mirror receivers, good spatial awareness in zone. He's got press man ability. He plays under control, good burst, click to close. I love the skill set to him, and he can develop into a true number one corner. I mean, they do have Marshawn Lattimore.
Yep.
So this is a good pairing with him. And if Lattimore is on the back end of his career with not being able to stay healthy, I think this is a great replacement. It sucks because the Commanders beat the Lions, in the postseason, but this is a great addition to their team.
And you move Mikey Sanistrell back into being a nickel.
Oh,
That's
my
the other
God.
part about, dude, like putting him back into like the role he needs to play.
Yeah.
That pass defense, just because he was playing out of position, and I'm not saying he didn't play well on the perimeter. He played well enough.
Yeah.
But putting him back into the nickel, he's going to be one of the best nickels in the NFL. And I don't think that's crazy to say.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm with you. I love what the Commanders have done all offseason, man. I mean, they go out, they put their money where their mouth is in free agency, make a couple trades, go out last night, get Josh Connerly as well. So it's been just absolutely fantastic for what they've done here. Is there I don't know if there's a ton of value left on the board for them, like from a future betting perspective. But Derek, is this really a team you think that can maybe make a run?
What, the Commanders?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Absolutely. I mean, it comes down to they still need a running back, and I won't be surprised if they do add a wide receiver at some point. I think they probably are like a really live to trade back, get some more capital and stuff like that, take shots on guys and stuff. But I think what you're looking at with this team is fortifying areas of weakness. Like, I was surprised they took Connerly, but it makes a ton of sense. Like, he's going to be their immediate starting right tackle and solidify the offensive line for years to come, because they have Biotish, they have Cosme. So those guys, they have now, with all the worries last year, they have a good offensive line. And so now you're piecing together, how are they going to make their defense just as good? And so I'm with it. And dude, the other part about this is, can we also say that the Commanders have almost extra draft picks? Because last year's class, while Jayden Daniels was a smash, Sanistrell we just talked about, they got absolutely zero out of Ben Sinnott and Luke McCaffrey.
Yeah.
If they can come on and actually play roles in this offense and pivotal roles in year two, that could be big for this team.
Yeah, I think I was seeing Jayden Daniels a couple weeks ago still out there like 10-1 for an MVP ticket.
Oh, he's absolutely in the MVP conversation.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I think now is the time. If you have not gotten your Jayden Daniels MVP tickets in, now I think is the time, because I mean, if they go out and they continue to add maybe even some more weapons, a good running back, maybe later in day two, maybe in day three, I mean, this is going to be a scary, scary team. So I really like grabbing Trey Amos there. So we're going to continue on, though, here, boys. We do have the Chicago Bears back on the clock. Russ, trying to figure out this team and what they're doing is, I mean, this is a harder activity than most these days.
Yeah.
So what do you think they're doing here?
This is an easy pick.
I mean, it's got to be Kaleb Johnson.
Yeah,
right?
we keep saying it, but
it's the easy button.
Yeah,
Midwest guy out there in the Big Ten.
Yeah, they've gone
has to be
all
Kaleb.
offense up to this point, though. And I just wondered, like, at some point, does somebody in the room stand up and go, hey, add something to the defense, please? Like, if I'm the defensive coordinator there, I'm like, what are we doing? You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I could see it going a lot of different ways here, because you just never know with what the Bears are going to do. You know, Ryan Big Poles, they ain't afraid to make a couple of moves out there. So
Darius Alexander would be great for them right here.
Okay. Anything else you think, Derek, that it could be other than a running back?
I would be very surprised if it's not a running back. Like, you can't go into battle week one with DeAndre Swift and
Roshan Johnson. Yeah.
You can't, man. I will say, and I'm kind of looking around here. I wouldn't be surprised also if it was corner. I think you could definitely sell me on an upgrade of Tyreek Stevenson with Savone Revel still out there. Azareye'h Thomas. I could see cornerback. If it's not running back, my bet would be on cornerback.
How about safety? Xavier Watts is there.
Good call.
Oh.
And Brisker dealt with concussion issues. Like, he is not, and Winston's out there too, depending on what their fields are. Safety's another good call. That's a good call, Russ. Yeah,
Xavier Watts would be a good fit right here.
I'm a big Brisker guy. But obviously
that's
we know where
we
know where my allegiaces lie.
Oh yeah, no, I think it's just the health. It's concussion
Yeah.
issues are real at this point, man. Like you missed basically the whole year. Like that's a problem, man. Like it's the Chris Olave stuff, but it's safety. So,
dude, my favorite pre-draft stat on Jaquan Brisker was that when he was in high school, he played power forward, and he's only 6'1". And it's like, dude, you played the 4, and you were down in the paint, probably just banging and punching everybody,
just tossing elbows the whole time, baby.
Yeah.
Just boxing out like, I don't care if you're 4 inches taller than me. I'm getting this ball, baby.
Exactly.
As he's looking up at the guy like,
yeah,
that's my rebound.
Yeah.
I swear there's no better YouTube comment troll than Mike Mayer saying Shedeur. I mean, between this and over on leading off, this guy's always batting 100, man. I don't know if you guys caught the leading off earlier today, but Welsh had cut a pretty good promo sending it back to Mike Mayer after Mike took a couple digs at him. So that's one of my favorite things about this company, man, is everyone, like, it doesn't matter.
If you can't give your friends crap, then what are we doing here, man? Dude, and people always ask us about shows and stuff and all the FP, like everybody for FP. Like, we're all really friends and we all love to give each other a hard time. There's nothing better than that.
Yeah. And speaking of hard time, this pick probably going to give my co-host over there on the Betting Pros College Football Show a hard time because it's a Texas A&M Aggie, Shamar Turner, coming off the board here to the Bears. How do you feel about this one, Russ? Do you think this was an area of need that they obviously paid, to get some help up there a couple years ago in the trenches and didn't really necessarily work out that trade to Washington?
Yeah, I love this fit. I kind of hate the Bears, obviously, for obvious reasons as a Lions fan, but I love this fit. And he was a very versatile player. Every time you watch Shamar Turner just continued to make plays and flash. He is a very violent player, getting upfield quickly, explosive. I like the versatility. He can play in multiple spots along the defensive line. Mm-hmm. One of the biggest things with him was the personal fouls. Like, there were times that you'd watch him and he's hitting people with like Ric Flair low blows type things. So I don't know if that's going to fly.
Did he woo afterwards?
He might have. He might have. But it's going to create a battle against Detroit. I can only imagine the dogfights that are going to happen here.
Okay, I like it. We got two
quite good fit. Yeah.
We got 2 picks left in the second round. Debro and I will be on for those, and then we're going to head out of here. What do you think in the Chiefs do? Do they go back with another offensive lineman? Do they continue to mix it up there? Or is now maybe when they grab another running back or receiver?
This should be a running back, dude. I'll say something like, dude, this might not be. I think this could be a running back, but this might not be Kaleb Johnson. This could be Devin Neal if I want to go off the board here and fit running back.
How about Jaylin Noel?
Oh, that would be dirty.
He would actually give them somebody that, like, not only has the speed but has deep ball tracking.
Yeah.
That I would hate that pick because only because, not because it's not a good pick, not because I don't want to see Jaylin Noel go win rings and stuff like that. Because it is going to be a headache and a half for fantasy and deciding where that ball goes on a weekly basis. So I would love it and hate it.
Well, luckily, that is not the reality that you live in, Derek Brown. It is Omar Norman Lott, the defensive tackle out of Tennessee, going off the board.
Really?
Another defender coming out of the great state of Tennessee and Knoxville down there. How do you like it, Russ?
This is like exactly what they do, right? They lost Eric Nottie. This is exact replacement for him to a T. He explodes off the football, violent hands, plays with low pad level, and he tries to work his hands. I mean, he's always trying to swipe and get underneath. Doesn't always work all of the time. He could get a little bit stronger, but there's a lot to like here. And this is going to be a player that I think in 2 years we're going to be really talking about for this Kansas City Chiefs defense.
What do you think, Derek?
It's a fit.
Maybe not their biggest need.
Well, no, I mean, for me, it's I just feel like it's a little bit early. Am I wrong, Russ? Like I felt like
Yeah.
this is a little bit early. Like I felt like he was more of a round 3 guy, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think maybe the biggest thing is they got pick 66 coming up, and they just wanted to go get their guy. They didn't want to have.
They want to get hopped.
They didn't want Howie Roseman.
The Eagles could use
him.
him. Yeah. That's a good call. Yeah, it's a good call.
Okay.
But I'm with you. He's a third round kind of guy. So
yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, we got one more pick left here. It is Howie's back on the clock with the Philadelphia Eagles. Are they going to get another steal here? Where do you think their head's at right now? Obviously, some really good players still on the board, including Siobhan Revel Jr., who we've talked about coming out of ECU dealing with an injury. But could he be maybe someone that fits into that third cornerback spot? I know, Derek, I think it was you who actually potentially put them as a bet to go cornerback in the first round.
Because they need another cornerback. Like I'm sorry, I don't think you want to walk into week 1 with Isaiah Rodgers as your other starting cornerback. I think corner is the standout need here. Now, Philly is known for going BPA and taking there's a bunch of good edges left on the board.
Yeah,
like they could go to and I know Jahad Campbell can rush the passer. Like you could make me a case for Darius Alexander. You can make me a case for Jordan Birch or Landon Jackson. I personally think it should be corner, but we'll see.
Okay. Yeah, I'm excited. Xavier Watts could potentially be in play here as well. I think that would maybe be interesting. So yeah, I'm always
safety's a need. Safety's a need too.
What did you think of their first round pick, Russ? Because that was one that, again, I had some money on Jahad Campbell going early and didn't play out very well, but he ends up going to the Eagles. Do you think that was a smart move from Howie to once again get some value at the late end of the first round?
Absolutely. I mean, they don't need to spend all their picks in this draft, right? He can move future capital. I believe he has 20 or 21 total picks between this year and next year. So he can move picks, move up a little bit and get his guy, even if it was one spot. So I really like the landing spot. It sounds like they're going to play him a little bit closer to the line of scrimmage and stand him up off the edge from time to time. But with Zach Bond and the Kobe Dean coming back from injury, there's a lot to be desired with Jahad Campbell. And I mean, he's just a high motor, good range football player. And that's Howie Roseman doing Howie Roseman things. So.
Well, speaking of Howie Roseman things, it is a safety. It is not Xavier Watts, though. It's Andrew Makuba out of Texas. How do you like this play, Russ?
I really like it. Andrew Makuba was just outside my top 50. He ended up being my 53rd ranked player and my 4th ranked safety. A little bit of a thin frame, only 186 pounds. He kind of reminded me of a former Lion in Tracy Walker, just from the way his movement skills were. But I love the way he reads and reacts to the football. Great ball skills. He makes amazing adjustments to the football when it's in the air. Quick feet, fluid hips, good lateral quickness. Really like the player. And this is exactly what they need to do as they replace Chauncey Gardner-Johnson in that defense.
D-Bro, little hook 'em, baby.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've talked up Makuba the entire time, and shout out to Mike Mayer calling me out. So Isaiah Rodgers is a Viking now, but again, my point stands. I don't think you want to walk into week 1 with Keely Ringo or Dory Jackson at the other corner spot.
I kind of liked Ringo. Ringo had
safety was a need. Yeah, I mean, apparently they're higher on Ringo than maybe I am, but safety was a definite need, getting rid of Gardner Johnson.
Well, D-Bro, any final thoughts? We're going to kick you out here in a second, but you've been absolutely a trooper, not just NFL draft these past 2 days, but throughout the entire process. You've been putting in the work, boots on the ground. You've been to Mobile, you've been to Indianapolis, and now you've been here on the Fantasy Pros NFL Draft live stream. Any final thoughts?
Just that I'm going to go sign up for as many best ball drafts that I can on Fast Draft, and I'm going to draft the ever-living hell out of Tre Harris and RJ Harvey. So if you're in those drafts and you see my name, good luck.
All right. Well, that's it for me and D-Bro on tonight's Fantasy Pros NFL Draft live stream. Russ Brown will be back later on the stream, but before that, please enjoy the stylings of Ryan Wormeli, Scott Bogman, and Pat Fitzmaurice right after this.
Hello, everybody. I am Ryan Wormeli, joined by my Dynasty crew. Guys, it's a reunion of our Dynasty podcast. Scott Bogman and Pat Fitzmaurice. Fitzy, you were on the stream yesterday. I was not. I got to just sit back and watch and enjoy the draft as a fan. Boggs, I believe you were on there a little bit as well. We are now 2 rounds through the draft, getting started here with round 3. The 3 of us will be with you guys for the first half of round 3. Then we'll bring Russ back on to wrap things up. Fitzy, I know, and I hate to ask you this right off the bat, I know you have not had the most fun time watching this draft as a Packers fan.
You're muted, Fitzy.
Sorry, my bad.
He
Not
didn't
at
want us
all.
to hear his thoughts on the Packers.
Yeah,
That's how mad he is.
I uttered a few words of profanity before I unmuted myself. Yeah, I don't think Brian Gutekunst is having the best draft. I guess the mandate is to fix the offense and get the offense jump started, but got a guy with some red flags on the college production profile in Matthew Golden, and then an offensive tackle who was like, I know he was like barely inside Dane Brugler's top 100, and it just didn't seem like an area of need when we could use a cornerback and an edge rusher and maybe a defensive tackle. So I'm a little disappointed.
Boggs, how are you feeling about the Steelers? Not that they've had much to do so far, but passing up Shedeur and going with Derek Harmon.
I love Derek Harmon. The interior of the defensive line is an enormous need. And if you break it down, it's really we got Derek Harmon and DK Metcalf. I'm doing okay. So I'm fine. I'm not doing as well as you are, Worm. This is just a traditional Ravens draft where they just sit and take the best player on the board, whoever falls for whatever reason. It doesn't always work out, but most of the time it works. What was the one that didn't? Ojabo, right? Like it just works for this team. I hate it.
They've had a sneaky number of busts in the second round over the last like recently they've done better, but from like 2010 to 2019, it felt like every second rounder was Sergio Kindle or Terrance Cody or somebody who didn't end up panning out. I don't know how I feel about the Mike Green pick because they are so hesitant to go with anybody who has a kind of background of domestic violence or the sexual assault allegations that Mike Green has dealt with. Talent wise, like first of all, you have to imagine they've done their homework given like what they're going through with Justin Tucker right now. Like you would think they would not want to dip their toes into those waters. So assuming they've done their homework and he checked out in their opinion, I mean, yeah, like the talent of Starks and Green is like pretty remarkable, obviously. We've got the Giants set to make their pick here, kicking things off in the 3rd round. As we get through the 3rd round, obviously we're getting further into, we will still highlight all the picks and get some thoughts on them. Darius Alexander out of Toledo, defensive tackle. I do want to spend some time, guys, as we are at the Dynasty show, talking about some of our favorite Dynasty, picks from the Dynasty perspective that we've seen so far and some surprises. And we're going to be doing a bunch of shows next week, which I hope everybody checks out on the feed where we talk about risers and fallers. We'll be doing a mock draft and stuff, but we'll hit on some of that early stuff. Now, quickly, though, before we get into some of that, Darius Alexander, Boggs, what's your reaction to that?
I like that pick. I mean, just add to the strength of this defense now. This defensive line, good run stopper. Alexander, he can rush the passer as well. And he is going to be playing next to the best nose tackle in the game in Dexter Lawrence. So, yeah, I think this is a great pick for the Giants.
This Giants defensive line is a problem for people. Dexter Lawrence, I mean, Thibodeau, Carter, Burns, like this is a nasty defensive line the Giants have put together here.
They're trying to learn their lesson from the Eagles, watching what they just did in the Super Bowl, and they can't mimic the rest of the team, but they can maybe mimic the defensive line.
It makes the Washington pick of Connerly kind of, it's like, why would they do this? They just traded for Larry Tunsil, where you have to play the Giants D-line, the Philly D-line, and Micah Parsons twice a year.
Yep.
So
Ezeraku now for the Dallas, who was made at the time of the Connerly pick. But yeah, no, it's a ridiculous division in terms of the pass rush. We're about to get the Chiefs selection here. I do want to let everybody know about the draft assistant. If you want real-time help during your dynasty draft, you can sync your league at fantasypros.com/assistant and get expert suggestions as you go based on your league settings, expert rankings, your custom cheat sheet, and more. Got another edge off the board here, Fitzy.
Yeah, Aaron Gillott. I'm not sure how to pronounce it.
I set you up without saying his name because I wasn't 100%.
I think it's Gelati.
Is it Gelati? Yeah, I mean, another guy from a deep edge class. It just shows how deep this is. I know some people had him as like their 17th ranked edge rusher, but like this edge class does seem to go about 20 or so deep with quality guys who belong in the first 2 days.
Is this a player you like, Bogman?
Yeah, he was. I think he was a Feldman freak guy. Like a lot of get off, a lot of push. Took a step back this year in production, so that was a little surprising. I've seen him fall in some mocks, but he's a nice fit for KC when they run multiple fronts and they need some beef up there. So I think it's a good pick for KC.
Let's talk some dynasty takeaways from round 2 while we're waiting for the pick from the Browns here. I mean, a lot of players that we have talked about in the previous months, on the dynasty feed. Fitz, you have been a fan of RJ Harvey, who gets second-round draft capital going to the Broncos. We know Debro loves Tre Harris, and that fit on the Chargers seems pretty excellent. Jack Bech getting second-round capital. Fitz, is there one name that, like, if I limited you to just one, it's your favorite landing spot so far for dynasty?
RJ Harvey was really a good one. I like that one for him. And, I'm not going to go to the extent that Debro did where he is going to be debating Omarion Hampton versus RJ Harvey. I just think Hampton's a much better prospect, but I do like the landing spot a lot for Harvey. And, he was a guy I was certainly going to be interested in, but maybe less interested if the landing spot did not give him an opportunity for a big role. He will have an opportunity for a huge role, I think, in Denver.
Is this enough, Bogman, for Harvey to be a first-round pick in rookie drafts at the back end of the first round?
It could be. I want to see where some of these other running backs land first. But yeah, I mean, the value of him going to Denver, specifically if they don't take another running back from this class, which I don't think is out of the question completely here. But I mean, it's such a good landing spot. RPOs with Bo Nix is basically KJ Jefferson that can throw, right? Like, so Bo Nix running RPOs with RJ Harvey is dangerous in that backfield. I think that's an excellent landing spot for him.
Browns are obviously the team on the clock right now. Quinshon Judkins going ahead of TreVeyon Henderson. I think you can visualize the fit in Cleveland pretty well for Judkins. Is that a pick where he went and the running backs he went before, where he maybe moves up ahead of Henderson in rookie drafts for you, Fitz?
I had to move him one spot ahead of Henderson, and I'm not totally sold on that, and I might flip-flop in the coming days. But as of now, I mean, doesn't it look like he's going to have a Nick Chubb role in the Cleveland offense?
Feels like it.
Yeah, but how could they not run the ball a million times? I mean, it's Joe Flacco throwing the ball at his advanced age, or Kenny Pickett. It's not good. So, defense still has a little work to do here in the draft. So, yeah, I mean, let's run the ball a bunch. I think Judkins is going to have a heavy workload. Jerome Ford's back there, still Nick Chubb. We'll see. But I think this is a really good landing spot for Judkins as well. Fitz, I'm with you. I really kind of do like Henderson in New England, though, because it gives him a little juice, and he's not a guy that has to carry the ball a million times. I think him and Stevenson can work pretty well back there, but I think by the end of the year, Henderson is your lead back for the Pats. I know Stevenson is signed until 2029 and all of that, but I don't care. I think Henderson's a much better back.
Every conversation we've had about the Patriots this whole offseason has been about how they need to fix the line. Henderson, elite pass protector. Like, that makes a lot of sense from that regard, let alone the explosiveness that he provides.
Very true. The funny thing is both guys might have more work per game as rookies than they had in their final season in college.
Yes. Whoa, Harold Fannin to the Browns.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Interesting.
All right.
I
like that.
Your streams, either you saw that on Twitter or you're a couple picks ahead of me on the stream.
I think I'm just a couple
seconds.
picks ahead of you. Yeah.
Look at those numbers, man. Look at those numbers. He was the offense at Bowling Green.
Huge production is putting it mildly on the scouting report. I mean, so with this landing spot, Bogman, where is he fall in kind of the rookie tight end pecking order? Obviously, a lot of guys went in the second round. Very early on in the process, people thought about Fannin as maybe even a little like closer to those top two than to the rest of the pack. That clearly is not the case now after going through the process. But where does he fall for you in Cleveland?
I guess my question about that landing spot is what does he play? Because you still have Njoku, right, at tight end, at your traditional tight end. Judy plays a lot in the slot. I guess maybe you move Judy back out and he's your big slot. I mean, he's going to have a lot of, he should have a lot of targets. The passers aren't that great. This is a run first team with Stefanski there. It's not my favorite landing spot, but I mean, they need pass catchers, so it fits for that. I don't know how much I love this though.
Fitz, I know that there's going to be a whole lot of rankings moving, in the coming weeks and months for you, but as of right now, just shooting from the hip, Fannin feels like rookie tight end. What to you?
I've got him rookie tight end 5 behind Loveland, who is past Warren for me. Warren is number 2. Mason Taylor is 3. Elijah Arroyo is number 4. And Fannin is 5. I know Terrance Ferguson went ahead of Fannin. I just like Fannin more, even though it's not an ideal landing spot. And I don't know if they're going to play a lot of 12 personnel. They haven't drafted a receiver yet, have they? The Browns? So they're still a little light there.
No, they traded away the best receiver in the draft.
Right. So yeah, maybe they run a lot of 12 with the Browns, but Flacco does love him some tight ends. So
oh, he does.
Yeah.
Sure.
I'm not totally discouraged by this landing spot, but it's not the best possible place for him to go.
Bogman, Darian Porter to the Raiders.
I mean, they need a corner so bad. They need secondary help a lot. The Raiders do. So I think this is a great pick. He's one of the corners that's like not hurt, right? Like a bunch, like Ben Morrison and Will Johnson and Ravel. They're all banged up right now.
Yeah.
Porter is healthy. He's a big, long corner. I think this is a great pick for Vegas. This is very strong. I mean, Jacorian Bennett last year, Eric Stokes, Darnay Holmes, these are the guys. It's bad. I think Porter is dropped in as a starter from day one here, but I am kind of surprised that Shedeur Sanders is still on the board. Or
I was just
Milrow,
gonna say,
too.
I kind of buried the lead by not starting off the conversation with that, especially because we just had the Browns and Raiders back to back, 2 teams that you could squint your eye and make a case really for them to go in that direction. Fitz, what has been going through your mind, like Shedeur specific? Because we have had conversations again on the Dynasty feed where you have liked Shedeur better than Cam Ward for large chunks of the process. And it became clear that Ward was going to be the first pick a while ago. But to see Shedeur fall this much, given that I know you really liked him, what's been going through your minds?
Just that there's a lot of baggage. Not only do people maybe not love the personality of Shedeur Sanders, but I think Dion is an albatross for him. And just, like if you're the brass for the team that takes Shedeur, knowing that you maybe have to like placate Dion, or he's going to be firing on you through the media. It's just an uncomfortable situation for Shedeur's transition to the NFL. And it's making for an awkward situation for me with my rankings, because I firmly believe that Shedeur Sanders is a better player than Jackson Dart. I don't care what the draft capital says. I think Shedeur is a better quarterback, and no one's going to change my mind on that. But how far does Shedeur have to fall before I'm forced to put Jackson Dart ahead of him in my rankings?
I think we've already reached that point. Like, irrespective of your evaluation, you can't take a quarterback who's in the round 3 or later, possibly. I mean, we'll see if he even goes while we're talking, compared to a guy who went in the first round.
What if the Steelers get him in round 3, Worm? Then I still want him more than Dart. I really do.
I feel like if the Steelers take him in round 3, like they've already passed up on him in round 1. I just feel like they are telling us that they don't think he's a starting quarterback. If you don't go in the first round, the NFL is telling us that they don't think you have that upside, right?
I guess, or they're just saying they don't want to deal with the headache.
I mean, I could be wrong, but that's how I view it. Like with quarterback, like for example, and I know Mayer's going to be excited because I liked Spencer Rattler when he came out, and then when he went in the 5th round, it was okay. Like you could see the case for him getting an opportunity in New Orleans if Derek Carr is really bad. But the fact that and you're not saying 5th round, right? You're saying 3rd round, which I know is different. But I just see it's like if it's first round or not. Especially when you're talking about comparing him to a quarterback who did get first round draft capital. If you were saying like, how far does he have to fall to rank Shedeur behind Tyler Shough? That's different to me because they are both not first round guys. Bogman, what do you think about this?
I mean, I still think it does matter where Shedeur lands, because if Vegas trades back in, or if he goes to Pittsburgh, I do think he has a better shot at starting quicker than, if Buffalo takes him, or, who else? Dallas maybe takes him. He's sitting for a while.
Do you think he's going to go in this round? Do you he's not? Do you think he's going to be still there? I would have to think he would, but I mean, at this point, who knows?
Yeah, I think someone would trade back into the end of the third. I think it's easy to move up there. So I think that he goes today because somebody trades back in. If he doesn't go to Pittsburgh at that pick, I would still rather have a running back, but they got to get a quarterback at some point. It's Mason Rudolph and Skylar Thompson on the roster right now. So, but I still prefer Milroe. Kyle Williams just went to the Patriots ahead of Jaylen Noel. Noel flipping.
That surprised me. I really like Noel. I was going to ask you guys about that one.
I mean, I like the fit in New England because, and Isaac Tesla to the Lions.
Lions traded up here.
Wow.
Yeah.
They
are definitely
traded up for Tesla. That is fascinating.
That is wow. I love Tesla. I cannot believe he went in the third ahead of Jaylen Noel, big physical wide receiver. I do wonder what his role is going to be. Obviously, they have a lot of talent in Detroit, so he's not going to have to start immediately or anything. But
have we even taken Tesla in our rookie?
I don't think we have.
I don't recall saying his name.
The funny thing is, Boggs, you're shouting out Tesla, and you've never been, to my knowledge, a big Alec Pierce fan, and I feel like Tesla's kind of an Alec Pierce clone.
Hey, look, Alec Pierce proved me wrong last year. He beat out my guy Adonai Mitchell for that job, and he was awesome. You need the right type of quarterback that can throw the deep ball. Goff can throw the deep ball. So I kind of like this landing spot. I think
they gave up 2/3.
Wow. Man, they must really like him. That is surprising.
That is really aggressive. I mean, the Lions have done this before where they make a very surprising move and it ends up looking pretty okay. I don't want the surprise of that to move past Kyle Williams. How do we see him fitting? Because there's certainly an opportunity to catch passes in New England fits.
Yes, there is. And, I am surprised that he went ahead of Jaylen Noel, considering I think Kyle Williams is somewhat overaged. Isn't he almost like 23? But really smooth mover, quick, kind of a smaller, short area receiver. Not a big guy, but man, he is really quick and good at getting open, and pretty dangerous after the catch too. So I understand the appeal. I don't know, maybe if the Patriots pair him with a larger receiver later on, an Aya Manor or a who else, Boggs, of the bigger Savion Williams isn't really Tai Felton's a little skinny, but yeah,
Pat Bryant are big. Those are big guys. Jalen Royals is long.
Royals.
So I think I like this pick for them because it gives them juice. They need speed more than anything. I feel like they had no speed in the Brady era. It was always the slow white guys across the middle that the Steelers could never cover.
They've got
the
juice
Chris
now,
Hogan
like
and Wes
plus
Welker.
Henderson, of course.
Henderson and Kyle Williams, you just bring a little juice to this offense. I feel like that's why they took Kyle Williams. They just want this speed here.
Personally, I feel like if the Lions were going to trade up for a receiver, it should have been Tai Felton. But that's
wow. I'm super surprised.
Yeah. let me ask you guys this now. That Williams and Tesla have gotten this sort of draft capital. How do you feel about them vis-a-vis maybe some other rookie receiver prospects you like who haven't been drafted yet, like Boggs? How about with you and Isaiah Bond? Do those guys now jump Isaiah Bond for you? Or
not quite yet? I want to see how far down Isaiah Bond falls. He may fall too far because of this allegation right before the draft, but he could also be in jail at some point. So he's a dicey pick right now. I still think the talent is there. So I think Bond is one of the few I probably wouldn't, but I don't know. Tell me about Tesla versus Pat Bryant. Fitzy, I kind of like Pat Bryant more. The motor's there, but he's definitely not as athletic as Tesla.
I gotta keep gotta put these guys over Pat Bryant now. Aya Manor is
Yeah.
the one for me since I'm kind of an Aya Manor
Ooh, yeah.
fan. But right now, if Aya Manor slides to day 3, I probably have to slide him below. Definitely Kyle Williams and maybe Tesla too.
Yeah.
What do you think is the reason Noel's falling? Like, we know that a lot of the guys with Fantasy Pros really like him. I really like him. I am very surprised to like, of the receivers who have not gone yet, he's the one that is the most eyebrow raising to me. What do you think is behind that, Boggs?
I think it's because he's mainly a slot only. And I think that you probably are not putting him outside at all. So he's probably relegated to that. And a lot of teams have slot guys. I mean, Buffalo has a million slot guys. The Jets drafted Malachi Corley last year. Like, I thought he was going to be a good fit in Denver. They're picking soon. Maybe there's a fit there. But
I would have
think,
loved him in Baltimore, honestly.
yeah. But I mean, they have, how many slot guys do you have in Baltimore? You have Zay as a slot guy. You have,
I think Zay can
Likely
play
as a
the
slot
outside
guy.
better than
He
his
can,
size would have
for
you think.
sure.
And it's like Hopkins is going to be there for just 1 year. They don't have anybody besides Zay and Bateman beyond this year. So
Yeah. I can't understand the note. 4.39 40, 41.5-inch vertical jump. He returns kicks. I don't get it, man.
There must be a medical thing that we don't know about. That happens every single year, you know. That's all that really makes sense to me outside of the maybe it's the slot thing. What weird pick are the Saints going to make here, by the way?
Well, I was just going to ask with the Saints on the clock, and they are about to make their pick here. I'm sure you'll see it before me. Where does Shough fall for you guys in a Superflex rookie draft at this point?
I still don't like him that much. I thought that was a weird pick by the Saints. He's an older prospect. He's hurt all the time in college. And I mean, I was trying to do this earlier. Give me the number of starts for these quarterbacks in New Orleans this year. Fitzy, like between Shough, Rattler, and Haener, who gets how many starts?
Well, we can't assume that Carr doesn't play at all.
I would. I don't think he's going to be on this team by week 1.
Wow. Man, if it's split up that way, I'm probably betting Shough to make the most starts. He is older. They're not gonna develop him for a long time.
I think Carr, he's 25, isn't he? I think Carr
Right.
doesn't want to play for the Saints anymore. I think that's the deal. So I think I think he had an injury and he's going to be like, I'll just have my surgery now, so I don't have to play for you guys. And so I don't think he plays at all. So I think it's going to be Shough for most. Rattler to start. Like, what does Rattler get, 5 or 6 before they pull the rug out from under him?
We have a Texas guy, Boggs.
I was going to say, Boggs, I was waiting for you to stop your, talking and
my
jump
yammering.
Yeah.
Hey, look,
of
course, another Texas guy goes. Again, this is why I like Scatterboo so much. I watch him run over all these guys that are all pros now. So Vernon Broughton, another good run stuffing defensive tackle. This is exactly what they need. Oh, that's a good pick for Buffalo too. We got some good defensive linemen falling into the 3rd round here. I don't know about Shough. I thought it was a weird pick. And I think if you're the Saints and you're miserable again this year and you have a bad record, which we kind of expect at this point, right? You're going to be in the Lenoris Sellers and Nussmeier. And if Arch comes out, you might be in that as well. And you took Shough at the 2nd round. Mayor has a great point here.
Great pick for Buffalo.
Yeah, you saw it before me,
so
but
good.
yeah, Landon Jackson. I love that pick for them. That's annoyingly good.
Yeah, he's really a demon off the edge, man.
Ooh, that's an interesting pick here for the Jets as well. And they're on it. In the background, we're getting these picks.
Thomas,
3 minutes before they happen. Azariah Thomas, number 73 of the
Thomas,
Jets.
yeah.
That makes a lot of sense because they lost DJ Reed. He went and signed with Detroit, so they need somebody.
I thought Thomas could have gone in the back half of the 2nd round. I think this is a good pick for them.
He ran like a 4.5 something at the 40. So, I mean, he built himself up a ton of draft capital at the Senior Bowl by locking down a bunch of guys there and then falling here to the 3rd because of this 40. This is a great pick.
By the way, I just want to take a moment to remind everybody that our Dynasty Rookie Draft Simulator lets you complete a mock in minutes with no waiting between picks. Customize your league settings to match your league's exact format. Premium subscribers can test trade scenarios by mocking with their traded draft picks. Prepare for rookie drafts and Dynasty startup drafts in one place. Use the Dynasty Rookie Draft Simulator to dominate your rookie draft today at fantasypros.com/simulator. Jets announcing their pick here. I want to go to something that happened on day one, Fitz. Omarion Hampton has been somebody that you have really liked this entire process. He goes to the Chargers. Obviously, the long-term fit, when you just think of Greg Roman and Jim Harbaugh and the backfield long-term, seems really nice. For year one, there is Najee Harris, and there is a concern, in my opinion, about the interior offensive line in Los Angeles. So when you are evaluating Omarion Hampton, now that we know the landing spot fits, is he still like that clear-cut fourth player off the board in a super flex rookie draft for you? Or are you thinking about him a little differently with the landing spot?
No, I still really like him. And I would consider him as high as 2 if I needed running back help. I'm not necessarily taking Cam Ward ahead of him. And I think it's a pretty interesting debate between Omarion Hampton and Tedero McMillan. So, I'm not worried about the inside of the line. Like they've got their tackles are great. I don't think I don't view their offensive line as a negative for the overall fantasy profile of Omarion Hampton. And I think it's going to be probably a 60-40 split with Hampton and Najee. Does that sound right to you guys?
For a little bit. But Najee sucks. I'll say what you don't want to say, Fitzy. Like Najee is fine. He can run straight forward. The best part about Najee is that he has staying power. He is not tired in the third quarter. He's not tired in the fourth quarter. He has stamina. So when your defense is sucking wind in the third and fourth quarter, he's still running like he was in the first, which is great. But if he's running in the back of offensive linemen, like he has been wont to do on occasion, just has no vision. He's almost Trent Richardson 2.0. So I just think Hampton is such a better back that it's not going to be long until that 60-40 starts going to 70-30, and then Najee's just not getting anything. I think it kind of stinks for Najee's long-term value too, because if he loses carries to the rookie this season, who is signing him next year to play any snaps that matter, right? So yeah, I think I'm getting out of the Najee business right now if I can.
Where do you guys think at this point the best landing spot is for Kaleb Johnson? Because he was in that top 5 running back in this class category for us throughout the process. And now obviously like RJ Harvey's gone ahead of him, still on the board here.
In 2 picks to Dallas.
3. You think he goes to Dallas?
I don't know if he goes to Dallas, but I think that's a good landing spot.
Best landing spot, yeah.
Pittsburgh would be good as well. I don't hate Cincinnati for a big back, right? Like Chase Brown can carry the load. I'm not trying to take it away, Fitzy. You saw Fitzy's face when I said running back to Cincy. I still love Chase Brown, but they need somebody because Zach Moss is always hurt.
Yeah,
So.
no, you saw my face because someone we just talked about is being drafted, Boggs.
Ooh, now I'm seeing it. Very
Pat Bryant
nice.
to Denver.
Wow, I like this fit for Denver. They, I think they need a slot too, but I guess they like Marvin Mims there. But another like a first down machine, motor for Pat Bryant. And he is a great run blocker. That's a good fit for the Denver offense. Very good fit.
Yeah, I'm shocked considering that they do need a slot guy to take him ahead of Noel.
Would you guys say in general this has been a positive draft for landing spots and guys that we're excited about in dynasty drafts, or in general has it been more negative than positive? I mean, I feel like it's largely been positive, but there have been a few like, guy like Noel falling and maybe losing some value, or a couple, like I think a lot of people would have preferred Henderson to Chicago rather than New England. In general, though, Boggs, would you say it's been more positive or negative for dynasty managers?
I think it hasn't been as positive as we wanted it to be, looking at all the potential landing spots, right? For these guys. And oh man, this fits too perfect here. This fits too perfect here. And that didn't happen. Like I hate that Chicago keeps taking skill position. What are you doing? Like you take Luther Burden and Colson Loveland, like you're burying some of these guys, or you're burying Rome, who is amazing.
I love it for real life and for Caleb, but yeah,
Caleb, it's amazing.
For fantasy for those guys. I don't know how, like, even just thinking like in redraft, I don't know how you can confidently draft any of them. I mean, it's just going to be such a question mark where those targets are going to go.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think a lot of these picks are fine. But I would say it's pretty even. Like McMillan going to Carolina has been, I love that fit because they have no defense. They're going to have to beat everybody point for point. He's going to catch 8 catches in the fourth quarter of every game.
Another McMillan that we liked last year, a big loser with Luka going to Tampa.
Yeah, because it ain't Egbuka and it ain't Godwin or Evans, so it has to be McMillan, just pushed off to the side.
Yeah, who is going to play the slot there? Like, who is going to be the primary slot receiver? Is it Godwin? Because they sort of tried Godwin outside a couple of years ago, and it didn't really. He wasn't Chris Godwin.
I think it's still going to be Chris Godwin, but did they take Egbuka because Godwin isn't recovering fast enough? Right? Like, I don't think that's the case. Where you take a guy in the first round may have added to why they like him. So, how healthy is Chris Godwin? I think that's a decent question.
Point.
But I think Egbuka has just so much juice that he can play anywhere. He's pushed more to the slot. Over the last 3 years, I think he was 81 point something % in the slot last year. But he can play outside if needed, and he can take the top off the defense. By the way, thank you, Sethi. I appreciate that. Our boy Seth Woolcock says Bogman's rant about Najee deserves a sports Emmy. Thank you.
You're thanking him, and you're not thanking Borg Cow in our audience for saying that we got a handsomeness upgrade with the 3 of us over.
Oh, Borg, thank you.
Nice.
And Randy, shouting out ITL love. Appreciate you guys. Thank you. Who is this from the Niners here?
I don't know. I wasn't going to acknowledge any comments from Seth because he mispronounced my name when handing it off to me for this.
Oh, he just Frenched it up a little bit for you, Wormeli. It's fine.
He did apologize, so I'll let him off the hook. People always think I'm Italian. They're like, Wormeli.
Wormeli, nah.
It's Norwegian.
To avoid paying Birdie.
What if? Oh yeah.
Then they're idiots.
A couple people throw that out.
Nick Martin from OK State.
Okay.
I don't know. There's not a lot of middle linebackers in this class, and they needed one. And I saw Nick Martin get a lot of top 30 visits. So I don't, I guess I'm not too surprised. There are just other middle linebackers I like a little bit better here. Chris Paul. I like Bassa, and Barrett Carter. I like a lot too. So little surprising to see Nick Martin go this high, but Niners seem to like him, I guess.
And then come the Cowboys. And do we see this has to be a running back or a wide receiver?
Cam,
doesn't it?
Let's see Cam go here.
I was going to say Boggs wants it to be Scatterboo.
There or Pittsburgh?
Do you want, by the way, just quickly, we'll get to the Cowboys in a second because I do want to talk about them. But since we already kind of talked about Shedeur, Bogman, do you want the Steelers to take Shedeur in the 3rd?
It would be fine. Shedeur in the 3rd is a great pick. I like it, but I would rather have Jalen Milroe if he's still on the board, and he is. Right. I would much rather have Jalen Milroe. I think he fits Arthur Smith's scheme better. Wouldn't be surprised if this is Shedeur, by the way. Who's backing up? Cooper Rush is gone. Trey Lance is gone. Who's
Cooper
backing
Rush
up?
Is in Baltimore.
Oh, right. Joe Milton.
Oh, that's right. They traded for Joe Milton, so it ain't going to be a quarterback. This got to be Caleb. Come on. Be Caleb.
Would it be better to be a running back or a receiver? Because they could definitely use both.
I mean, either Jalen Noel would be a great pick here as well.
Noel or Caleb or Scatterboo.
What should be Tai Felton? I called Tre Harris earlier. I was imagine Tre Harris getting rainbows from Herbert, who's accurate downfield instead of Jackson Dart.
Yeah, that's a great one. I'm so happy about that landing spot for Harris.
Ravel. Okay.
Savone Ravel.
Obviously, calling for injury reasons only.
That
Right.
makes sense. I mean, I think Deron Bland is in the last year of his contract.
Yeah.
Diggs going to be ready to start the year? I don't know.
Yeah,
But going to be ready
right.
to start the year.
Right, and I don't think their slot corner is great. So yeah, it makes sense. They needed to draft a corner at some point.
Yeah, running backs slipping. I can't believe Kaleb Johnson is still on the board. Like Cam, I understand. Like Cam has massive upside. He has massive downside.
Yeah.
I understand that. Even though I love him and I think he's almost can't miss. But I get it. I see it. Kaleb, is it a medical thing? Is it that they don't throw the ball at Iowa? They don't think he can catch the ball? Like, what is it?
I'm looking. Oh, Carolina traded.
Man, Carolina making moves in this draft.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I guess I didn't love Kaleb Johnson quite as much as like Debro. Debro has been our biggest Kaleb Johnson advocate on the staff.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I mean, I guess he does have really good vision. He's a powerful downhill runner. I think he could be really effective at the goal line. I mean, probably like zone only. You know, I don't know if he can really fit a gap scheme, and maybe that kind of winnows down the potential employers. Doesn't really have great long speed. You know, I mean, like Debro's contended that he is pretty fast, but I don't know. I didn't really.
I think
see
he's
it
more
when I
work
watched
up
him.
speed than
Like
acceleration.
I don't think his feet are all that quick, but you know, he's powerful and he does seem to make pretty good decisions when he's running the ball. Ooh, Princely, another edge rusher.
That's such a good pick for Carolina.
Yeah,
that
Rebuild
is.
that D line
To get him late.
Yeah, I was surprised that they went non-defense with their first pick in McMillan. Like this,
It looks better if you can get a guy like Princely. I'm not going to try and say his last name, but if you can get a guy like Princely later.
Uman Mielen.
Yeah, that's a great pick.
That one took me a little bit, but they added who else? Because didn't they trade up for another pick earlier? Yeah, Scourton and Uman Mielen, along with Derek Brown in the middle there. That defensive line just looks so much more intimidating today.
These edge rushers are running out, and the Packers need one. And I'm trying to think of who's left: Jordan Birch, Braden Swinson.
Yeah, Swinson.
I like Swinson.
A good one.
Josiah Stewart from Michigan.
Jack Sawyer.
Jack Sawyer.
Jared Ivey. Josiah Stewart.
Wow,
Did you just say him?
I actually think Sawyer feels a lot like a Green Bay player. I could see him fitting there really well. Not that I'm saying that's gonna be the pick, but yeah, I'm like looking at the teams coming up next, like for Kaleb Johnson. I don't know. I think somebody kind of joked about this on Twitter, and I'm going to say it non-jokingly. I think the Saints should draft Shedeur the next time they're up and just say, hey, if we're going to take a swing, just throw them both out there and double our chances of one of these guys who fell.
I mean, we saw Washington do it with RG3 and Kirk Cousins, and they both worked out, right?
Yeah, that was a little different. That wasn't like they didn't do that to say like one of them will win the job. Like that was RG3's job. But you're right that in drafting both with real capital in the same year.
Bugs, are you on with us for the Pittsburgh pick, or are you gone by then?
I can't remember where I'm leaving.
You're off after pick 80, so you will be off after Indy. So we're
all right. So
for Pittsburgh.
Before we get to the,
I'll be in the crowd.
All right. So Shedeur is a possibility. If they go running back, which they also need, what type of running back do you think would best complement Jaylen Warren and Kenneth Gainwell?
Big back. I want Kaleb or Cam. One of those two I think would be great for Pittsburgh. I'd love to see Scatterboo. I think he would fit. I think the people in Pittsburgh would love him. But I could say this. You could say the same thing about Kaleb. If either one of those guys are there, I think it's either those two or I want Milroe bad. Like if Milroe's still there, I want Milroe.
Boggs, they need a slot receiver too. What about Jalen Noel?
They drafted Roman Wilson last year, so I think he's going to stick.
Okay, they're going to give him a shot to do that.
I think so. Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard anything good about Roman, but they haven't cut him yet, so I would assume he's going to get another shot at it. He was hurt all year last year with the ankle thing, so
Steven in the chat asks if Kaleb to the Chiefs is a possibility. Do you think he's an Andy Reid? I think, yeah. I don't think so, as opposed to having a bigger back like that.
I guess the question is what is Pacheco? Is he not the same guy after this injury? Because he didn't look like the same guy, but he was just getting over a broken
Yeah, it's hard
leg.
to judge too
So,
much. in
yeah.
that moment.
Exactly. So I don't think Pacheco's dead in the water by any stretch of the imagination. But if you take one in the third with a couple of the needs that Kansas City has, they still need edge rushers, interior. I think they need a lot of offensive line help. Jared Wilson, I guess not Jared Wilson. They already have a good center, but they need a guard. It would be kind of surprising to see them rock with one of those guys here with some of the other positions on the board, but it's not crazy. We've seen crazier picks in this class. Y'all see Shough go at 40? That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's insane.
That's the thing about this running back class, you guys, is it's so deep. I almost wonder if that is making some teams a little more patient at
Feel like
running
they
back
can
than they
wait.
might be. Yeah, they feel like they can wait.
Yeah.
Sampson, yeah, there's some really good running backs still available. And I don't think we should necessarily, as dynasty enthusiasts, look negatively at it if some of these guys fall into day 3. Day 3 is not a death sentence for the running backs who drop
for this class. I think that's right. I think other years I get really worried, especially the fact that they could get replaced the next year, like Algier, and then they bring in Bijan, right? Like that scenario.
Right.
But this year, it does feel a little different. While this Cardinals pick is getting made, I do want to let everybody know that they should join our Fantasy Pros Discord community, chat with other fans, and get access to exclusive AMAs that wind up on our podcast feed. Our current schedule looks like this. Bogman and Fitz at 5 Eastern on Tuesday, April 29th. Myself and Fitz at 5 Eastern on Tuesday, May 13th. Come get your questions answered and be on the show at fantasypros.com/chat.
Jordan Birch, there goes one of those edge rushers.
Yes, another one, yeah.
To the Cardinals. By the way, how about Jaylen Noel back with Jayden Higgins in Houston? I think that wouldn't be a bad pick. Are they giving Mechie another shot? I guess would be the question there.
Yeah, Worm, I believe we have a super chat.
I know. I was waiting for Bogman to stop talking. So
I'm sorry, guy.
We got a chat here from Wesley. Where did you all put Sanders? Surprise or not? I mean, definitely surprise. So far, Fitz, where did you have him going heading into the draft?
Shedeur. I didn't mock Shedeur in the first round. I kind of thought he would fall out of it. And but I didn't really have him pegged for a team. I figured the most likely possibilities, I guess, were Steelers, or I had heard the Saints didn't like him, so Steelers, maybe Browns, maybe Giants.
Yeah, I mean, Vegas also. I thought Vegas would be a good spot for him. I think Vegas would be perfect for him.
Wait, so the Texans got Noel. Didn't they
get
Higgins?
And Higgins.
They
got
did.
Higgins
I just
later.
said that.
Oh my god,
that's what I just said. Let's pair these Iowa
that, yeah.
State guys back.
Unbelievable.
So,
Nice.
yeah,
Well, I mean, great for
pick.
Stroud.
Yeah, Stroud is getting him some weapons today. Higgins and Noel. That's they made Rocco Bech look good.
And
how good are they going to make CJ Stroud?
Yeah, I guess I can release John Mechie in the one dynasty league where I'm holding on to him.
Do you guys have a preference between the two? I mean, obviously draft capital is stronger for Higgins, but they're on the same team, different types of players. Will you be more interested in one over the other in rookie drafts?
Well,
Higgins.
I don't know, Boggs. The Texans already have a power forward wide receiver.
I was going to say, is Higgins
he's pretty good. Yeah, that's my concern. If you
they have Christian Kirk. So I mean, I don't. What does Kirk have left? Who knows? But they traded for him, so they still must like him.
What did they give up for
running back too? By the way, the Colts could take a running back here. They need somebody behind.
What did the Texans give up for Kirk?
I don't think it was anything big.
I can't remember. Yeah, I mean, because at this, I can't imagine he's going to be ahead of any of the Iowa State guys, obviously, or Nico on the depth chart.
I mean, who's got paid a bunch of money. If he comes back and he's not as hurt as that, Justin Wally's interesting pick by the Colts. They definitely needed a corner. Kind of surprised to see Wally go this high. But yeah, I mean, they need a running back too. They should have taken a running back here. There's so many good ones left.
I want to pull up a question here from Steven that
say.
I actually was going to suggest this when we were talking about Kaleb Johnson, but I was like, I talk about the Ravens enough. I can't just say like all the good players should go to my team. But this question from Steven, question for Worm. How would you feel about the Ravens taking Kaleb Johnson as a Henry prototype given his age? Probably tomorrow, assuming he falls. I would be very on board. I have said the Ravens have a lot of picks, first of all, in this draft this year. So like they can definitely afford to take a running back. And I love the idea of getting a guy in a year early before you're starting to think about Henry wrapping things up. And just the skill set of Caleb Williams fitting in to just how seamlessly Derrick Henry fit in to the Baltimore offense. I could see Kaleb Johnson not being as good as Derrick Henry, obviously, but fitting in a similar way. So I would actually be super on board, especially if that came tomorrow.
Yeah, stop being so selfish, Worm. That would be terrible for Caleb's value in fantasy. So get out of here with that.
Listen, I said I wasn't going to bring it up because I didn't want to be selfish, but Steven asked the question. All right, we're going to say goodbye to Boggs so we can go enjoy the Pittsburgh selection here. We'll step away for just a quick second here while the Bengals are making their pick, and we'll be back, bringing back Russell Brown for the remainder of round 3.
Yeah, we're all passionate about fantasy football, obviously. But sometimes there is a little bit missing. What's missing? A team. But not your fantasy team. No, a team of like-minded, passionate fantasy football fans. And if that is not part of your everyday, Fantasy Pros Discord might be your answer. Chat with other fans, debate strategies, and find leagues to join. Every week, get your questions answered live in our AMA live Discord sessions. Want to know if you should start that sleeper or avoid a risky trade? Our experts, they're here to help. And if you got a question, you might even end up on a podcast. It's not just about advice, though. It's about community, with channels for every aspect of fantasy football, draft advice, waivers, props to dynasty, best ball, and a ton more. You're going to find like-minded fans just like you. So join the best fantasy team. Join Fantasy Pros on Discord at fantasypros.com/chat today. Get your questions answered and connect with fans. Don't just play fantasy football, live it with Fantasy Pros on Discord.
Mayor, I see giving me a hard time in the chat for bringing up a Ravens comment. First of all, I was specifically asked the question by Steven. Thank you again to Steven for the question. Second of all, Mayor, we are in tandem here. Draft day is our general manager's time to shine. There are no two GMs in the NFL who get the tweet of they can't keep getting away with this more on draft night than Howie Roseman of the Eagles and Eric DeCosta of the Ravens. So we are a team here on draft weekend. Thank you to Bogman again for joining us. Hopefully he enjoys whoever the Steelers take. And welcome back to Russell Brown.
Fellas, how are we? Happy to be back.
Hey, Russell.
Doing
Great
well.
to have
We're,
you back. And we're flying through with the picks here.
I was just going to say, I feel like we barely hopped on and we're already into the last segment of the third round. Just especially compared to how that first round goes on night one, it does feel like it really flies. We did have a pick, by the way, Russ, from the Bengals. They took Dylan Fairchild, a guard. What do you think about that one?
I think it's a good pick, right? I mean, this is a team that needs to revamp the offensive line. They've got to add some pieces. About an hour ago, Debro was pretty upset about the way the Bengals weren't addressing the offensive line. They go ahead and get a guy in Dylan Fairchild here, who is 6'5", 318 pounds. And he's got, some inconsistent footwork. There's some inconsistencies there. He doesn't anchor consistently enough as well, but there's plenty of power behind his hands. And this is a guy that's going to be able to be efficient in zone runs. If they want to do a little gap stuff, I think he can combo block and climb to the second level, and he's going to be able to move defenders in the run game. So there's some cleanup stuff that needs to happen with what he does in pass pro, but overall you're picking him to get in the run game and that type of stuff. So it's a fine fit at this spot in the draft.
Fits the Bengals once again, keeping your guy Chase Brown safe in fantasy for another pick.
Yeah, that's right. We were worried about that for fantasy, about some potential timeshare back coming in. But right now, Chase has stayed pretty clean throughout the draft, which we like.
Are we deep enough into the draft that you're like your concern's pretty much gone. Like at this point, even if and when they do take somebody, which we do expect, it will be with draft capital that doesn't scare you.
Yeah, I mean, the guy I've thought all along who would be perfect for the Bengals would be Taj Brooks, who you can probably get on day 3, who does some of the things that Chase Brown doesn't do. Like, he has a very complementary skill set. He's a really good pass blocker, which Chase Brown is not good at. He could potentially be, I know Chase Brown was pretty effective at the goal line last year, but if you needed someone to get you hard yards in a pinch, Taj Brooks could be that guy. So, but yeah, like, I don't think Taj would really threaten Chase Brown that much. Just, he would be a good guy to spell him occasionally and, might have a little bit of standalone value himself.
Titans are on the clock. Pick is in. Russ, is there a direction you want to see this pick go?
Well, I mean, just looking back through my notes, I know they've kind of got quite a few pass catchers there, but Tyler Lockett's on the 1-year deal. Maybe go get a pass catcher. Maybe they were thinking about getting Jaylin Noel. I did not see that he got drafted by Houston, so I feel all that much better about my trade I made this morning in Dynasty for CJ Stroud. I gave up Drake May for CJ Stroud, so feeling pretty good about that.
Wow.
But I think somebody offered me it. I had to take it. But just looking at pass catchers, I mean, Jalen Royals, he'd be really intriguing. I like Tai Felton. He was a top 100 player for me. So I think that would be a great fit, especially alongside Tyler Lockett. Get another pass catcher in there for Cam Ward. That's what I would consider.
Tai Felton would be a great fit in any offense, for the record.
Yeah. Are you, Russell, are you an like Aya Manor guy or not really?
No, not really.
Yeah, just issues with basically his catching technique and the hands are a little iffy.
Yeah, I mean, like I like some of the movement skills that I see, but I don't know. I thought the drops were so inconsistent. Like, that's the biggest issue I have with like Savion Williams, right? Like, he's got the blazing speed. He can move anywhere in the offense, but part of the job is to catch the football, right? So I just struggle with that. But he makes sense as far as like a big body type, but I just hope like it's not Treylon Burks 2.0 type of thing. You know?
Yeah. Which I understand why the Titans might be reluctant to go in that direction. So
Yeah.
The Titans went with the safety, Kevin Winston, and we have a note in here, Kaleb Johnson off the board to the Steelers.
Wow, there it is. That is
Shedeur again.
Yeah, passing up on the quarterback once again. We know Bogman would have been happy with either Shedeur or preferably Jalen Milroe for Bogman. Doesn't get any of them, but he does get Kaleb Johnson to Pittsburgh. Seems like a pretty good fit for fantasy purposes, Fitz.
I think so. He kind of goes into the Najee role, and you've got the Thunder and Lightning with Warren and now with Kaleb Johnson. So yeah, I think they're complementary backs. And we know the Steelers are going to want to do business on the ground. So I think this is a really good landing spot. And, I'm sure some people who were Kaleb Johnson enthusiasts were a little nervous that he slipped this far, but like, I don't think it should hurt his dynasty stock that much.
Not with this landing spot.
Yeah, that he went to, a good team, a good home in round 3, as opposed to going somewhere in round 2. I'm not worried about it.
Russell, where did you have Kaleb Johnson amongst running backs? Because obviously we know like Debro was very high on him. Yeah. Other folks maybe had him more in like the RB5 range. Some guys out there might have even been a little bit lower. Where was he for you at this position?
RB2 for me, 44th overall player. I was really impressed with his game. I talked about it a little bit earlier, just the decisiveness, the patience. I thought he had really good burst through the hole and in the open field. So I like this fit in this offense because of Arthur Smith and wanting to run the ball. And to Pat's point, I think he really complements Jaylen Warren really well. So I think that this just goes hand in hand with who the Pittsburgh Steelers are. This is a really good back, and I can see him being the lead back down the road for sure.
Yeah.
Bogman excited getting his big
He's happy.
back.
He is happy.
I want to pull up this comment from Bunting. Shouts to Bunting. What if Shedeur gets drafted this late and still pulls the Eli like Dion said if a bad franchise takes him?
That would be hilarious.
It would be the funniest thing. He has the chance to do the funniest thing possible.
He's got to go at some point, like soon.
What if the Steelers get him in the 4th? the Steelers will have gotten like the 3-4 end they needed with Derek Harmon. They didn't have a second round pick. They got the back they needed in the third, and to get Shedeur in the fourth, that would just be a crazy good draft for a team that was missing its second round pick.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. And I wonder if they move up a little bit to maybe close it off before the end of the night. I mean, the Raiders have 2 back-to-back picks here at 98, 99. The Falcons have 101. They don't have a lot of capital.
There's a guy I was hoping the Packers might have a chance at.
Parrish.
Yeah.
I agree.
I like Jacob Parrish. He's a good player.
Yep. He was a top 80 player for me for sure. I think that's a great compliment to Benjamin Morrison. And Parrish is going to be more of like that slot guy, really feisty, but really good ball skills. I like his ability. That's a good fit.
Yeah. What is left at cornerback if the Packers need one? I know there's
Chiefs trading up
to go get a corner, probably Quincy Riley. Noel Williams would be great.
Yeah. Oh, he's kind of small though, isn't he? Noel Williams.
Yeah, I mean 6 foot.
He's 6. I didn't realize he was that tall. I thought he was smaller than that.
But he was he was listed at like 6'3" though, so he came in undersized, I guess, quote unquote. Just for or air quotes, I should say. But Kobe Bryant's would be maybe an option. I'm just thinking of the Packers for you, Fitz.
Sorry, we're going to take a kicker or a punter or something like that. So.
I'd be
You wanted to take another receiver, Fitz?
Yeah.
As a Lions fan, I'm cool with it.
How do you feel about the Lions draft so far, Russell? Are you pleased, or what do you think about the Tesla pick?
I like it, man. I was sitting online arguing with people about the horrific value that they're saying that they got because they gave up 3 thirds. I'm like, well, hold on. They swapped thirds. They moved up 32 spots. They got a 6th round pick this year, a 6th round pick next year. I know that doesn't really move the needle, 3rd round of the 6th round, but there's been a lot of good 6th round picks coming from Brad Holmes. He was also in the room when they drafted Cooper Kupp in LA. And I'm not saying Isaac Tesla is Cooper Kupp, but they love those guys that can go on the perimeter and block. And he's got really good fluidity. He's going to get open. He's going to find, the soft spots in zone, and he's going to help with the timing and the rhythm of the offense. But he's got the speed and the tracking ability to win vertically as well. So I think this is more about the future beyond Tim Patrick and Khalif Raymond, who, as we all know, have injury concerns.
Yeah. Do you think an Alec Pierce comp is fair for Tesla, or do you think he's more versatile than that?
I think that's actually a really good comp. Because, I was trying to rack my brain on what he could be compared to. And I couldn't really come up with anything. And I think that's a really good comp. I like that one a lot. So if he can turn into that, I would be okay with it, just simply because outside of JMO and St. Brown, there's some limitations there.
It was a cornerback for the Chiefs, by the way.
Noel Williams.
Was Williams.
And we were just talking about
that's a Chiefs player all day long. Press man, physical.
Yeah.
He's going to compete.
2 spots. They knew. I think the Chiefs knew they had to get ahead of the Packers for a corner.
Yeah. Which, I mean, kudos to them. They have a ton of draft capital.
Russell, what was your evaluation on Shedeur? Was he somebody that you were hoping to see go in the first round? Do you think it was fair for him to fall a little? Fitz was very high on him relative to others throughout a lot of the process. Where were you on Shedeur ultimately?
Yeah, I thought he was a 1st round player just for the mock draft's sake. I mean, I only had 13 1st round grades, but he was my 22nd overall player, my QB1. I thought he was the most consistent quarterback through a film perspective. He worked with kind of a broken structure there. The poor offensive line. He was always getting hit, it felt like. And I know he was thrown to a Heisman Trophy candidate, and we all know what Travis Hunter is, but he was a tough QB, man, and he really stood in there. The throwing technique, it never really altered with anything that he was doing. He could extend plays beyond the pocket, and he still threw within rhythm and the timing. He could drive some throws. There were times that he held down the football for too long, but just looking at pick 21 with the Steelers, I mean, I know they got Harmon. That's a fine fit. It makes a lot of sense, but I thought Sanders was their guy because of Mike Tomlin and the love that it sounds like he had for him. But I think he's just simply falling because of maybe he interviewed really poorly, or it's just, the entourage that comes with Shedeur,
Yeah, Bogman saying he thinks Fitz is right. Teams not wanting the drama. It's hard to blame teams for just saying, I don't want to buy a ticket to this circus.
Yeah. I mean, imagine him if he went to the Giants, right? I mean, we all know how hard it is to win and play and succeed in that New York media. It would have been a circus. I mean, we all would have got a front row seat to it every single Sunday.
And by the way, I want to be clear. I'm not saying it's fair to Shedeur. Like, I don't want to blame him for this, but I do think it's understandable why a team would say we like him, but not liking him enough to be worth, I think, what did I phrase it? Fitz, we're talking about Shedeur when I said I think it was like the sword of Damocles, like hanging over any coach's head who drafts Shedeur. Just the idea that Dion is going to come in, and if you're like a team like the Steelers, right? Like Tomlin, you would think can handle something like that. A lot of coaches out there, whether or not they can handle the distraction, like it's going to be in the back of their minds. Like the fans are going to want Dion to come coach this team if Shedeur is the quarterback in a lot of cases. So
yeah, no, I think that's largely it, Worm. Yeah, he is.
Sword of Damocles a literary reference? What is? I know what it is, but what is that from again?
I don't know. Is that
I'm trying to figure out how smart I sounded there or not. Sword of Damocles is from.
Oh, here. Good for you.
Oh, it's a Greek mythology. So that's what's important here.
Man, it's gotten to the point I don't know what I even want for the Packers. There's not a lot left. Maybe an edge at this point. Like, I guess I would go for like Jack Sawyer or oh, nice. They've got Wisconsin native Melvin Gordon announcing the selection for the Chargers.
He announced the earlier one, right? Didn't he?
Did he?
I think he did. I might have missed it or looked at it wrong. I thought it was him.
I saw who the pick was on the ESPN tracker, and I really like this pick for the Chargers.
Just came up for me here, Jamari Caldwell.
Yeah, that's a great pick, man. I mean, he's going to be plug and play if they need. Third round pick that's going to be solid. I compared him to Aleem McNeil, and I think he's a guy that just has great lateral quickness at 6'2", 330. He fights off blocks consistently. He's a high motor guy. There's some questions on if he's going to be able to produce on third downs all of the time. But when he was at Houston, he had 6.5 sacks. So I think there's a lot to like with this player in LA.
Fitz, do you want to weigh in on Caldwell, or are you too distracted by wondering who Green Bay is taking?
Yeah, I know Caldwell was that guy was a beast for Oregon. Just really tough to run on, man. So yeah, good pick there. And I am distracted. I feel like we have to get something for our pass defense here, either an edge or maybe, man, the cornerbacks have really run dry here, Russell. Like Quincy Riley, is he maybe the best one left in your opinion?
Yeah, I think so. And their defensive back coach at Louisville, me and him were talking all offseason, and he hyped him up left and right. He also hyped up his teammate, the safety, Tamarian McDonald, from Louisville. I don't know if he'll get drafted, but man, that guy can hit. But Quincy Riley, a lot to like with him, really fluid. He tracks the football. I like that he is always fighting through the catch point, despite having some smaller hands. But he can play on the perimeter. I think there's some people that suggest that maybe he's going to move inside at the next level. But if he's available, I mean, he is available. If this is the guy that they want to take that's highest on their board, he makes a lot of sense. I thought Noel Williams would have been their guy, to be completely honest. I think I actually did a tweet about that.
Yeah, Braden Swinson, Jack Sawyer, Josiah Stewart, like one of these edge guys wouldn't be bad either. So
I could see Josiah Stewart, to be completely honest.
You think he's a fit?
I think he could be a fit. I mean, like as a pass rushing specialist. I mean, and he competes too. He was a guy that was competitive in the running, like setting the edge and against the run. Shorter arms, but it didn't ever stop him. I mean, he just was always competing, high motor, and he was productive too. If I remember right, he had 48 tackles for loss and 30 sacks in his career. So I'm not going to spoil it for you. I know who
I just saw it, Fitz.
We were just talking about it.
Savion Williams.
Another receiver.
Oh my goodness. Well,
If there's a right spot, this is the spot, I think.
interesting. I mean, he is a unique weapon. I don't hate the landing spot for. I mean, I don't like the pick for the Packers really, but I don't hate the landing spot for Savion Williams as far as fantasy potential.
Yeah.
He's going to a coach that knows what to do with him. But I know friend of the show, Matt Waldman, thinks maybe Savion's destiny was to be a running back more so than a wide receiver. How do you feel about that, Russell?
I don't know if consistently aligning out of the backfield at 6'4" is a wise choice, to give him carries consistently. But I definitely think you can sprinkle it in. And I think going to Matt LaFleur is the perfect spot to be sprinkled in like that. So he can be used in a variety of ways. They love to come out in that pony personnel with the two running backs. You can put him in the backfield with Josh Jacobs or Marshawn Lloyd, and the versatility is going to go a long way. But at 6'4", I mean, if there was any question of them not having maybe a true X receiver, this might be your guy, and it allows you to move Christian Watson around a little bit.
Yeah, he is a freak athlete. I mean, just watching him with the ball in his hand, I mean, he will hurdle guys. He will stiff arm guys to the ground. Like, he is a fun watch.
Yeah, and the burst is legit too.
So let me ask you this, Fitz. Who are the receivers that you cannot draft in fantasy this year out of Green Bay now? Because there's just so many names. Like, obviously, they can't all contribute. Who are the guys at the bottom of the list?
I feel like other than maybe Jayden Reed, they are all double-digit round draft picks because this is going to be a true committee. I don't know if there's going to be
Matthew Golden too. You think in the double-digit rounds as a first-round receiver?
Yeah, I think Jayden Reed is the only one with a better than 50-50 shot to get 800 receiving yards.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like Romeo is kind of on the way out. That's kind of what this feels like. You know what I mean? Like maybe that might be a guy they try to move.
T-Bro, I'm sorry, Fitz.
It is a bad draft for Green Bay. I do not dispute that at all.
What a year for having a bad draft. You get to host and all this excitement and man.
Yeah, I know. I'm not quite sure what they're doing. They're just declining to add on defense. So
and then a corner goes right after.
Yeah. Kaleb Ransall to the Jags. I do want to let everybody know that you can build your own custom draft board for your upcoming dynasty startup or rookie drafts using the cheat sheet creator at fantasypros.com/cheat sheet. Add tiers, tags, and notes on your cheat sheet to help you draft like a pro.
What a comment.
Another pick here back to back with the Jags.
I would say, what a comment by Tequila Mockingbird in the chat. Packers, it's not super flex with the wide receiver position.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they're drafting receivers like it is a dynasty startup.
Yeah, there was a lot. I guess I kind of forgot about Tucker Kraft too and Luke Musgrave. There's a lot of mouths to feed. I mean,
thankfully they have no other holes they could have addressed.
Yeah, none whatsoever.
We're going to get a second pick here. So the Jags just went with a corner. Russell, is there a different position that you'd like to see them go with this second pick?
Probably go with an interior defender, right? I mean, they were rumored heavily to Mason Graham. Go get a defensive tackle. Just looking at the board here. Josh Farmer is available. There's a lot of love for him as like a solid 3-tech. He's got really good length. Longer arms. Ty Robinson's a personal favorite of mine. I think he'd fit well there. He's very versatile. Former baseball kid, 6'5", 285, and he's got a high motor. I think he'd really pair well with like Trayvon Walker, Joshua Allen Hines. So I think you could play him as a 3. You could play him as a 4i. So one of those two guys would make some sense. I wonder if JJ Pegasus or I think I'm saying that right, from Ole Miss. I wonder if he would go.
By the way, somebody pointed out on Twitter as we wait for this pick, Malik Willis was the 86th pick in the 2022 draft. Shedeur Sanders is now, we're past the 86th pick.
Wow.
Going later than Malik Willis.
Wow.
Wyatt Millam, is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Virginia?
Good player.
I agree. That's a good fit. That they needed to get some help up front. protecting Trevor Lawrence is obviously always a wise choice. Millen was actually committed to be a starting pitcher at Marshall. He was going to be a left-handed pitcher at 6'6", and ended up going the football route, obviously, to West Virginia. But 5-position versatility, a lot to like there. Length, probably is going to move him inside. He played tackle, though. He had 8 starts as a true freshman at right tackle and a bunch of starts at left tackle. So I like that.
Yeah, really good value here, kind of late in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
That's disappointing for me to hear, because I've been saying, like, from the moment we started draft season, that my biggest want for the Ravens is a guard. And I recognize there weren't really a lot of good options at the end of the 1st round by the time we got there. So I was okay with it. And Starks is great. So, like, I was certainly happy with the pick. But, like, that is my number one. Like, I just want them to build the best offensive line they can for Lamar. I've said it, for years. Like, Lamar, every year Lamar's had a great offensive line. He's basically been the MVP. Like, the receivers and stuff matter, but it doesn't matter, like, the O-line for a guy like Lamar. So I want them to fix that guard spot.
All right. Worm, are we on quarterback watch here with the Rams up and the Browns not too far off?
Yeah. Also, the Saints, if they want to take my strategy of just take both of them. And the Raiders, a couple, back to back, like Russell mentioned. So
yeah, the Raiders do have those back compensatory picks at the end of the round.
They could definitely take one for sure. I don't know who it would be. Maybe Sanders, but
I had heard it suggested, and I can't recall who talked about the possibility, but like that, maybe McVay would want to have a mobile quarterback on the roster, just for like a different look, and maybe the succession plan, like he would want his next quarterback to be someone mobile. So I wonder if like Milroe might intrigue the Rams here.
I know McVay was in Washington at one point. Was he there for the RG3 rookie season year?
I believe so.
He was on the staff that year?
I believe so. I think
because as a head coach, it's just been Goff and Stafford. But I'm trying to think if he has experience with a mobile quarterback. If he was there in that 2012 season, then obviously he certainly does.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was. Offensive assistant in 2010, tight ends coach from 2011 to 2013, and he was the OC from 2014 to 2016.
So he wasn't calling plays for RG3, but he was, coaching the building. That would be interesting. I mean, either Sanders or Milroe, if they were to go to LA, would be really interesting in rookie drafts, because obviously it's a zero right away, but you're talking about a guy who's, supposedly the heir apparent to a very well run offense and the best, offensive play caller, one of the best in the sport. So, how would you? I know a lot of people talk about like the fact that they got that second first, maybe for next year is when they make their move to get their quarterback of the future. Fitz, how would you approach in rookie drafts this year if a quarterback were to land with the Rams, either here or let's say in round 4?
Yeah, I mean, that would discourage me, and I would probably not want to take that quarterback until late 3rd, 4th round, even in Superflex. Just that's tough to have. Know you're going to get the redshirt year, basically.
Yeah.
At least, I mean, maybe for Shedeur, I'd be willing to go early 3rd.
While we're waiting here, Russell, is there any one pick that we've seen in all of day 2 that you want to kind of highlight that has really stood out to you that you like a lot?
I'm going to be biased to the Houston Texans with both Iowa State receivers. Going back to round 2 a little bit. I really like Trey Amos to Washington. I hyped him up quite a bit. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to go Andrew Makuba to Philly at pick 64. I thought that was a great value. I think he could come in and start right away. They traded away Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and, Lewis Seen, Sidney Brown. Sidney Brown's coming off the injury. So I think getting a player like that could probably play for you right away is the wise choice. And of course it's Howie Roseman. He does what he does. So it's a great pick, I think.
I was going to say, you don't have to suck up to Mike Mayer, just to be clear.
It is a good pick.
Who do we think the Rams are taking? Or have you guys seen it already?
I haven't seen it.
I've not seen it.
Debo sharing some of his favorite picks here, by the way, in chat. Tre Harris to LAC, RJ Harvey to Denver. I know we like those as well.
Yeah. I mean, judging by the delay here, I'm thinking it might be a receiver or a quarterback. I mean, I'm thinking, maybe it is Milrow. You got my wheels turning here. I think Milrow would be probably a good fit.
Well, it just popped up for me. It is not a quarterback.
One of the edges we talked about, Josiah Stewart.
I like that pick, honestly.
Yeah, no, I mean that's the Rams to a T.
More pass rushing juice for them.
Yeah.
Yep, they can bring him in situationally, early downs, third down.
The way they've built that defense, like since losing Aaron Donald, is just so impressive.
It really is.
Yeah, no, I mean, Braden Fisk, Kobe Turner, they're just turning them out, man. They're figuring it out.
Yeah.
Hopefully Baltimore takes Sanders.
No, man. Yeah, what do you want the Ravens to get here, Worm?
I'm not gonna pretend to be knowledgeable enough on like third round offensive guards to.
They need a guard. I got one for you.
I want a guard badly. That's like that's my top choice. I would be happy with a receiver. I actually do think that's a need, even with Hopkins, but guard's my top pick.
How about a guard with the added bonus of being from my hometown of Milwaukee?
Done. I don't even care who. Send it in.
Marcus Bowe of Purdue. Yeah. And it's the M in his name is silent. MBOW.
I don't tell me if you guys see it. I want to see it revealed here, but I hope it is, since he's a guard from your hometown. I'm in.
Yeah, no, and I think Bo was kind of pegged as a day 2 guy, so this would be.
They do go guard. Not your guy though, Fitz. Now I'm angry. I hate the pick now.
Emory Jones Jr.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I felt like coming into this draft, guard was like my single the thing I wanted the most them to address. Obviously LSU pedigrees. They're clearly a team that likes to. They're one of these teams that likes to draw from premier programs, the SEC teams. They have a reputation for taking players from Alabama. Obviously, they got Starks out of Georgia earlier, and now LSU here. Russell, what's your breakdown to a Ravens fan about Emory Jones?
I love the pick, right? I mean, you said it yourself. You want to have a good offensive line. When you have that, Lamar plays like an MVP. This guy, I mean, Lamar's biggest strength is a runner. I'm not discrediting him as a passer. I think he's a fine quarterback by many miles. But Emory Jones is a mauling road grader in the ground game, and he's a 36-game starter at right tackle. He's plenty strong. He's got the footwork. You'll see some of the stuff here probably up on the screen where he's able to just run speed and turn and prevent those defensive ends from turning the corner. The footwork and hand placement, need to continue to grow, but he's playing guard, so he's going to be in that phone booth. I love this fit for your Baltimore Ravens.
I was going to say, so what do you think about him switching from tackle to guard? Is that a move that you thought he should make, like even prior to seeing his landing spot?
Yeah, I had him listed as guard, so I think it was exactly where he was going to go. I mean, he's just very bulky, a strong lower half, and he's just blocky, and he looks like a guy that is just built for the phone booth. You plug him inside. He needs, again, that refinement a little bit, but there's a lot to be desired there with what he can do. I think from combo blocks and the way he can climb, he can get out in space a little bit. So there's plenty to be desired, and I think he's only going to get better in Baltimore.
Sounds like another A grade for the Ravens. Ooh, Seahawks.
What do we get?
We got
Milrow.
Quarterback
Wow.
for the Seahawks.
Interesting.
Wow.
I love it.
Mike McDonald, obviously not a different side of the ball, but coached in Baltimore with Lamar. So, he understands the value of a quarterback who has superpower level running ability. We know Bogman is a big fan of him. Obviously, he can take some necessary time to develop with Darnold there. I don't know how many years they would have that be the setup. I mean, Green Bay, obviously very willing to have guys sit for multiple years. Usually you see other teams maybe only want to max out of one of those years that they're kind of throwing away, but clearly talented.
Yeah, and like we don't know if Darnold has staying power. Let's be honest about that.
I think we do know, and it's that he doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, like that things kind of crumbled a little bit down the stretch for Darnold with the Vikings last year, and it was like the carriage kind of turned into a pumpkin on us late in the year. So wouldn't be surprised if this apprenticeship didn't last all that long before Milroe actually saw some playing time.
Yeah,
Russell, what do you think about this?
I love it, man. I think this is the ideal landing spot for him. It was evident last year that the Lions broke Sam Darnold and the Minnesota Vikings, which I think we can all agree was great to see. But Jalen Milroe can come in and sit behind Darnold in Seattle. But furthermore, you can package him day one if you need to in the red zone, short yardage. He's a weapon with the football in his hands, man. So you don't need to go out there and throw the football 30, 40 times a game. He can run the football 5, 6, 7 times for you, maybe even a little bit more if needed. And pairing that up with Kenneth Walker, I think would be great. But again, he needs time, ball placement, throwing with more touch. All of that needs to happen. And I think Milroe can sit for a year, maybe 2. And once you kind of figure out, maybe you overpaid a little bit for Sam Darnold. I get it, the going rate for quarterbacks, but this is fine. This buys you some time for Milroe. I love it.
Yeah, can we highlight the Bogman comment, Worm?
Finally, Milroe.
No, the other
one.
Yeah. So the reference, of course, to Matt Flynn, who I think he earned big money from Seattle. Am I mistaken, Russell? Wasn't that based on a huge game against your Lions in a final regular season finale?
Yeah, he threw like 6 touchdowns.
Yeah, almost like 500 yards, and goes to Seattle and never starts the game because they draft Russell Wilson and fell in love with him right away.
Yep.
So, yeah, that would be interesting if that pattern held true in Seattle yet again with Darnold never starting a game. I don't think that's going to happen this time around. I don't think Jalen Milroe is quite as refined as Russell Wilson was.
I agree.
Coming out of Wisconsin. But, yeah, this is an interesting pick for sure. And I think it is going to, I don't know, kindle a little bit of interest in Milroe in dynasty rookie drafts, Worm, don't you think? Do you think he's a second rounder? Maybe a late second rounder in a super flex league?
Well, you just said when we were talking about a guy for the Rams, like if you know you're getting the redshirt year, it kind of moves him down.
But man, the running ability though,
I know,
is pretty attractive.
I think he will go in the back half of the second round. There in a super flex, there will be QB needy teams who will see the upside. They'll say he got day 2 capital, which is better, than it would have been if it, day 3, right? So you can, try and justify it, and then obviously the legs justify themselves.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Question from Steven about Sanders. If he goes to the 4th, any possibility of the Colts considering him, given how the Anthony Richardson experiment has gone? Fitz, what do you think about that idea?
I don't think they would, because then you've got a real soap opera, as if it's not a soap opera enough with Richardson and Daniel Jones. That would be maybe a little bit too much trauma at the quarterback position. I don't know if any coach would want to deal with that.
Yeah.
All right, so we have another pick. Is that safety Jonas Sanker from Virginia to the Saints?
What do you think about that one, Russ?
It's fine. He's a player that I was late to on the process, but he's more of like that buzz defender. He was always cleaning up mistakes of the defenders around him that missed tackles a bunch. But from what I saw, I mean, he had triggered downhill. He could play down in the box. He was tackling and meeting in the hole. So I think there's a lot of potential for him, but I just don't know if he plays right away. And I don't know if you're expecting, the 93rd overall pick to play right away if you're a Saints fan. But with how the draft is going, it does seem like maybe there's a little bit of waiting for some development to happen with some of these players that they're selecting.
Yeah. Bogman said he's really surprised to see Sanker go ahead of Xavier Watts of Notre Dame.
Yeah, I
have to
agree.
agree with that. And oh man, I'm trying to think of the other safety from Oklahoma, Billy
Bowman.
Yeah, I am surprised that Sanker went ahead of those two.
Yeah, I agree. I thought Watts would have been the no-brainer, but again, we don't know what they're, obviously talking about behind the scenes, what he fits character-wise. Maybe there's some things there, but looking at the film side of it, it was for sure Xavier Watts is the best safety on the board, maybe the best player on the board at this point.
Debro says, fire Loomis, fire him into the sun. How do we think he really feels?
Exactly like that.
It's great that Mickey Loomis and Brian Gutekunst, the GMs for my team and Debro's team, are battling for worst draft here tonight, trying to outduel each other.
Guys, think there's any chance it's Shedeur here with the Browns? I mean, if you had to bet right now, I'm not even asking what round or what pick number, but what team do you think he ends up on at this point? Because every team has passed on him already.
Raiders.
It's Raiders.
I think I'll say with one of these compensatory picks, if he's not gone by the time the Raiders make those two picks, I think they're going to take him.
Yeah, I think he's going right here. I mean, if the Browns are trading up, right, to make this, I think they just.
Oh, did they trade up? I missed that.
I don't know. I thought they did, but I could be wrong. I might be wrong on that. I'm just looking at the ESPN tracker, and it's got the little trade thing next to it. So
Gotcha.
Was that
maybe it's an earlier trade?
It might be earlier.
An earlier deal with the Bills, I believe.
You're probably right. I'm pulling up social media to see if there was.
Oh my gosh. Mayor is letting us know in Slack. He said not officially. He's confirmed it's true. So I'm not going to say the name yet, but it would be hilarious if it is true.
Yeah, I think I just saw it. And if that is the case, I don't know if Sanders is going to get drafted. I mean, at this point, I don't know, man.
I want to see this confirmed, but holy cow. It would be hysterical.
They're fist bumping. What are they doing?
Oh no, you got to be kidding me if this is actually the pick.
All right, so what Mayor is saying is that because we've all is Dillon Gabriel is the pick.
Oh my goodness.
I have not seen it like officially confirmed by him yet.
Wow.
He's been providing us all these, but oh my gosh.
They traded for Kenny Pickett and then they just drafted Kenny Pickett.
He says it's true. Mayor is saying it is Dillon Gabriel. Oh my God.
Add Dillon Gabriel to the mix.
Oh my! I'm trying to tweet from our main account while doing this a little bit, and I just keep being like, I gotta come up with another Shedeur meme. Like I can't believe this fall. Oh my gosh!
I mean, I want to get Russell's opinion on this first, but I will say about Dillon Gabriel, like we have seen, and as my inclination is to be dismissive, like he's just too tiny. I don't know if he has the arm to do it, but we have seen like Brock Purdy be Mr. Irrelevant after starting a lot of games in college, and Bo Nix, who a lot of people dumped on, who had started a lot of games against major conference competition, and Dillon Gabriel has started a lot of games against major conference competition. Is there any chance that Dillon Gabriel surprises us in the way that Brock Purdy did?
It's certainly possible, right? I mean, it's all about fit for these guys. So Gabriel goes to a place with Kevin Stefanski. This might end up working out for him, especially if he's able to continue to layer throws the way that he did at Oregon. And if he can work within some rhythm and sustain that rhythm and timing with Jerry Jeudy and David Njoku, and they got Harold Fannin, they drafted Quinshon Judkins. There's some pieces there for him to be okay. I think the biggest question mark is just how much time are you giving a guy that's a little bit of an older player, right? He's been around. He went to Oklahoma, UCF, obviously Oregon. So he's been around. How much time are you giving him? Are you just giving him the 1 year with Joe Flacco and maybe Kenny Pickett and how you're sprinkling that all in? But I'm fine with the pick because it is a third round pick and they needed a quarterback. It's just crazy that they're not going Shedeur at this point. But as we've talked about, Shedeur just must have bombed these interviews, and that this might just be a big what to his dad and the entourage.
So, go ahead, Fitz.
I was just going to say, I will say that, when I watched Dillon Gabriel in that first game against Ohio State last fall, like if you squinted hard, you could see an NFL quarterback in Dillon Gabriel in that game, but then, maybe not so much in the second Ohio State game.
100%. Because he can sling it, man. When he has the time and he's able to step up and do some things, he can really sling it. I mean,
Sorry, Worm, you were saying earlier.
Well, I was just gonna ask, like, I didn't think this was really the question I was gonna need to ask. How many quarterbacks are going to get drafted before Shedeur? Like, will Kyle McCord get drafted before Shedeur? Like, how far is this thing gonna go?
Yeah, I don't know. And Holy Cow in the chat says, watch the game. Sanders is not that good. Like, I was obsessed with Colorado for the last 2 years. I watched a lot of Shedeur. I think he's good. Like, that's the thing, especially the way NFL teams talk about the importance of, like, quarterbacks being able to be processors. Like, I think Shedeur is the best processor in this class, like better than Cam Ward. Yeah. And that's what surprises me, that people would keep passing on him when he's like, actually that good at doing something that is considered such a valuable skill in the NFL.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, this is so late for him to just be available. I get it. Okay, not in the first round. I get it. Not even into the top 50 picks. Fine, whatever. But at this stage in the game, I feel like you gotta attempt to get the guy. So I don't know what people are waiting for.
Boy, I forgot that Jared Wilson had not been drafted yet. That was a pretty good pick this late for the Patriots to build that offensive line. I love that pick.
Yeah,
for a pure center, probably the best pure center in the draft, right, Russell?
Yeah, and I don't know if he's going to play center right away because they brought in Garrett Bradbury, unless they're planning on putting Bradbury at guard. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily know, but I would probably play Wilson over Garrett for sure.
I think so. Yeah, I don't think Garrett Bradbury's all that good, so I wouldn't be surprised if Jared Wilson beat him out right away.
Yeah,
that was a fantastic pick, I think, this late.
Yeah, that might be the best pick in the third round. I mean, just looking at everything, that might be the best pick in this round up to this point, in my opinion.
Well, the LSU guard going to the Ravens.
That's true. That's true.
Jokes aside, besides Shedeur, what would you say is the biggest headline of the draft so far? Like the number one takeaway, if you were saying like this is what we have to talk about, set Shedeur to the side like the NFL is doing. What is the first topic?
I think it has to be Shedeur's teammate. That was a blockbuster trade, and I don't think anyone saw that coming until it happened. There were a little. I think we got like sort of late on Thursday afternoon talk of that the Browns were taking calls for the number 2 pick, but taking calls and actually like seriously entertaining offers is two different things, and I just didn't think that pick could possibly be moved. And I mean, what a blockbuster. We thought the debate around the first, and why am I blanking on the name of the 34-year-old Jaguars general manager? Gladstone, thank you. The debate was whether Gladstone was going to sort of take the old school approach as this 34-year-old guy and draft a running back with a top 5 pick, or was he going to, take Mason Graham or something else? And no, he had like something bigger than even drafting Ashton Genty cooking as far as plans. And what a splash, man. Like I was just flabbergasted that went down.
Yeah, I agree. That would have been the thing I would have said as well. I mean, how the Browns pass on Travis Hunter, I don't know. And now they take Mason Graham, which is fine. But now, and I said this earlier tonight, Mason Graham and Travis Hunter, they're going to be compared for the rest of their careers for at least Browns fans, like the Jags, they're not going to care one way or the other. For the Browns, though, they're going to be looking back and going, we passed on Travis Hunter to take Mason Graham, who, if he doesn't pan out, you don't just, man, you don't know.
Xavier Watts does go to the Falcons. So I think we would probably all agree that's a really good pick by them
Yeah.
at this stage.
Yeah, that's the Justin Simmons replacement right there.
Oh, yeah. Wow, really good value. The Falcons they are pouring resources into the defense in this draft.
Yeah. Did you guys see that picture of Jaylen Walker and James Pierce on the plane to Atlanta?
Yes.
I mean,
No, I missed it. Well,
Jaylen Walker was in a 3-piece suit, and James Pierce was in sweatpants, which looked like they had paint on them.
that's amazing. Oh, I just pulled it up.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Oh my gosh.
I guess they've known each other a while. They're both North Carolina kids. So they kind of knew each other when they were like before college.
Yeah, I mean, as I said it on our stream last night, because that was the picks that I was on for the first round, 13 through 16. And, I think it might end up working out for Jaylen Walker and James Pierce there, because if Pierce has the off the field concerns, as we all know, if Walker can keep him in line as a good teammate with the leadership, it might end up working out, because you just need him to keep himself in line and then just produce on the field. And together they should be able to produce.
Yeah. And Walker is apparently, I forget who said this, but like they reported that teams were unanimous about 2 players in the first round being just phenomenal kids. And it was Jaylen Walker and Emeka Egbuka.
Yep. Yeah. I think they were the 2 guys just through talking with scouts or just doing this whole process. Like the interview process was those. Yeah, they crushed it. And then the other one that I had heard the most about was Jalen Milroe. So that's why I'm still surprised he was still available this late.
Yeah.
Yes or no? Are we getting Shedeur here for the Raiders?
So we have the Vikings compensatory and then the Raiders with 2 compensatories. I do think the Raiders are going to take Shedeur with one of the compensatories. What about you guys?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it wouldn't be San Francisco at 100, right? Just for insurance behind Brock Purdy in case you can't get a deal done.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. It's got to be, right? I mean,
the fact that the Raiders have 2 picks, it feels like because you'll still get another pick in. Like Dion loves Tom Brady, like really respects him, and like I think would really relish the opportunity to be a part of an organization that Tom Brady is a minority owner of. Like, it just feels like at this point they do it, but I don't know. We'll see.
I mean, they pick early again tomorrow, pick 108. So
if you're gonna take him though, like just take him now.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying though. Like,
they'll have another pick to make.
Yeah, like whatever your board is, you can still relatively adjust it to a decent amount.
That's a good point.
All right. Yeah, this is so the Vikings are up with one of their few picks in the draft. After this, I think they only have is it one more pick before round 7?
I'm seeing that the Raiders are up. Am I?
No, I think Fitz is just looking ahead a little bit. Minnesota to close it out, right?
Yeah.
Minnesota did not own this pick. Oh, okay. Sorry. For some reason, I think our sheet is. I'm looking at this.
We are at the first of 2 Raiders picks.
Okay, so we missed a pick here. It's number 97. The Texans were picking 97, not the Vikings.
They took Jaylin Smith,
cornerback Jaylin Smith.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, he was one guy I didn't get to. I only watched 1 game of him, and he just didn't move the needle for me. So I didn't go too deep into his tape.
If it's not Shedeur here, what do we think the Raiders do? What do we want them to do? They got a receiver with Bech. Obviously, they took Genty on day 1. They have Bowers, so I mean, feels like a line of defense.
I mean, they probably, I know they've taken one cornerback. They could probably use more than one cornerback.
Yeah.
They could look at a defensive lineman for sure. I mentioned Josh Farmer and Ty Robinson earlier. That would make sense.
I love Bowman if they need safety help.
Yeah. Jack Sawyer's there. He kind of looks
yeah.
like a Raider a little bit,
He
you know,
does.
with
I
Max
like Sawyer.
Crosby. The tatted duo.
That would be interesting.
Sawyer and Bowman. That'd be a cool little back-to-back. That'd be fun.
Oh, I like that idea.
For some reason, I thought that was Richie Incognito saying the pick on NFL Network, dude.
Kaleb Rogers, they go with the guard.
Okay. That's fine fit.
They have another chance at Shedeur if they want it.
And
I wonder if they're going back-to-back on this. Like going 98 and 99, like just saying them back-to-back.
They should. I mean, it's not like they need another
yeah.
6 minutes or however much time it is now to decide.
By the way, would you guys agree that we need some sort of 30 for 30 documentary on the Raiders drafting of Sebastian Janikowski in the first round that one year? Like actually taking a kicker. What was the like? I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall in the war room for that.
I mean, that was a better pick than Aguayo in the second, because at least Janikowski had some good years.
But you knew that. I'll bet it wasn't total unanimity in that war room. I'm sure there were people who were like, "This is a colossal mistake. What are we doing?"
Yeah. They probably didn't even have cameras in there because they were like, "Oh, this is going to be nothing defensive tackle or something, a kicker." Like what?
What year was that, Fitz?
Oh, let's see.
99 was it, or 2000?
That sounds about right. Hold on. We'll call that up.
I certainly was not watching the draft at that age.
I just have a weird memory for weird things.
Yeah.
2000, the year 2000.
14th pick.
Amazing. 17.
Not Shedeur. We have a tackle. So they doubled up on the O-line. They go with Charles Grant.
And I like both picks, man. That's good picks. I think
Grant feels like a good pick. Yeah.
Oh, the William and Mary kid. Sure.
Yeah. Experienced player at left tackle, played 41 games with, those starts. Pretty good movement skills for a player of his size, I thought. Really flexible lower half, 6'5", 311. I think he can play tackle, so I wonder if that's the potential Colton Miller replacement down the line. And then the other guy, Kaleb Rogers, I think is probably more of a guard, but we'll see.
So obviously, barring a trade, it's, I mean, maybe the Niners, like you said, as a, safety net with Purdy, but it sure seems like he's not getting drafted tonight.
It does seem that way.
Unless Minnesota surprises everybody and they're like, we don't know where JJ's at with the knee. It sounds like everything's good, but I don't know.
Yeah, I wonder though with their unwillingness to entertain the possibility of Aaron Rodgers coming to Minnesota. I feel like they want that to be a no drama situation for McCarthy and his development.
Yep, I agree. And then there's been some of the rumor and speculation of going out and maybe bringing back Kirk Cousins. I don't know if there's any truth to that, but if they did that, I mean, you're not getting any drama there either. So
yeah, I think Kirk at this point knows he's probably a backup if he wants to keep playing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mayer keeps pushing the idea of Eagles QB factory with Shedeur.
Maybe he could switch to baseball like his old man and go play for the Phillies.
Yeah.
San Francisco here, though. I mean, I guess I just saw somebody say, "Where's the CFL draft?"
Yeah.
San Francisco, Billy Bowman would be a fine fit. They lost Tufanga. I know they're shorter arms, but man, can that guy? He's just aggressive. He's urgent.
Yep.
I love the way he plays.
Yeah.
He's fun, man.
Yeah, he is a fun watch.
I can't believe we're down to the last 3 picks of day 2. This is crazy. This flew by tonight.
I know. Yeah, I was surprised by the number of top 30 visits the 49ers hosted with tight ends. Like, and then for a while there was a little bit of a buzz that they might be interested in Tyler Warren. I didn't really understand any of that. Did you guys see that? Like, I want to say they had Fannin in for a top 30 visits.
Yeah.
And maybe like Mason Taylor. I didn't get that. Are they like prepping for the possibility that Kittle hangs him up pretty soon and, goes to the WWE or whatever, or just that, like, they've kind of got lucky with his health the last year or two. I don't know. That's interesting, but I'm not sure if there's anyone left they would be excited about for a tight end here, though. Is there anyone you like? What do you think about Gunnar Helm, Russell?
I'm not his biggest fan. I would have rather had, if they go that route on tight end, if they go Gunnar Helm, that's fine. But I'm more of a Mitchell Evans or, Oronde Gatson. That would be fine. The move to tight end is definitely good for him. I'm still a fan of Jake Briningstool. I like the way he can move around the formations. He's that move tight end. They use that glide motion at Clemson a lot. So that'll be really good. Like if you're running mesh and shallow crosses. So I think he'll be really effective that way. And again, he's not going to be a speedster or anything like that, but he's going to help Purdy with timing and rhythm and those types of things. So I get why they would consider drafting a tight end. I think, at 11 probably would have been a little early, but if Tyler Warren was, the best player available for you, it makes sense because you are preparing for the future. I mean, let's be honest, Kittle's not getting any younger and he is due for the contract. And it sounds like those extension talks maybe stalled a little bit. So maybe like that's why that first round stuff came up. But, we're talking about pick 100 here. If that's the direction they ended up going, I completely understand. I thought it was showing a trade with Cleveland for a second, but it was just showing Judkins. I was like, wait, what?
The Niners. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to ask Russell if he like Thomas Fedone, the Nebraska kid who tested so well.
Yeah, I mean, he's a freak athlete, man. He would make a lot of sense for them, right? Like he can move, he can run, he catches the balls away from his body all the time. He walls off defenders. It is almost like he boxes them out and like can high point the football. So there's a lot to like with him, and that run after the catch ability is really impressive. So he would make a lot of sense for San Francisco and the 12 personnel that they like to run.
They go with a cornerback, Upton Stout.
Ooh, I like Stout. Not the beers. I like Stout to play.
He's
really like Stout.
He's kind of a smaller cornerback. Does he have to be a slot corner?
Yeah, he's feisty though, man. I watched him in my Senior Bowl prep, and he's a guy that he gets after it. I mean, he ran a sub 4.45. I think he ran a 4.42 if I remember right. But he's got special teams ability. He can play some zone. They played him out on the perimeter at times, and he would play press man, and he's just physical. So that's a 49ers pick just because of the physicality and the versatility that you're going to get with him in the secondary.
I was going to make a joke, Fitz, that we know the Niners love to throw third-round picks at running backs. Maybe they take Scatterboo if they're worried about CMC long-term health. But we have a trade here. Denver trading up with Philly.
Ooh, what could Denver be after?
I think it was Philly, right? Who had the pick? Yeah, it was. So the Denver traded 111, 130, and 191 for one.
Denver needs a tight end.
Yeah, I mean they have Evan Ingram, but
speaking of they got Ingram. That's right, but
that's not long term. I mean, you could get a mental guy,
and he's not exactly the inline blocker,
right?
But they do have a lot of other bodies there.
Is there a receiver we'd like here, or did they take one already? Am I forgetting? There's so many picks.
No, they have not taken it.
I didn't think so. Okay, I feel like they could use
Jaylin Noel.
He's gone.
Oh, he went already.
They did take
like Royals.
Royals.
Oh, they took Bryant. That's right. Okay. Edge.
Who was it? Braden Swinson, maybe?
Jones. Savion Jones.
Oh, his teammate. Okay.
Wow. Jones goes before Swinson. That's interesting. I would not have guessed that. And they traded up to do it.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, the
Yeah, I
trade
mean,
wasn't that. I mean, it was basically giving up like the 191st pick and then a small swap of 4 picks, 4
Yeah.
spots later. So not the most expensive move up, but
Jones is all power. He sets the edge. I mean, that's good for, stopping the run. That's, I think, what they're looking for. 6'5", 275. So he's not as flexible. We're talking about Scatabo, and I'm saying flexible. He's not as flexible or bendy as Braden Swinson, but Savion Jones, man, I mean, I'm fine with it. He had a pretty good Senior Bowl week. He gets after it, destructive a little bit. So adding to the defense.
So we close the night with the Texans. Do they keep hammering away at that offensive line?
This
Or
is
do
the
they...
This is the Vikings.
Oh,
Sorry,
it's the
Shough.
Vikings.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Something in the sheet must have switched those two from earlier because that was the reverse.
I am looking at an outdated sheet. My bad.
Yeah. But yeah, so Vikings, what do we think they do here?
Have they taken a safety yet? They need a safety.
Yeah, they haven't added one, so that would make some sense. Billy Bowman, that would really make me mad.
Yeah, I mean Harrison Smith is an older fellow.
Yeah,
They
Craig Woodson would be a good fit for them. There's a lot of love for him in the draft circles. They take Malachi Moore.
Donovan Jackson, right? This is their next pick. They haven't had another pick, right? I think Jackson's the only pick they've made so far.
I think you are correct. Yeah, you're correct.
Because they only had 4 in the whole draft.
Yep. Oh, they took.
Oh, let's go. My guy.
That's a good fit. That's a good fit alongside Jordan Addison, Justin Jefferson.
Tai Felton. Oh, no. To the Vikings, Worm. Now I'm obligated to hate him.
That's how I feel about Luther Burden.
Wow.
Bears.
Not the greatest.
I love Felton. Everybody knows I haven't hidden that. And not just because I'm a homer. I also just think he's a good player.
So how many targets do you think he gets for the Vikings, Worm? 140, 150?
Well, I don't know why you're going with the lower end of your projections.
Yeah, you can just shove Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison aside. No problem.
I mean, people are saying he might be a better receiver than Justin Jefferson. I'm not saying it, but people are saying.
I like the pick. He is a really, for a skinny player, he plays surprisingly tough and like not afraid of contact at all.
I'm surprised the Vikings would go with a receiver in the 3rd round, given that they only have 4 picks and obviously already have 2 really good receivers. But I think end of 3rd round is a very appropriate place for Felton. And I think he actually does complement the other guys nicely. Like, I love the idea of 3 receiver sets with Jefferson, Addison, and Felton.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, we were sort of on the fence about whether he was going to be a day 2 or day 3 pick, and he really was on the fence.
It probably does hurt his rookie fantasy value because there's no path to being anything higher than the 3rd, or with the tight end, like 4th target in the offense.
Yeah,
with a first year, on the field quarterback this year, but I like the fit in real life.
I agree. It's a good fit. I think you can move all those guys around too. Jefferson, Felton, Addison. You can move anybody on that, play outside, inside. A lot of good from that.
Yeah. Everybody who is still sticking around, thank you. We are going to do a few minutes here, probably about 10-ish minutes of some winners and losers from day 2, and then we'll get out of here. So the stream is not ending just yet. We got a little more coming your guys' way before we wrap things up. What a fun final pick though, Tai Felton. I love that we got to I got to be hosting for that one.
Pretty awesome.
Quickly before we get to winners and losers, besides Shedeur, is there anybody that you think like, oh, somebody's gonna get a steal in round 4? Like Scatabo hasn't gone yet. Anybody else fits that you are eyeing early round 4 that you think a team is gonna get a good value on?
Oh man. Yeah, I mean Scatabo's just he is the one that pops to mind. I am a Taj Brooks fan just because like of his versatility. But there's some Dylan Sampson. Like
I love Sampson.
Yeah, I mean, someone is going to get a really good back with him. Like I think he could be a potential star. And there are so many good backs left that again, day 4 is not a death sentence for these guys as far as their dynasty value.
I'd actually be pretty on board with the Ravens taking Sampson as a, be a year early in a good running back class before needing one if Henry, finally takes a step down in a year or two. I think he's good. Like DJ Giddens, Debro's throwing out there, Devin Neal, Jalen Royals, Tootin. Like there's a lot of good players who can help in fantasy in the right situation this upcoming season. All right, so let's do some of our winners and losers here, guys. And this will be specific to day 2. So if you want to kind of hit on a little bit of day 1 stuff, that's fine. But generally, we're kind of focusing on rounds 2 and 3. Let's start on the positive side of things. Russell, I'll start with you. Who is your number 1 winner of day 2?
I got to go with just what Houston did. Jaylen Noel, 79th overall. I mean, he was my 32nd overall player, my wide receiver 4. They got his teammate, Jayden Higgins. They got Jaylen Noel. They revamped their passing attack. I mean, there was a lot of question marks around Tank Dell. They needed compliments to Nico Collins. And I know they're trying to piece everything together the best that they can with what they got. But, to get Jaylen Noel, I think at pick 79, just what a steal. And I think he's going to be a plug-and-play slot receiver for them, man.
Fitz, what would you say is your biggest winner?
I'm looking at that Tre Harris pick, and I was not the Tre Harris fan that Derek Brown was, but like that is an undeniably terrific landing spot for him. I think is the complimentary receiver to Ladd McConkey, and getting to work with Justin Herbert. So I thought Tre Harris was a big winner of day 2.
That's a good one. If I had sat down and tried to kind of line out where my ideal landing spot is for not just a receiver on day 2, but Tre Harris specifically, Chargers would have been really high on the list.
Yeah, actually, I gotta make him runner up to RJ Harvey. Like that landing spot was unbelievable. Yeah. Being the potentially primary running back in a Sean Payton backfield, and how valuable that can be. Like he might be the biggest day 2 winner from a fantasy perspective.
Do you think Harvey will end up being like a workhorse? I mean, we saw Sean Payton trade up to take Marvin Mims and then not use him. So it wouldn't be totally unheard of for him to take a guy high and then not use him in a way that fantasy managers want. We've seen him, be very comfortable going with a committee approach. So what's your confidence level, I guess, is what I'm asking Fitz, that Harvey will be something close to a workhorse?
I'm not like slam dunk confident in it. I mean, we know he kind of likes Jaleel McLaughlin, and apparently we've heard it said that he wants to use Audric Estime more. I'm not sure I entirely believe that. Yeah. So maybe it is kind of a true committee, but I don't know. I just think he's the most talented guy in that backfield.
Do you have a second winner you want to throw out, Russ?
I would have gone with Harvey as well, but just throw another name out there. Kyle Williams going to the Patriots, I think is a really good fit at 69, that 69th overall pick. I mean, he's got that big playability. He averaged over 17 yards per reception. He's got the deep speed. He can play inside, outside. We don't really know what Stephon Diggs is going to be when he comes back, but whether he's good or not, I guess that doesn't really matter. I think Williams complements Diggs really well. And this is about building around Drake May, right? So they got the offensive tackle. They've added Jared Wilson, as we saw, to kind of close out tonight. And then they get a guy like Kyle Williams in the middle of all of it. So really intrigued to see what he does with Drake May.
How about some losers? Fitz, I'll start with you here.
I hated the Luther Burden landing spot with the Bears. It just doesn't seem like there's a path for him unless the Bears were to, I don't know, maybe deal away DJ Moore, who seemed like he was disgruntled for much of the 2024 season. But, I was excited about Bird maybe going somewhere like the Titans or the Browns, where they had a vacancy for maybe a short area receiver who could add something. Even the Patriots, the Bears just don't seem like a place where he can thrive.
It feels like, you could say there are a handful of quarterbacks that were winners, like Caleb Williams, obviously. CJ Stroud is another one. Are there any quarterbacks you would say are losers, Fitz, just in the sense of like, is there anybody who their team didn't do enough, or they took a guy you don't like thinking they're helping their quarterback and that you would classify as a loser?
Yeah, I mean, Debro talked about this on the pre-show. Like, what are the Cowboys doing? Why are they not giving Dak Prescott more weapons? And I know they did draft a terrific offensive lineman for him in the first round, which, you know, does him a favor in a different way. But man, you got to get this guy some weapons. It's CeeDee Lamb, and there is not much else to the Dallas offense. Like, he's the one playmaker in that offense, and they are just continuing to sit on their hands at running back, especially.
Russ, who's your top loser?
You know, I'm going to go with New Orleans taking Tyler Shough, just simply because you know the injury history with him. I mean, he's had back-to-back, you know, broken collarbone injuries. He's had a dislocated shoulder, broken leg, a lot of things that he's got to come back from. And we all know the, you know, the story, and it all went really well at Louisville. He threw with a lot of good touch, playing off structure, different arm angles, relatively good mobility, ran the 4.63 time in the 40, but you're going to probably be moving on from Derek Carr, it seems like. So you're getting rid of a injury-prone quarterback to take the risk on another injury-prone quarterback. I just feels like almost like 1A, 1B type of thing. And I just like, there's times like you watch the Louisville tape and Tyler Shough will make some really asinine throwaways where he's just throwing it up in the air and not like taking the sack. So if he can't stay healthy, I don't know what's going to happen. You know, I know Kellen Moore is I don't want to say a QB guru, but I don't know. It seems like a lot at pick 40, especially when Shedeur was on the board, and even Jalen Milroe. I felt like there was other dynamic players at the position.
Sounds like number one loser so far is Fitz. Number two loser is Debro for how their teams have drafted so far. Is there an overall class that's your favorite so far, Russ?
I mean, I would be biased if I said the Lions, of course. I mean, I do like what they've done, you know, starting in the trenches. I know the big move up for Isaac Tesla seems like a lot, but, you know, I like what they've done. I really like what Tennessee has done, to be completely honest with you. They went out and got their quarterback. You know, obviously we'll see what happens with Cam Ward. Can he be the guy? And I've said that, you know, kind of on this show and other shows throughout the portion of the day. Like, they admitted that they made a mistake with Will Levis, and some teams, they keep going, you know, another 2-3 years and not admitting they made a mistake. They did, and they swung for the fences here with Cam Ward. But I like Oladipo, Kevin Winston. They're kind of revamping the defense a little bit, and they got quite a few picks to tomorrow to maybe add to the offense as well. So I like what they've done a little bit.
Fitz, any kind of favorite classes? It doesn't really feel like, unless I'm forgetting somebody obvious, that there's one team that's kind of like running away with the draft grades that are incoming, right? Like, I don't know that anybody stands apart from the pack, unless maybe you disagree.
Baltimore.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's your stupid Ravens, Worm. They like stay put at number 27 and get just like the best safety in the draft, and Malachi Starks, and just like this fantastic football player. And then, you know, Mike Green falls and falls and falls. This is a dude who had 17 sacks for Marshall last season, and then just was a beast at the Senior Bowl. Like, absolute first round talent, and a lot of people had him mocked to the middle of the first round, and the Ravens are able to get him outside the top 50. I mean, what pick was that where they got Mike Green? 59. Yeah, that's just absurd. And then they fill a need at guard like in the third round. So great draft for the Ravens. Again, what's new?
Fitz, I'm sorry, your mic actually cut out for that whole thing. Do you mind repeating all those kind words? Yeah, no, that's a fun. The Chargers have had a draft that I like. I'm trying to think of some others. But yeah, we'll see how the rest goes tomorrow. But the last thing we'll do before we get out of here, I want an official, I know we've talked about it a lot, but give me an official Shedeur Sanders prediction, round and team that we see on day 3. And you can predict undrafted if you want to. Fitz, what's your official Shedeur prediction?
I'll say Raiders near the top of round 4.
Raiders, so he will not have to wait too long on day 3, according to you. Russell, what do you think?
I'm going to say Steelers at pick 123. I mean, Saints aren't taking them. The Raiders have had plenty of chances of taking them. I don't know. I'm going to go Steelers at 123.
All right. So possibly the Steelers, possibly the Raiders. I don't even know how. I'll say the Browns somehow do it, but just to mix it up from you guys. But at this point, you're kind of just throwing your hands up and saying,
right.
Who the heck knows? All right. I want to let everybody know about what we have coming up here before we get out of here. We've got a ton of post-draft content for you in the upcoming week. Monday at 2 p.m. Eastern on Twitch, Joe will be on with Boggs and Welsh for a post-draft edition of Out of Bounds. Jump on, get your questions answered on that show. Debro and Seth will answer more of your questions in our final NFL Q&A live stream right here on the YouTube channel. That's Monday at 3 p.m. Eastern. And then finally, Boggs and Fitz will be on Discord Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern to tackle even more of your Dynasty questions. And of course, we've got a bunch of videos and Dynasty podcasts lined up for you next week. So keep it locked on Fantasy Pros for all your post-NFL draft fantasy analysis.